And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FT off. Bring in FT off. It's orange!
Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane to be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, and welcome to Starbase, Texas. You are looking at Starship 37 on the orbital launch mount at Pad 1, and there's no booster under it. That is quite an exceptional thing. It should be a fairly interesting day because of it, but let's get right into it. Hopefully we see some engine testing here. I'm Jack Beyer for NSF. I'll be your host for today's stream. I am about 3 miles and change away from the launch site right now, looking at the rocket, and I also have some cameras pointed at it. But luckily, you don't have to listen to just me. I'm also joined by Adrian Bile. Adrian, how you doing?
Doing absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a very, very exciting day. I mean, we'll get into it a bit later, but this test is the definition of MacGyvering and also the definition of excitement here, as we are probably in for quite a show today, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of our viewers are sort of like old-time viewers or if they're relatively recent, but this feels a lot like the early days of Starship, the Starhopper days, the SN4 and 5 and 6, like that sort of era. This feels like some wild, wild west of rocketry stuff, so I'm definitely excited for whatever it is that we end up seeing today. Hopefully a successful engine test. Also joining us for some commentary is Alex. Alex, how are you doing, bud?
Yeah, just for some commentary, just a little bit, right? I thought you
In
were gonna make
principle.
a joke about my long answers.
Nope. Swing and a miss.
Okay, well, this is gonna be fun. The Chaos Crew.
Yeah, it's the return of the Chaos Crew. When's the last time the three of us were all on a stream together? I'm not sure. It feels like it's been quite a while.
Starship Flight 9,
Prob-
maybe?
Yeah, probably Starship Flight 9, honestly.
I can't believe they let us do this again.
Yeah,
Also, chat, if you have any questions about today's testing, I'm sure there's going to be a lot. Like, for example, where's the booster? Feel free to at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see your questions pop up in some software we have running in the background. Also, thanks to Jay for operating today's stream. I think that's all the housekeeping. Did I forget anything?
Don't think so.
Awesome. All right, well, I guess let's get right into it. Who do I even throw this to? Alex, why no booster?
Yeah, it's like the movie, right, dude? Where's my booster? Well, in very simple terms, Ship 36 go boom. About a month and a half ago, it destroyed the static fire stand at Massey's, and so the only other way to test fire the engines is just to put it on the launch mount, because it's made to survive 33 Raptor engines firing at it. And so they sort of improvised, I guess, this different approach, if you will, to getting a ship static fired here at the launch mount. But that's sort of the short version. I'm sure lots of people will have questions about, oh, what did they do? What exactly are we going to see? What it's like. We'll talk about that, of course, as Jack was saying, questions, then at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll answer any questions you have. Mostly.
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 Yeah.
Good deal.
Not all of them.
So I guess Adrian, give us a quick sort of status report. Like, where are we at in the testing flow? We've gone live. I don't see an OLM vent. I don't think I see a Pope vent. Like, where are we at, bud?
So the Pope vent was active a bit earlier. It sometimes goes off and on. That's quite normal. Overall, where we are, the road is closed. We have testing closures that have been announced by the city of Starbase for today and tomorrow that run from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. They actually closed the road quite early, and it looked like they underwent some like tank form testing and some potentially ambient pressure testing. It's not entirely clear. But that is basically where we are for now. The big question is what is next, and that's why we are just saying testing for now, because while we think this could be a static fire test, this is more of a expectation based on previous patterns. I wouldn't be surprised if they today, for example, opt for a spin prime, or maybe we are a bit in uncharted territory here, and we are. And honestly, we don't know what they have planned, because honestly, this is the first time we have seen this setup. So it's gonna be a bit of a find out situation for us here over the course of the stream. Of course, with certain areas of the tank farm potentially going active, like once we see methane, for example, involved, we can start to make guesses, and then with loading and everything, we can start to pin down what they might do here. But it's a bit of it's gonna be a roller coaster, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fitting. It's a fitting roller coaster test for a Chaos Crew stream. I think the cards are aligned. The cards align. The stars are okay. Anyway, here you can see that improvised fueling setup. Words are hard. You can see how there is the booster and its hood. It's right there. But they just cut some holes into that structure and welded a bunch of stuff to it and improvised this whole entire setup. Really, I'm loving this. It's unfortunate that SpaceX had to go this route because of Ship 36's anomaly, but the result is we get to watch some absolute wild stuff happen. I mean, look at this.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, props to SpaceX. When the Ship 36
this sends
explosion...
props to Ship 37, Adrian. These are the prop lines to the ship.
Thank you, Sawyer. I mean, when you think about the timeline and when the Ship 36 explosion happened, that's just over a month ago, month and a half, give it or take, and they went from us dooming, let's be real, there were some dooming reactions to this, to being ready to static fire a ship in just over a month. That's honestly impressive. That's showing you what kind of engineering potential is in this company, and their ability to adapt. And that's what they did here. They absolutely adapted a problem that I bet they didn't fully I don't think they had a backup plan always ready for when that happens. It just happened. So yeah, and I think they did quite well.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty remarkable how fast they were able to get all of this figured out. Any other company would have taken, I feel like, a long amount of time just figuring out what the plan forward was, committees and meetings and reviews and studies, and it's they pretty quickly had to pick a way forward and then execute, and we see the results of that right here.
I wonder if they have in some drawer or something, a bunch of piled up what if situation plans or something like that, where it's what if this were to happen? Well, this is the plan that we could have in place, because I know they work really quickly, but there's also this thing of I bet they also prepare for this kind of stuff. You know what I mean, right? Like we've seen in
Yeah.
the past how
Yeah, but I
they-
bet also sometimes they tear open the envelope, like the emergency only open envelope, and they open it
Yeah.
up, and it's like, you know, what's the line from The Simpsons? Like, use cyborg engineers. If cyborg engineers haven't been invented yet, like, yeah, it's just sometimes you might think you have a backup plan, but reality
You
can
don't.
throw a wrench in the works. Yeah.
'Cause I was just thinking, for example, of like hot staging, how they were like, oh yeah, we'll do hot staging for Flight 2, and they had a prototype already in place and everything. Like something tells me, at least in that case, for example, like they probably were thinking about it, and maybe they had some preliminary designs or something like that. And they were like, you know what, let's do it, and then they started doing all that. So like I wouldn't be surprised if they had at least someplace else where they had like some kind of what if masses were to be down and we had to test a ship on the OLM, and then they just put that plan into action.
Yeah, fair enough.
Absolutely. But like, I think it's more like maybe it was more like a haha. What if Massey's ever down? That would be stupid, right? Like, let's make a fun plan for that, and then it exploded, and we're like, ha, we have a plan for that.
Or the anomaly happened, and then a couple interns were called up at like 3 a.m. and told, hey, do a bunch of math to see if this will work.
and I mean, there is a lot of math involved. Like calculating down what everything needs to hold, the basically the construction behind this, the making sure everything holds together during the static. That's quite a lot of work that they had to do here, while also constructing it, right? Like,
I imagine
there's
even the
theoretical
sizing
part and the practical.
The sizing of the pipes that because the booster QD that they're piggybacking off of here has differently sized pipes, I think, than what the ship QD arm has. So they just picked a spot on the booster plumbing and welded these ship lines to it. I imagine they're going to have to adjust flow rates, or the pipes have been sized to accommodate. I mean, I'm so glad I'm not an engineer. Another reason
Also
I'm
the
glad
software.
yeah, also the software. I didn't even think of that. Another reason I'm glad I'm not an engineer is because it's not even one thing happening. It's not even engineering the GSE. It's not even engineering this test. But hey, guess what? There's a whole assembly line of rockets, and this is Ship 37. There's also Ship 38 over at Massey's outpost right now. You can see it there on the left-hand side of the screen. And even though Ship 38 got roasted, even though Massey's got roasted by Ship 36, they managed to clean it up remarkably fast. I mean, similarly to how we were just talking about, wow, we saw them build this improvised static fire setup so quick. I really feel like the Massey's cleanup was remarkably quick as well. I mean, obviously, it's going to take a long time for them to get the static fire portion of Massey's back up to snuff, and there's a lot of work to do there. But hey, I mean, they were able to get a cryo test done on a ship. Presumably, when they have a V3 booster, they can get that cryoed as well. So Massey's coming back online pretty fast. Also, shout out to the Rocket Ranch, which is where I am right now. I'm at the Rocket Ranch outpost. That's where this camera is as well. That's how we get this view. If you are planning to come to Starbase for a launch, Rocket Ranch offers viewing at their outpost location. Also, this is my camera feed right now. I'm running a Canon R5 with a 100-500 lens. This is maxed out at 500 with the enhanced image stabilization turned on. So if you wanted an idea of what you might be able to get if you were here shooting. Also, you would never get this because what is this? Can we take a second to marvel at
the weird.
It's so absurd.
This is like of all the views we have, this is the weirdest. Like, this is the one where you look at it and like, huh?
It does look photoshopped, like, you're right.
Show this to a person watching Starbase like 6 months ago. Like, show this picture to any of us, or like 6 weeks ago, and we were like, what are they doing? They caught one, I guess. Like, they placed it on the old... Why? Huh?
Yeah, it's like, oh, they fabricated an adapter for the launch mount, so when they catch a ship, they can set it down.
Yeah, like, what's happening here? Like, where we are? Where are we in the timeline?
Yeah, this is just bonkers, and even just the GSE coming off the top of the booster QD, that is just delightfully absurd. Speaking of delightful, we got some questions coming in, y'all. You want to do some questions?
Yeah, like I like questions. Let's hit them.
I like questions too. Our viewers have a knack for asking insightful questions. So if you do have one, again, feel free to @NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see it pop up. Like, we do get questions with the super chats and whatnot, but we answer questions from everyone. Doesn't have to be a super chat for us to answer. Simon, right off the bat, let's go with this one. Has there been any overpressure notice issued for today? Honestly, man, I can't even remember the last overpressure notice that was issued. It's been a while.
Yeah, I feel like operations are a bit changing there.
If there was one, I am not aware of it. Is what I will say. I don't know if there was one. If there was one, I was not aware of it or not told that there was one. It would be interesting if the city of Starbase, they've been sort of more communicative on X. It'd be interesting if they, started tweeting overpressure notices or something. But I think that might be that might give too much fuel to the NIMBY crowd out here. Too much fuel to that fire. So I guess I understand why they might not, but it would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, no overpressure notice that we're aware of today. But that's not necessarily indicative of anything at this point in the program. You can tell Simon's been a long-time tank watcher by asking that question in the first place. Annoying Brit is asking odds of next flight being between late August and early September. Missed at least 2 flights by a matter of a week or 2 on previous Texas trips. Dang, I'm sorry. That's tough, but that's also just like welcome to rockets. Alex, what do you think? Odds of next flight being between late August and early September?
Maybe. I mean, there's a
Alex
good chance, right? Well, what do you expect? I don't have a crystal ball or anything like that.
Bro, you told me you had a crystal ball.
Anyways, so the whole deal with this is that obviously, they need first to test Ship 37, do all of the pre-launch testing. Then they need to prepare the launch pad for a launch. But also you can see there the TPS, the thermal protection system, that heat shield, right? It's not finished. They need to finish that. Maybe taking another extra week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, right? We don't know how long that'll take. And then there's also, maybe they'll load the Starlink simulators, for example. Maybe they want to do that and try that again on this upcoming mission. So there's a bunch of things that we need to see, of course, as I said before. Also, the launch mount needs to be returned to a booster sort of launching status, I guess, to a launch situation, essentially, right?
Right.
There's also the big question that I know a lot of people are asking in chat, even though I don't have the panel open. I'm seeing chat on YouTube. And the thing is, will they test Ship 38 on the launch mount before they need to take down everything and then do Flight 10? Or will they test 37, take out everything, do Flight 10, then put it all back together to test 38? That's a big question, right? So that'll probably drive the schedule for a launch, and that'll indicate whether, we see a launch around mid to late August or whether we go to September. I think if they wait to have 38 tested, we'll see this in September, but we'll see what happens.
Adrian, I mean, I'm curious. Like, what do you think? Do you agree with Alex? Are you a bit more optimistic?
Okay. How I have been thinking about this is what are the? I'm trying to basically go reverse. What are the items for readiness? They will have to stack both vehicles. That takes like 3-4 days, right? Before launch. So then they have to transport the vehicles. Let's say like basically the flow from both vehicles transport ready to flight is about a week. They will have to finish ship 37, which is still in a bit of an unfinished stage. Still have some TPS to go. And so there you can see it. I mean, honestly, there's still some work there. They have some final inspections to do with the booster, probably. There's some work to do. Let's put another week of that. So that's like 2 weeks of vehicle readiness timeline. Next to all of this is the launch pad readiness, because as Alex said earlier, they have to basically return this launch pad to operationals, to like launch operationals, which means they have to deconstruct everything they have just constructed. I also give about 2 weeks for that. I think from the moment they have this ship off the stand to flight, it's about 2 to 2.5 weeks. So if we assume they are done by end of this week, I think mid to late August sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I agree. The big variable is, do they get these tests done this week? I feel like it could easily go either way. We could be at Friday this week and have seen a single engine and a 6-engine test, and we see 37 rolling back to the barn for final work. We could also see them struggle with this crazy MacGyvered setup. SpaceX sometimes does the thing where the hard stuff they make it look trivial, and then sometimes the trivial stuff they make it look hard. Am I way out of bounds, or would you agree?
So how I would word it is, sometimes we underestimate what is trivial.
Yeah, actually, that's a way better way to put it. We are bad at assigning the appropriate assessment of what is hard and what is trivial. I should put it on us and not on SpaceX. That's a way better way to go, Adrian.
I think fueling this and like getting this test done, it's basically a whole new test flow, right? Like they have never done this. They have never fueled a ship with the OLM from this kind of setup. So we know how long it takes every rocket company to understand their tank farm, and SpaceX probably at this point has a very good understanding of the Starship tank farm, but that's still a very complicated problem they have to work through, and I would not be surprised if we see multiple attempts of getting static fire done. Like, that's a reasonable thing that could happen.
Yeah, it's possible it takes multiple attempts. It's possible they do it lickety-split, no problem. We'll just have to wait and see. Such is the joy of tank watching.
I mean, remember when we all thought that Starship would scrap a lot, like on launch days?
Yeah,
Good
that's
times.
true. That's true. It's remarkable how little it does, and I'm knocking on wood as I say that, despite only being a little stitious. Tommy D, thank you so much for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. We've got a lot of cameras. We've got property out here. We do multiple 24/7 live streams, and we have a large team of extremely dedicated people, and the membership program is key to making all of this happen, and even more importantly, helping us constantly up our game, because we want to do more. Like, if you gave us an infinite budget, I think we would do a near infinite amount of things. But we're limited, so every little bit of support really means the world. We're not a big company, so thank you, Tommy D. And if you got one of the Red Team memberships that they just gifted, if your name just turned green in chat, be sure to thank Tommy, because that's an awful nice thing they just did. Sean M, thank you for the support very much. They say, do you think SpaceX will add a step to pressurize COPVs before loading if they weren't already? So, just a quick overview. COPV is a composite overwrapped pressure vessel. I didn't mean to say overview and then overwrapped that. It's a composite overwrapped pressure vessel. Think of it as a fancy scuba tank. There's a liner, it's got a composite wrap, and those exist all over the vehicle, some inside the fuel tank, some inside the oxidizer tank, some inside other places. And they are used to hold various commodities, like nitrogen, for example, that are used around the vehicle. And yeah, that's what we suspect was the issue. That's what it looked like anyways, and I think that's what SpaceX intimated was the issue with Ship 36's anomaly, was one of the COPVs. Do we think they've added any steps to the flow? If they saw anything they didn't like in the data review after that anomaly, Adrian?
I'm not sure if it would help. Like, a COPV exploding. Like, these things are a huge amount of pressure. And they are basically always a bomb if they explode. Every time. So you would always lose the ship. You would probably... I'm not even sure like if it happened during loading. Like, we don't even know if it happened during loading or it just was fatigue during the test. Like, they, on the booster at least, they load the COPVs during the countdown. It's not like a last step that they do. And on Falcon 9, I'm also not sure if they are, like, COPV loading is not like the last thing they do. So, it's like, they already do it probably when it's suitable in the countdown, but it's not always like they are not necessarily failing in the moment of loading. They could also fail during the countdown. Sorry if that made no sense.
No, you're good. That made a lot of sense. I was talking while muted while agreeing with you. Alex, what do you think? Do you think they've gone over their software with a fine-tooth comb to change how they the step-by-step of loading of everything? Or do you think maybe it was just like it wasn't a process issue and it was just a bad COPV or something?
Well, we just don't know. That's one of the things, right? It could have been just that, that COPV in particular was not proper, right? That it was, I don't know, like with handling or during fabrication from the vendor and things like that. Because these things, like COPVs are used very widely in the aerospace industry. Like when it happened, it seemed like for some people, like it was this crazy thing that only SpaceX uses, and it's like, no, a lot of people, a lot of rockets use COPVs, including Falcon 9, right? And even the shuttle, for example, used those. Dragon uses those. Many vehicles in general use these because they are very, very. I mean, it's like a very lightweight, high pressure tank. Why wouldn't you use it, right? But the problem is when they break, because they are carbon composites, if you don't handle them correctly, for example, the fibers may get damaged, and then you tear apart a little bit of its structure, and then you pressurize it, and then they can go boom. Like, you have to handle them very, very carefully, right? So things like that, for example, might cause a COPV to fail. We don't know if that what's happened, right? But the loading could be part of it. But then also, like, when there's no weird interactions, I'm remembering, for example, here Falcon 9 with Amos 6, where the whole deal with that was that, yes, it was related to the loading of COPVs and the loading of the propellant in the tanks of Falcon 9, but that was mostly because they have COPVs inside the RP-1 and liquid oxygen tanks. Starship, as far as we know, doesn't have any COPVs in the tanks. And that even doesn't matter if it were true, if they indeed had any COPVs inside the tank, because this was inside the nose cone, right? There's no liquid there that could do any weird interaction with the COPV, which was what happened with Falcon 9. And that was essentially what they needed to change. One of the things they changed was precisely the timing.
This is me just being someone who has trauma, and I use that word jokingly, sorry if that annoys people, from being here all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's so humid and buggy all the time. Like, what if, and I'm joking here, what if it was just like so humid that night, and instead of an Amos 6 like solid oxygen impregnated the carbon overwrap, it was like, oh, some humidity got in the carbon overwrap, and then when we pressed for flight, it made it really not happy or something. I don't know. I'm mostly joking, but you never know. They're, like you said, they're kind of fragile. You want to handle them delicately, and if they're in an environment or a condition that they were not rated for, bad things can happen. Let me keep thanking people here. Ninja Decimator, pew pew pew. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Red Team memberships and putting up with me in voice chat the other night. I mean, what? Mafia Matt, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. They say, is Ship 37 winning the custody battle over Booster 16 for the orbital launch mount? Nice. Schrodinger's chat. Thank you so much for the support. They say, after static fire, let's do a 10K hop with ship 37, and then let's test catch with the chopsticks. Dear Lord, please. Like, who do I have to call? I don't know. Like, how can I even make that happen? Even before we went live, all three of us and everyone else that was like hanging out, chit-chatting before we went live, we were all looking at this wild shot here and just thinking to ourselves, oh man, if only they would do a couple more, low altitude or medium altitude flight tests and attempt to catch the ship on the chopsticks. How sick would that be? I wonder if that's like been brought up in a meeting somewhere at some point. Someone's like, well, we could.
I'm not sure about ship hops. I know they had at some point documentation for like more booster hops. But I mean, we know like reality sadly never went that way. But
right. Although arguably SN4 and SN5 were
SN5 and SN6.
Thank you. SN4 exploded. SN5 and SN6 were arguably booster, sort of, kind of, not booster, not ship hops.
Yeah, like they are more flying tanks than they were any specific vehicle. I agree.
Yeah. Keep the support coming, y'all. It means the world to us, and it means we can keep doing what we do. And if you can't support us monetarily, that's totally cool. A whole bunch of people are pulling the weight, like Matthew R. Thank you, Matthew. They say, I've been here from the weeks leading up to Starhopper. Thanks for the outstanding coverage. The NSF team continue to provide love from Australia. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Matthew. Means the world. Phil, gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you, Phil. Curb. I'm just going to go with Curb. Thanks, man, for the support. They say, hi, guys. I had my first conversation with a flat earther today. I'm traumatized now. Oh, goodness. Not even going to start. All right, well, I'm going to ask the elephant in the room question here. Alex, Sam is asking, what are the chances that we lose Ship 37 due to a MacGyver stand failure? Everyone's thinking it. I had to ask.
Yeah, that's one of the things, right? They've done so many modifications that who knows what might go wrong. Like maybe one seal in those pipes breaks and, hell breaks loose or something like that, right? Like things can go wrong, of course, when you try new things. I would expect, though, not too many, maybe jinxing this, but as always. But I don't know. I have the feeling that this is probably the most safest. I guess that's not correct to say that, but I'm saying it anyways. Most safest way of doing these modifications, if you want to call it in some way, right? Because it's just pipes. Like it's. Again, yeah, a seal could pop. I have no idea what remote chances could be there for that to happen. But that's the point, right? Like that is such a low probability event that I'm not sure that could happen, to be fair. I would be more interested in what will happen, for example, with the interaction of like the Raptors when they fire, if they fire today, of course, against the plate, for example. We don't know, because the plate we're expecting them to use the deluge system that they use for boosters, but we don't know how they're gonna use it, if they're gonna use it in the same way or they're gonna be using a different configuration, because there's many ways to fire up that deluge system. So like things like that, I feel like that's more of a question mark than just attaching a bunch of plumbing to the ship, right? Which feels to me a little bit more same as we've seen at the static fire stand, for example. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean,
I might. Can I chat?
Go ahead, Adrian.
Like so.
Yeah, please.
I have opinions. I think so. I'm not worried about the stand at all. Like the stand, the clamps and everything. Like that's standard hardware they use. Like whatever. I don't think the stand will suddenly liberate from the OLM and fly away or something like that. I don't think that's a realistic scenario. I am worried about constructing quick disconnects, or I would say piping, in a timely manner. Because we have seen in the past that they have lost a ship because of a QD issue. that was SN4, right? Or like a leakage, and
Was that a QD thing?
I think it was a QD leakage, right?
I thought the leak
They-
came from the Raptor plummet. That's a good. I don't
No,
actually don't remember.
I think it was a QD leakage.
They were testing the quick disconnect, and they left the valves open when the quick disconnect disconnected, and so it was spilling methane and liquid oxygen all over the place.
And then they
Yep.
couldn't get it back connected or something.
Yeah,
Oh
And-
man.
And I'm just saying, like, if there's a thing that worries me here is this setup is still like probably mostly okay, but if it leaks, then we are in a bit of a trouble, because that will leak a lot of methane and a lot of liquid oxygen, and if that happens, ugh.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's follow this line of thinking. Also, note there is frost on Ship 38. Check it out. They are in fact doing a double header test today. Cryo-proofing, that's basically just filling up Ship 38 with cryogenic liquids, presumably nitrogen and oxygen, or just nitrogen. And making sure that this giant steel balloon that is Starship does not have any leaks before they put engines on it and go through all the trouble of doing more work on the TPS and everything. Meanwhile, Ship 37 waiting for its propellant so it can do something today, hopefully an engine test. But let's keep following this line of thinking here. Where is that in the queue? Where did I put it? You know what? I can't find it, but I mean, damage-wise, I see a lot of people asking, do we think that even if the test goes well, do we think the launch mount will sustain damage? I mean, it's only 6 Raptors, right, Adrian?
It's honestly, I think even if worst case, even if that ship explodes, that stand is fine. This is just to give you perspective. Firing all of the engines here at 100% is less than 20% of the thrust this stand has to endure during liftoff. Like, I don't think anything this ship can do will harm this stand. That's the one thing I'm pretty sure about. There's probably some, like, worst case, there's like a sustained fire that could, like, potentially damage cables. But everything else, this stand is built for way different stories than a ship.
Yeah, I think everything except for this new improvised plumbing is rock solid. But yeah. Let's see. More questions. Alex, you said it. Aussie Mofo is asking, will we see the deluge system activated for ship static fires? You said a few moments ago that it sounds like you're expecting the deluge system to activate?
yeah, I would expect them to use it. What we don't know is in which way, because they have different manifolds that they can use, and so the water can come out from different places on the plate by using the different manifolds, right? They can actuate either one or the other, etc., right? They have like multiple places where the water can come out. They can also use different pressures as well, because they have it's not like there's not a water tower, right? Just like, for example, at 39A, where they have the big water tower at Kennedy Space Center and all that. Here it's via pressure, and so you can apply more pressure if you want more of the water to come out, or less pressure, and so there'll be less water flow out of it. So maybe using some combination of some of that, of pressure and what sort of manifold they use and where the water comes out from, that can essentially drive the way that they can protect the plate. Because obviously with no water, I would expect the plate to be damaged, right? It's not 33 engines, but it is also not bare concrete or anything like that, right? It's a plate, and it can get melty with the 6 engines here firing whenever they do the 6 engine static fire. We don't think that's gonna happen today, though, right? That may happen maybe some point later in this campaign. But yeah, that's one of the things that I would expect. Yeah, deluge system activated. Yeah.
At a lower pressure, you were saying?
Yeah, maybe a lower pressure, or just maybe one manifold being, filled with water and things like that. Maybe just one part of the plate. That could be like, a lot of people always asked us before this campaign, are they going to be doing a 60-second engine static fire test? And I always said, like, maybe they can stretch that to 30 seconds or something like that via a combination of this. Because when we see the booster, when they launch, right, and they activate the deluge system, it's usually like T-minus 10 seconds. And so it runs all the way to T0. And then after T0, it runs out another 5, maybe 10 seconds or so. But it's not always full power after that, right? So maybe you've got 10, 15 seconds of full power, full plate sort of distribution, playing a little bit with where the water comes out from and how much pressure you apply. You may be able to stretch it at like 20, 30 seconds, but we don't know how long it'll fire for, right? But it could be a way for them to get more data, more better.
Don't steal my bit.
I can steal it if I want to. Words are free
Haha!
for now. You never know.
Yeah, fair. Mr. Fluffy02, thank you for the support. They say, need more caffeine. Happy Monday number 3. Let's fly ship 37. But not now, in a few weeks. I'm rambling. Hi, Mr. Fluffy02. Thank you for the support. Oh, it's Wednesday. Dan, we didn't take the trash out.
Oh, Wednesday.
Ninja Decimator, pew pew pew, thank you for the support. They say happy janky ship stool static fire testing day. Dan, could you be any louder while I'm doing support? Space Pope, thank you for the $20 super chat. They say bless this test. Bless you, Space Pope. John Kochi, Mr. Coffee, gifting a Red Team membership. Space Pope again, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If y'all don't know, there is a perk that one of the many perks that members get is access to a members only multi-view. So if you want to see many camera angles at once and perhaps not listen to us talk if that's not your thing, but you like the camera views, members multi-view is where it's at. Or if you just want more views, more better. See, it's you cheapened it, Alex. Now when I say it, everyone's like, I already heard that. But yeah, the members multi-view exists. One of the many member perks, and I do believe it comes in for everyone. For everyone that's a member, but everyone can be a member. You can be a member. The button's right there, or you could be active in chat and get gifted a membership, like Stephanie Dube gifting a Red Team membership right here. RC Horseman gifting 5, Chromatic gifting 1, and Ty's becoming a Padrat member. Awesome. We really can't do what we do without the membership program, so thank you so much. Also, Thomas C. with a super chat. They say, what if it accidentally takes off? That would be bad, but it would be cool, but it would be bad. But we don't expect that to happen, right, Adrian? Because there's a lot of clamps on this Mamba Jamba.
No. The clamps are the same that they have used since Flight 1. Like, these clamps are well understood. These clamps are on, like, the clamp design they have used here is not like something they are coming up for this. That's the clamp design they always use, even on the static fire stand. So, I don't think anything will fly off here. If something flies off, I expect the chain of events be, there will be probably some videos in production at NSF relatively soon. But we'll see.
It's Ship 37, not TN Long 3, okay?
Yeah, like, no, we don't want TN Long 3 here.
In a similar vein, Tobias is asking, did SpaceX add a system to keep it from exploding? It's a fair question. We don't know any results of their investigation into Ship 36's anomaly, and we certainly... I assume that they wouldn't be putting vehicles out to test unless they felt that they had an understanding of what went wrong, but...
They've got the anti-explodinator? I don't know.
Yeah, the anti-exploder Mark II. Clearly the anti-exploder Mark I did not function properly.
Did you, like, I now imagine a conversation in the control room, like somebody turning around like, hey, did we remember to, like, install the anti-explosion device? Meanwhile, in the background, Ship 36 exploding. No.
Really, they should have used the anti-explosion device they used on Flight 1, because that one survived even the FTS. That was truly remarkable.
Yeah. They removed it after that. That was a mistake.
That was the anti-exploder version 0.5, and then they moved to the version 1, which wasn't as good.
Yeah.
I want to say one thing though, because I know a lot of people are concerned about the explosion, and I want to remind people that this was the second, like, Ship 36 was the second proper explosion in 6 years of development at Starbase, right? Like, we saw SN4 in May of 2020, I think it was. God, it was so long ago.
Don't remind
And
me.
yes, like Booster 7 did have the mini explosion, I guess. It was like more like a I don't want to say the word, but you know what I mean, right? The exactly the things that
a
come out
spicy
from the
cloud.
bottom. Exactly, spicy cloud. But it was not a proper like it was not the vehicle actually going up in flames and completely breaking apart. Like that's the point. Every single other time
You're forgetting one.
Which one?
You really can't think of which one you're forgetting?
I don't know. Everything else was in flight.
SN10.
I mean, that was after.
That's
the
in flight.
Not in flight. Not in
That's
flight.
in flight.
No.
After the flight.
That's in
not during
flight.
testing.
I am going to risk crosstalk and yelling over each other because
That's
it was
not-
landed. It was landed. You cannot tell me if you are on a plane flight
It's
to somewhere
explosion where
and
a
the plane
direct
lands on the runway and you're taxiing to your terminal and you're like, oh geez, I'm still in flight. Like that's not how that works. You're landed. You have landed.
But the consequence, the moment it broke, is directly in consequence of the landing.
This is so nitpicky.
It sprung a leak during landing.
Are we having a fight here, Alex and Adrian, against Jack now?
I don't like it, but I think you're both extremely wrong, and if I had the time right now or more than one screen, I would log into the NSF actual account and make a poll, but I'm not going to do that right now because I'm screen space limited. So you're lucky. Consider yourself lucky. But no, SN10 absolutely exploded on the ground.
Wrong.
But it was not during testing. It was after flight.
You can't.
That's the part
Okay,
of
first
the
off,
flight.
it was a flight test, so it was during testing. I can't believe you guys are trying to argue this. And second off, let me no, stop.
No,
Let's recap. I said it did not explode in flight. It exploded on the ground, and you said wrong. It demonstrably exploded on the ground. You can't tell me it wasn't on the ground.
Oh my goodness.
Booster 13 also exploded, not during flight?
Correct.
Because it landed. And also the recent Falcon 9
water.
recent Falcon 9 booster where the leg collapsed after landing, that didn't explode during a flight?
Nope, exploded after landing. Well, I don't know. That one didn't land because it didn't stick the landing. That one's tricky. But we do have a poll in chat. If you want to weigh in, chat.
Failure was a direct consequence of a failed landing.
I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I said it exploded on the ground, and you said wrong, which is demonstrably incorrect.
Okay. Can we go back to my point?
Hey, Starship. Starship, am I right?
Oh, Jay is weighing in on this now, showing it landed.
Look, it's our SN10 stream, and look, it's exploding on the ground.
Look, it already had the leak. It had from the landing.
Anyways, let's move on before
SN9 and SN8, for example, they exploded on contact with the ground, right?
Yeah, but they didn't land. That's why
explode in
I'm
the
saying the
ground?
Falcon 9 question is trickier, because they exploded upon contact with the ground. They didn't land and then explode later, like SN10 did.
Anyway, to wrap up my point is that this is a very rare occurrence. Like, I would not worry about explosions on the pad. And the ship is the least of my problems when it comes to an explosion here at the launch mount. Because, yes, it damaged Massey's, but Massey's was not built like a tank. This thing is built like a tank. Both the tower, like the columns on the tower, for example, are filled with concrete. There's like lots of reinforcements on that launch mount. There's a ton of other things as well to consider there. That was not present at Massey's. I will be more worried if it were, for example, a booster, which holds more propellant, so it has more methane when it's tested, or a full stack. Full stack will be... I mean, I don't want to see that. Anyways. But, like, a full stack will be terrible for that launch mount.
That's true.
I want to read this out in the back channel. Das correcting Alex, saying Massey's is built like a tank. It's mostly
not that kind of tank. Tank like the military tank. You know what I mean.
Wow. Chaos Crew, huh?
I mean, I will not go down. We will argue this off air, Jack.
We will. Vociferously, I might add.
We will.
Max Fra, thank you for the support. They say thanks. No, they didn't even support. It's just a comment. They said thanks for multi-view. Oh, awesome. You're welcome, Max. Again, the members multi-view exists. If you are any membership level, you get access to the multi-view with a whole bunch of different camera views. You don't have to watch whichever one we're using right at that moment on the commentated stream, and it'll kind of cycle through all the different views in a multi-view sort of format. Yeah, there you go, members. 3 T's and a 10 is asking, is this the return of the suborbital pad? I wish. Take me back. Can we do like some sort of crowdfunding thing where we crowdfund a Starship hop test?
Yeah, it only will take probably about like 50 or so million.
Yeah, right. Hey, a guy can dream.
Once the launch cadence ramps up and they're actually doing successful flights, you're gonna have lots of landings here of Starships. So don't worry. Up to 25 per year so far right now.
Starship can be landed up to 25 times?
Per year.
Per year.
Like 100 and something from Florida, but yeah.
Yabo is asking, how long does a fueling take? Fun thing about that, Yabo, all of our estimates and all of our data and all of our predictions are based off of experience and divining things after the fact and watching and learning. And as this is the very first time they've ever done this, yeah, guess what we don't have? Adrian, as someone I know, and Alex, I know you do it too, but as someone who's like got spreadsheets and times these tests and things out, are you even going to bother with a separate tab? I mean, I guess we might see more tests later on in the week, so it might be useful once. And I guess Ship 38, if they tested on this thing at some point, either before or after Flight 10, it might be useful. But are you even bothering?
No, there's so. At least when I initially did it, at this point, Alex, I know, and Ryan have taken over a lot of these countdownification. But you need like on the old test I did, a data size of at least 5 tests was needed for like to know anything, because there's holes in the countdown. You will always have difference, and to understand really what's the normal case, you would need to at least have like 5 or so tests to just understand what's your normal, right? This test is so weird, so different, and also like we have no idea how they will run the tank farm. That's the biggest problem here. Like, we don't fully understand how many of the vaporizers, how many of the hippos and everything will they even spool up. How high will the flow rate be? How much will they even fuel? Like, the amount of unknowns is off the charts, and I don't really think this will be a very much a wait and see situation. While we looked at the tank farm earlier, and it looked like they were chilling it down. I would even say, and don't kick me for it, but I think they might be in a brief hold to investigate some things, because honestly, the chill down has stopped again.
I mean, as we've been in sort of this lull period, which lull isn't even the right word, as we've been in this gap between the explosion of Ship 36 and Flight 10 coming up here, hopefully soon. They've been continuing to do a whole bunch of work on the tank farm, as usual. So, yeah, maybe they have to take a look at something that, you know, a sensor or something somewhere isn't happy with. Or maybe they just are looking at the vehicle or loading some software on it, or who knows. This is some good old-fashioned Texas tank watching here.
Yeah, I wonder if we should constantly also look at Ship 38 and then next to it so we can look at both things, because...
So I am right now, again, I'm sitting at the Rocket Ranch outpost. Once again, shout out to Rocket Ranch for hosting us for these tests and hosting our cameras as well on their tower. So we have good views of these tests. But from how I'm oriented and sitting here on this shipping container at the outpost, 37 is in front of me and 38 is behind me. So to see 38, I have to physically turn 180 degrees around. And it's like, I don't like having to choose which one to look at. I wish this was not at the same time. It's challenging because I do sort of feel like we should be keeping an eye on both, right?
Yeah, and you can there see Ship 38. It was just venting because, as you can imagine, the more you fill it up, the more you also need to release some pressure at the very top of it. So that's what they are now constantly doing. And honestly, this testing of 38 could take all day. Like, this will undergo probably a few hours, because there's a lot, like, they usually go through the paces, they keep it fully fueled for a few hours. Like, this will take a lot of time.
I mean, it makes sense. You want to let the entire structure sort of cold soak. You don't just want to put the cold stuff in and take it out immediately. Ooh, look at the venting. Nice.
Very nice.
I like Massey's. Like the Massey outpost is a tricky location to shoot. I'm sure it's only going to get trickier over time as it too becomes more of a fully fledged spaceport, just as Starbase is. But it's a cool little testing spot, man. It's neat.
Yeah, I like it as well. It has become, like, in the beginning I didn't like it because it took away a bit of our views, because of course it's further away than the orbital launch mount. But
Right.
over time it grew on me, and also it has increased the cadence, which is also very nice.
Yeah, which means we do get to see launches on the orbital launch mount more often, at least in theory, until they explode the place, and then they don't have a way to test ships until they build a crazy MacGyver thing like you see on the right-hand side of the screen, and hopefully test Ship 37 today.
Hopefully.
I am going to thank some more people while we keep an eye on both of these ships. The final two Block 2 ships in existence. I think when they're gone, some people are going to say good riddance. But I don't know. I don't hate Block 2.
And if
I
you
don't
hate
either.
Block 2, get ready for Block 3, because it's mostly based on Block 2, so...
I'm excited for
Yes.
Block 3.
I feel like this is a bit of a misconception that some people have. Like, it's not just, like, Block 3 has a lot of commonalities to Block 2. Like, it's not like it will fix all of your problems just because the block changes.
Yeah, there's still COPVs, for example. Those are not going anywhere anytime soon. There's still same flap design, pretty much. Same nose cone stuff. Like, tanks, we think they are probably going to be even pretty much the same length and the same size. They may be just adding, like, maybe an extra ring to the payload bay section in terms of the size, right, compared to Block 2. So... And the thermal protection system, the heat shield, might also look very similar as well. The major differences are going to come when we go to Block 3 on the booster rather than on the ship. The ship will still feature differences, no, don't get me wrong. We will see, for example, things like the docking system for attaching ships to their tankers, for example, for in-orbit refueling and whatnot. Those are going to be on Block 3 ships. But that's like... a miscellaneous kind of thing, right? It's like something that you attach to the exterior and things like that. It's not really something that it's like the plumbing or the pressure systems and whatnot. The booster though, the booster is changing completely. Oh my gosh, that thing, yeah, that thing is changing quite a lot. So just get ready. Of course, the engines are also a very important part. They're moving to Raptor 3 on Block 3, but if you hate Block 2 ships, there's a lot of Block 2 stuff on Block 3, so...
Yeah, like, I feel like Block 3 is more of a booster upgrade than a ship upgrade. Like, while Block 2 was, I feel, very much about the ship changed a lot, and the booster a bit less. On Block 3, I think it's the opposite. The booster is really the big difference, and the ship is more like probably nuances and learning experiences.
Yeah.
And that's the big change, I would say. Yeah.
In hindsight, it almost seems like they built Block 2 ships as a transition between Block 1 and Block 3, sort of like an in-between, right? Because there's some Block 1 stuff on Block 2, right? And then Block 3 will also have some Block 2 stuff as well, like but it's mostly due to the changes that they've done on Block 2 compared to Block 1. So that's one of the things that it seems as if they did this as an in-between to test a bunch of things. Namely, the thermal protection system, the tiles are different in like composition, location, distribution, attachment. Lots of things on this heat shield is different, and it is why I think they have not given up on Block 2. Like, why is it that they're still, like, after Ship 36 exploding at masses, why didn't they do this whole leap just to Block 3 and get rid of 37 and 38? Well, it doesn't look like that, right? Because look, they're testing 37 prior to flight. They've even tweeted about that, and so like they are obviously flying this one because they probably want to get that data out of this ship. They have not been able to do a re-entry, for example. And as I said before, it seems from what we've seen from Block 3 ships that a lot of those things are going to be very common, like really down to even the shape of the ship. And so getting that data will be probably really good to get a good Block 3 out the door.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's going to be critical. Go ahead.
If I'm allowed to, like, the funny thing is, the Block 4, or whatever you might call it, might be a ship-focused update again. Because we are most likely talking about the next upgrade being, like, 9 engines on the ship, right? Like, so the funny thing is, the next big upgrade might be, again, a ship upgrade.
Yeah. And that one might not come... Oh, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, no, please.
I was just going to add that one might not come until they actually have the Gigabay, so it's probably a few years down the line. So Block 3 will probably stay with us for a little bit, because these are going to be like stretch boosters and ships, and the booster cannot fit, right? If they stretch it even more than beyond Block 3, it cannot fit through the door of the Mega Bay and whatnot, so they need the Gigabay. But continue, Jack.
Oh, I was just thinking, like, with Falcon 9, they continually upgraded the rocket over time, but I feel like they were fairly careful about it. Yeah, maybe that. feel free to push back. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is I'm wondering, with the Starship program, especially because they're going to have Kennedy Space Center for their operational launches, if they sort of get a design working, whether it's Block 3 or Block whatever, they send those over to Kennedy Space Center and start building those there. Meanwhile, here in Starbase, as we know, the R&D location, they continually, then they build a nine engine ship that's Block 4, and maybe it explodes, but that's okay because it's a different rocket than the one that they're launching at a KSC. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I mean, yeah, because here they're gonna be able to build the Block 3 ships and boosters because they can fit in the Mega Base, right? It's gonna be the Block 4s, the ones that are not gonna be able to fit, and they will need the Gigabay, right? Guess where they're building a Gigabay? Not just at Starbase, but also at Florida, right? If we know from SpaceX that at first they're gonna be carrying ships and boosters from the production site here at Starbase out to Florida via barge, and that's gonna be like horizontal transport on a barge and things like that. So perhaps the first, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 flights from Florida will be with Block 3 vehicles, right? And then once they have their own Gigabay up and running, which I don't know when it might be, 2026, 2027, who knows, right? Once that's up and running, maybe they'll be able to get their own Block 4 or whatever name they put to that next generation, after the next generation, so to speak. But as you said, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually wait until they have tested them from Starbase, and they are making sure that they are good to go. They have no issues, no explodey. the button for explosion, right? It's not active or anything like that. But yeah, the Explodinator, I guess.
They double, triple check. They have the anti-exploder Mark 5 installed.
Exactly.
Let me thank some more people. Starship Spaceflight, thank you for the support. They say, hey, NSF, love you guys. Been here since Flight 1. What do you guys predict will happen with Ship 37 on Flight 10? Personally, I think it'll be flawless, like Flight 6, minus burn through on the forward flaps, and a soft splashdown. I'm not really worried about burn through on the forward flaps anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
I
that's
think
what
it'll
was
go
the
fine,
TP. The redesign of the TPS was exactly that for, right?
That
was
and the
goal
relocation of the flaps, right?
Yeah, like I don't think if that's still an issue, like that was one of the main issues they tried to fix with Block 2.
Yeah. All right, I have an extremely important update here.
No.
Yeah,
It's
extremely important.
Nobody needs to know about it. No.
Sanity update. The results of the poll. SN10 exploded on the ground, 71%. And then apparently 28% of the respondents didn't exist in reality and responded exploded during flight. So for once, chat has actually voted correctly. That's remarkable.
This poll has completely mischaracterized the discussion because my discussion was that it was a flight failure. Initially, yes, I said in the one heated moment of the argument that it exploded during flight, and I get that. I'm getting flagged for that. I get it. It's chat. But my initial argument was that it was a flight failure and not a ground testing failure, which was where Alex was also coming from. So, and I stand by that it was a flight failure because it was directly associated with an event of flight.
Are we looking at ourselves?
I like how we showed the stream with the poll results on stream, just to underscore. Good stuff. Goyohan, thank you for the support. They say, let chaos crew reign. Will be amazing to see another ship static fire up close eventually. Adrian, did you also manage to get a ticket for Berlin next year?
No. I was kind of disappointed about the prices of that event we are talking about. Anyway.
So it goes. Jerwa, what's up, buddy? Old school shuttle pod gang. They say, in honor of old school tank watching. # when grass vent. Jerwa, come on, you're better than that. You're better than that, man. Come on. SpaceX Exploration, thank you for the support. They say, amazing coverage. Do you think Elon will go to Mars on the first mission? No. And do you think they would ever send a ship to Venus? I hope so. More science, more better. John, Mr. Coffee, thank you for the support. They say Frost Penguin Fund. Hopefully we do get to see a Frosty Ship 37 here. Titan 3C. For with a $20 super, thank you. They say this is for Jack's Humidity Trauma Fund. It's fine. I grew up in Florida. It's fine.
We have a lot of weird funds here.
We do. It's fine. Elijah, thank you for the support. They say, will point-to-point Starship look like this? Oh my god, we should update the thumbnails for our point-to-point video, because now we actually have relevant imagery of a Starship on a launch mount without a booster. David, thank you for the support. They say, imagine that if Ship 37 lands during the static fire like Ship 35 did, we'll see the engine falling. So, hey, The engines falling make a wish. David, whatever okay. All right. Thank you for the support. Paul Harris, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Jay, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Again, thank the person that gifted you the memberships. If you got a gifted one, your name just turned green in chat. Be sure to be a nice guy and thank whoever gave it to you. Also, check out your perks, like the members multi-view. Michael McGregory, again, thank you for the amazing coverage, they say. Incredible coverage. It's really awesome to see the development of a historic vehicle that may change the world. Hope so. I mean, arguably, Starlink has already changed the world. And as sort of one of Starship's main priorities, getting Starlink V3s, or whatever version of Starlink they're on by the time they get ready for that, up in orbit. That's going to be a big deal.
I feel like it has a decent chance.
I do not know how to say this person's name. I suspect they're Norwegian.
Zawahawa,
Thank you, Adrian.
I would say.
Zawahawa.
Might be
I tried. They say, how many more Starship launches this year?
2. And I feel like we all agree on that number.
Yeah. Yep.
Like,
Like 10 and
anybody
11.
just, yeah, like it's 2. There's no way Block 3 will fly this year. Period. Like, no, it's not. And there's 2 Block 2s remaining. So, 2.
Agreed. Again, thank you all so much for the support. I always have trouble keeping up, which is an amazing problem to have. We cannot do what we do, the myriad of things that we do, without your support. So seriously, thank you all. Mr. Fluffy, asking what kind of popcorn we're eating. I do not have any popcorn. Wow. Oh, wow.
Sweet.
Arctech gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Arctech, that's outstanding. Seriously, thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
see a whole bunch of people in chat getting gifted a membership. Aerospace Alpha got a membership. Anthony Yorba got a membership. Mark Spencer got a membership. 50 people got a membership just now from Arctech, supporting us and being cool to their fellow viewers. Thank you so much. Like, what do you even say to that? Seriously, thank you.
I think the previous question referred to sweet or salty popcorn, by the way.
Always salty. Always.
Always sweet.
What? No. Do we
Yes.
new tribalism unlocked? Did we just
Yeah,
unlock a new tribalism?
apparently. Yes, but that's also a thing I learned. Apparently, that's like, I feel like in the
I like
US,
both.
salty is way more popular than here.
I like both. It's nice. It's okay. You can have both.
I in general don't like salty snacks, so that's
Like not
a
a
me
pretzel guy, but you're German.
thing. No. Yeah, I don't like pretzels. I don't like crisps and stuff. So that's a thing.
M. Cassine, thank you for the super chat. They say, Adrian and Jack, please save that juice argument for Flame Trench. Oh, man. Do we know who's going to be on the Trench this week yet? It's going to be a good one. I have a feeling.
Depending a bit on, we should be potentially on the usual suspects. Sorry, but it's depending a bit on crew 11, because that might change Sawyer's availability.
Got it. Jay Frishoff, thanks for the super. They say, asking for a friend, when do we expect Massey's to come back to full operation? I'm going to say October.
Yeah, October, November. Yeah. Basically when I would say when Block 3 is ready to test. I don't think Massey's is a super crazy pacing item for that right now. I think it will be like when Block 3 is ready to test, Massey's will also be ready to test.
Yeah, I do
really
wonder what
frosty
the
ship.
very frosty ship. That's the methane tank basically full or close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The liquid oxygen
and
tank
lots.
looks to be about half, more or less.
It's hard
Yeah,
to tell with the
like-
liquid oxygen tank, especially with this lighting.
Yeah, just to
Hang on,
point
I can
this
turn
out.
my head.
Just to point this out for people to understand what we mean with logs is only halfway full. There's a distinguished, very clear frost line, and that is the actual amount of liquid oxygen inside of this tank. And above that is so the air inside of the tank will cool down, no matter if it's right now in contact with liquid oxygen or not, right? So the rest of the frost is less clear, and that is most likely frost from like just the air being very cold.
Yep. Carson Phillips, whoever that is asking, can Block 3 ships fit onto Block 1 boosters? That's a really interesting question. Block 3 ships on... I mean, maybe they could put a weird adapter of some kind instead of the hot stage ring, like do some sort of adaptation. Adrian, what do you think? Or are you busy counting cars right now?
I'm busy counting cars. Yeah.
Why are you counting cars?
Should I break that news? I'm not sure if we already have a camera on it, but there's currently a line of cars going to the pad. That doesn't mean it's over. That might be just a quick, like, one valve is stuck and somebody needs to hit it. But we will see how this develops. We will, of course, stay here until the road opens. And as long as the road is closed, we will keep an eye on it. So, yeah. And we will also... There's a camera. We will watch what they are doing. We'll watch what they are doing.
As always, we will continue to monitor the situation.
Monitoring the situation.
Oh, goodness. Let's not.
Really quick, I feel like I'm drowning in support here, which is amazing. Thank you all so much. I'm going to run through some more of these so we don't get too far behind, and then let's do a whole bunch of viewer questions while we look at what's going on.
Oh, there now.
Oh yeah, looks like they went straight to the tank farm even.
So it is maybe a valve just stuck.
Well, right now that part of the tank farm has nothing to do with Pad A though, because that's Pad B's tank farm.
Okay, sorry. Did that guy just point like you two go over here, you two go over there? What? This is fascinating. Red team moving in to diagnose whatever this situation is. Presumably, I mean, maybe this was planned, and they finished up an ambient test earlier, and now they're coming out to like turn the methane valve to on.
It's like everything is remote besides that one physical valve that says methane on that they have to like.
Yeah, it's like a big old timey crank. It's like squeaky, 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 squeaky.
Perfect. Thanks for the sound, by the way.
Oh God, what have I done? What have I done? I really got to remember not to do that.
We will totally not clip that. We promise.
Speaking of clipping, Ron Smith saying, Alex better knock on wood so we don't get another methane flare stack clip again. Why should Alex knock on wood? I'm the one that said it. I'm knocking on wood.
Because that was when I was sort of being optimistic. Oh, it's not going to explode because this is a rare event, blah, 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 blah. And so that was when I was saying that.
Just tempting the fates.
I wonder if that one car belongs to security.
No, I don't think so. I would like
the camera pans away in the exact.
It's like, oh no!
Even more funny.
That was perfect. That was perfect. Whoever's operating that camera right now, props. They were like, oh, I'm live. No, I'm actually like just to go down that rabbit hole for a little bit while we're watching whatever that's happening here play out. I continue to be astonished that the security vehicles in Starbase are not Cybertrucks, or at least Teslas. They're all just white pickups. Sometimes they're employee vehicles. Like you'll see an employee, like security employee, doing a shift change, and it's just like a Toyota Camry takes the place of some random SUV, and it's like, huh. But then they have these roving white ones now with the big security letters on the side. But I just find it. I mean, we'll do like a flyover, and we'll see that parking lot sort of out by the office building where there used to be a sort of a scrapyard over there. And there's just like all of the facilities, white trucks. And I'm like, why? How are these not Teslas? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, now that you say that.
I'm not going to say it. But you can read my mind. But you can read my mind.
I mean, I feel like a Cybertruck would be aesthetically aligned with everything else in Starbase in terms of having security roll up. Put a sweet light bar on there, like. But yeah,
it's not a truck.
I mean, maybe is SpaceX not using Cybertrucks as their security fleet in Starbase indicative of anything, or is it just coincidence? I don't know. That's an interesting question to ask out loud. Regarding the Cybertruck, I mean. M, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Drew Nar, thank you for the support as well. They said, Alex said that Ship 36 was the second explosion during 6 years development. SN10 exploded, also Booster 7. Spin Prime, not Static Fire, Spin Prime.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Yeah, you mentioned the Spin Prime, but I'm still going to hold Adrian and you to
It was
task
not
for...
the vehicle itself exploding, which is what I meant.
Yes,
it was an
absolutely.
oopsie-doopsie with methane vapors and oxygen vapors and whatnot. But yeah.
An oopsie, uh-oh, scary wary, but not a...
Exactly.
not a full vehicle explosion. And there was a resulting literal dumpster fire, if you were around back then and remember a little bit of old school tank watching. Speaking of old school tank watching, if y'all did not know, we have a collection in the store. I hope I'm not throwing Jay for a loop here. I bet I'm throwing Jay for a loop here.
I think you're throwing Jay for a loop here.
You very much are doing that, yeah.
All right. Well, we have we'll show it in a little bit, but we do have a old school Texas Tank Watcher collection for those that remember that classic design.
There's a car.
More cars. Okay, so this one has gone around the tank farm and gone to the base of the launch mount.
Also, clean your car.
Bro, it's Starbase. I mean, it's literally the definition of why bother cleaning it. It's just going to get dirty again. Although, the answer to that, obviously, is you need to clean it because that stuff will literally eat through every part of your car, no matter what material it's made out of. Just look at my roof. My poor Land Rover's roof. Don't actually.
You can also see the size here, the scale.
I love that. It's one of the only ways to really get a good sense of scale. Like, rollouts are one way, seeing vehicles in comparison to the mount and to the Starship and booster, solid way to get a good sense of scale. It's like when Stratolaunch flew their giant plane Rock for the first time. My very favorite photo from that day that I took happened to have one of their support pickup trucks in the frame that I didn't even realize was there when I took the photo. But when I was editing the photo, I was like, focusing on the plane, looking at the sky, changing the color around. And I was like, wait a minute, is that like 2-pixel speck down there? A pickup truck? Oh, cool. Nice sense of scale. So yeah, there you go. Gives you an idea of how big the launch mount legs are.
I wonder if they went up to the mount. Oh. Yeah, Alex and I once again sharing a brain cell.
Are you both orange cats?
I guess.
We have one brain cell, and we have to be changing it every single weekday. On weekends, it has free time.
It just bounces off our brains.
Yeah.
So, like, sometimes I'll get an SBU script, but the person who wrote it, the other one had the brain cell?
Oh, now on Saturday, it's always at the person that writes SBU.
Okay, okay.
Always on Saturday, it needs to be at the person that writes SBU.
Continuing to watch this red team activity, I'm getting Artemis flashbacks. It's like turn the valve so the thing works, and then everyone leaves, and we get to see a static fire today. Yeah, please.
At least the rocket is not fully fueled.
That would not be great.
But it's what happened on Artemis 1.
Also, apparently their network switches are still working.
Do you think the SQR stand, the modified stand that's sitting on right now, can handle the weight of a fully fueled ship? Not that they're going to do that for either of these tests necessarily, but like, I wonder if there's a limitation there.
It should. At some point, like they've done a few cryers back in the day with the ship transport stands. Yeah, so in theory, it should.
All right, and now we've entered the portion of the stream where it's just questions I have.
Go ahead.
The modified stand is SQR3. That's what it's labeled as. It's I believe it's called a ring wall, is the R. I assume the S is ship. So it's ship, a word that starts with the letter Q, ring wall, number 3. What the heck is the Q? What does the Q stand for? Ship qual ring wall? Ship quick ring wall? I have no idea. Does anyone actually know? Adrian?
No, we talked about it the other day as well. We need a Dan tweet. Like, I think we need this answered. This is my biggest question in the Starship program right now. What's this Q meaning?
Yeah, because qualification, like that is not the stand where ships are qualified or anything like that. Like qualification happens on the ship thrust simulator stand, the one that Ship 38 is currently sitting on, and on the ship static fire stand. This is just a transport stand. Like it's only used, in fact, right now for going to the pad, and that's it. Am I hearing
really just...
tank farm sounds?
I do hear tank farm sounds.
Did they kick some valve or something?
I tell you, like somebody hit it with a wrench. They're like, this dang valve hits it.
Flip the switch. Oh, the breaker blew. Whoops.
Oh, nobody flipped the breaker.
Put in a new fuse. It needs a 5 amp.
But yeah, and then there's like quick. It's like quick what? What is quick in this thing, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Part
right?
Part of the problem is we have seen the city of Starbase post transport closures for ring wall. Like, so I think we all kind of can safely assume that the R is ring wall, not relocator or something else. I mean, I appreciate chat suggesting what they think it is, because I have no idea. I've thought about this way too much.
I had the joke that the Q is not actually the beginning of the word for the middle, but actually like in the middle of the word, and it's like ship trank sport ring wall.
Somebody really didn't know how to type transport.
Right.
Yeah. Or they're trying to make like a joke with square and SQR square or something like that. I don't know.
Dan in chat has a good point. Maybe they say SQR is simply an abbreviation that was not used somewhere else. Possible.
Could be.
Anyway, let's keep rolling here. Huh. I do wonder. Now, it's quite curious that we've seen cars go back to the pad, and now we're getting very audible tank farm sounds.
Which means, I mean, to be fair, they still have a lot of time today. Like, this test is very much still on. They have 7 more hours. But I also would say to every tank watcher here, maybe get like a snack if you have it ready. Like, maybe get some coffee. It's gonna be a bit of an evening.
Yay! Tank watching. I've missed this.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm actually excited to be here the whole way. Like, I have no problem doing that. I'm just excited to talk about Starship all day. I missed this. I'm glad it's not 1 hour, just like everything is done.
Yeah, because then it's like, I want more. It's like when you find a new song that you really love, and it's like it has just the right groove, and you're like, oh, I love this song, but it lasts like up 2 minutes. You're like, wait, that's it? No, there has to be more.
Yeah, I recently get that with a series I watched for the first time since a long time.
Oh, really? What series?
Andor, the Star Wars series.
I've heard so many people say that
It's-
it's so good. I might actually
it's-
have to watch it.
I will honestly tell you, it's the best Star Wars content I've ever seen. Like, period. It's the
Dang.
highest quality Star Wars media I've ever consumed. There we go.
Wow. Okay, that's high praise. I mean, I value your opinion, but that's I generally don't care about anything Star Wars beyond the original trilogy. That's just me. You can call me dumb.
That's the thing. It's very related to the original trilogy.
Which is why I think I might actually have to watch it.
I think you should. Like, I think I genuinely, based on your taste, I think you would enjoy it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate the recommendation. I'm sorry that you feel that it's the best at, like, it doesn't mean that you can't ever see anything better.
I actually think that.
Really?
I really thought about it the other day. I feel like I have seen.
Did you, like,
the
get
best
all
Star Wars
sad?
media. Yeah, like I peaked in Star Wars. It's honestly the worst.
I mean, at least you made it like 30 years before peaking in Star Wars.
Oh, Alex, would you want to say it?
Yeah, I was gonna say that they probably kicked some valve or something because the Pope vent is running again. We saw it before going live. Like, the whole reason we went live was because we saw the Pope vent coming up, and then we went live and things started to go very quiet at the tank farm, and then these folks came here and they went one way, the other, and whatnot. And I don't know, maybe they turned a screw somewhere, kicked something. I don't know. I don't know what they did, but it seems like things are running again. So
Flipped a breaker.
yeah, right. Flip a switch. And
They turned it off and on again.
but yeah,
They activated Windows on the computer.
Oh no.
Sorry.
They deactivated Windows and installed Linux.
Yeah, there you go. John Mr. Coffee, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Miss Daisy, thank you for the super chat. They say, better to crowdfund NSF to space, a ride for Jack and the team on Dragon or Starship for point-to-point. That would be amazing. Hey, look,
hi to people.
walking around the
Yeah,
pad.
they-
I wonder if they're going to walk back to that car.
It's so cool
Looks
to
like
see
they're
these
coming
people,
from
like...
the.
Good.
I was gonna say it almost seems like they're coming from the bunker at the tank farm, and heading to the car.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Hooray.
We are still on.
Yeah, I mean, it's 12:46, 12:47 local. The testing closure extends until 7 p.m. Fueling is a fairly fast affair, even with a full stack. What, like 40 or so minutes? So, partially fueling a Starship should not take long at all. And hopefully we get a static fire today. I mean, it's entirely possible they are not planning to do a static fire today, and instead we see a spin prime or some other sort of test. It's also entirely possible they are planning to do a spin prime today and abort at any point, including at the last second. We just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I think overall we are right now in somewhere around 3 p.m. territory. I will say it out loud. Like, if you would put a gun at my head right now and make me guess a time, I would say the 3 p.m.
Okay. I mean, we expect them to chill down the tank farm once this group of red team folks depart, right?
Yes. If the Pope vent returned, that's basically the start of the chill down. Like, there's a very beginning of the chill down where they can still have people there. It's not like you flip a switch and suddenly everybody has to move out. It's more like, as soon as propellant flows, you should start to like reduce amount of people there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Titan 3C, thank you for the support. They say, looks like a kid waiting for their parents to come home and pick them up. Ship 37 looks like a kid waiting for them. Does it? It's like, Mom, You said you'd be here. Drew Nar, thank you for the support. They say, when Starship full thrust? Good question. I think we're a couple years out at least. I mean, Raptor's got a long way to go. I'm sure the ship and the booster both have a long way to go as well. I don't know, Alex, what do you think? When do we get to the Block 5 or full thrust or whatever? When do we get to a mature variant of Starship that kind of firms up and stabilizes?
Something like that, I think we'll probably not going to see it until 2030.
Wow,
That's
30?
my guess. It's mostly, as we were saying before, for example, they need the Gigabay for the larger versions, right? And I still expect Block 4 to be succeeded by something even a little bit larger, because we saw on the latest presentation in May, if you remember back last year, we had some like future, back when they called it Block 3 Starship or Starship 3 or something like that. It was like 150 meters tall and all that. Now, on the latest presentation, they have the Block 3, right, version, and it's like 124 meters tall or something like that, the full stack, or 125. And then you've got future Starship, which we assume it's Block 4, and it's gone down to 142. So I expect still to see something even bigger than that, maybe going all the way to 150. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen like 2030, 2031, like a few years after Block 4 is flying. But, this is assuming that Block 4 is somewhere around 2028 or something like that. Probably going too much into the future for something that, might probably change or might have already changed by now. We'll have to wait and see what Elon says, because he says there's going to be another presentation, hopefully, maybe, before the next flight. So we'll see if he says anything about that.
Yeah, I said this during this week's Starbase update. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I really hope, if this update does indeed happen, that we get some substantial details and not just the same song and dance about making life multiplanetary, which, don't get me wrong, I think is very important and should be reiterated. But, like, it's been how many years of the Starship program at this point? I think that sort of general public-oriented scope, we've all heard it. We've all seen it. The general public has heard it and seen it multiple times over the years, over and over. At a certain point, it's like, make some headlines, make a splash, give us some details on some of the stuff you're doing that we all know you presumably have to be doing. Like, show us some crewed Starship interiors, show us some lunar regolith, like, simulations for a Starship landing, show us some legs, show us some, in situ resource utilization ideas or propellant plan designs for Mars. Like, show us anything. Show us what's coming, and don't just give us the same, like, extend the light of consciousness. Like, we all agree. Like, you're in a room of people that all know and all agree that we should do that. Now, tell us how you're going to do it. That's my feeling anyway.
We know, for example, from Tom Mueller, former, I guess he's the father of Falcon, the father of the Merlin engine, and one of the folks that helped start the development of Raptor. And he mentioned a couple of years ago that his last 5 years at SpaceX were all concentrated mostly on in situ resource utilization at Mars. And that was like, he left, I think, in 2021. So that was like 2016 to 2021. That's a long time working on that, right? Obviously, it was probably a small team, but still.
An extremely smart person driving a small team is still incredibly powerful.
Yep.
And it's like, what?
Really good.
What were the results of that? Like, how many acres of solar panels does it take for a Starship propellant plant? And commensurately, how many, how much volume does that take up? How many Starships does it take to produce one Starship propellant plant so you can send a Starship home from the surface of Mars? Like, so many questions, and I'm sure they're working on all kinds of fascinating stuff, but we often only hear about it when it's like ready to go,
One other thing that irks me, and I know that Elon is super concentrated on Mars, and this is not a jab at, we shouldn't go to Mars. I actually think we should totally go to Mars. But they also have the Artemis landing stuff, right? And they're developing so many human-oriented things for Starship thanks to that program, like an airlock. Like they have prototyped airlocks for Starship thanks to that program because they need to. Like in order to fulfill that program, it's not just something that they're going to have to do for Mars, but also for the moon. And we have not seen like maybe a picture or two from the interior of this mock-up, right? But we have not heard any about the testing, how did it go, like we actually have heard about it from Axiom, which is the spacesuit provider, because they had to test the spacesuit in these airlocks, sort of like mock-ups and whatnot, sort of, like doing as if they were coming out of the airlock into the elevator and going down to the surface of the moon. Like that kind of stuff, for me at the very least, I know, again, Elon is like super center about Mars, but like just that kind of stuff, it fires me up, just seeing that sort of thing. And I'm really, really interested to see what's the progress on that, because we really need to go back to the moon.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a ton of things.
I agree. I mean, the moon is so interesting and so important. Not that Mars isn't. Yeah, I feel like just getting details on these sorts of things versus the broad overarching vision makes it more real. It makes it more tangible, right? Because it's like you're showing the math on your homework versus just saying like, oh no, this is it. Here's a render. Here's some like sick edits of previous flights and whatnot. Like we're on our way to Mars. That's definitely like the hype train's sailing. But give us some details. Anyways, I feel like I've I feel like I've beaten this horse dead.
Exactly.
So I will stop. I hope Crispy isn't listening right now. But yeah. Let me thank a couple more people. Mike Alpha Tiango Sierra Matt's gifting 50 red team memberships. What did I say?
Tiango.
Did I say what I said? I'm very tired. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. It sounded so funny.
It's all right. I forgive you. I've done it to you many times, so it's only fair. John, Mr. Coffee said Jack said show some leg. That's right, I did. I want to see what Starship legs look like. Brianna Matthews, thank you for the support. Very generous of you. I say something Gage mentioned in just now to logically follow to ship a booster. How would they lay it horizontally for shipping? If you've ever seen the sort of hardware they use for doing that with shuttle, they also have to do it with other rockets and satellites and things. It's called a breakover fixture. You basically attach two cranes to it. It's a complicated thing. So it'll certainly be quite interesting when they get to the point of shipping Starship boosters and Starships to Florida from here before they have production of them up and running. Let's see. What else do we got? Cooper Foster is asking, if this is a single engine test, do you think they will use the deluge plate or just the Fire X? Well, we don't know if it's going to be single or six. My gut would be single.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it just makes sense, right? Why you have to just ask yourself what's the difference between 1 and 6? Well, 6 is probably the higher risk test. So why not buy down risk and do the less energetic test first? It's like, for me, just makes sense.
Apocalypse Cow, thanks for the support. They say Jack's squeaky noise to crispy soundboard fund. Oh no, I forgot I made I made the squeaky noise earlier. Turtle, thank you as well. They say rebuilding the sanctuary, see you soon. NSF looking good today. NSF always looking good. Thank you.
Thank you.
John asking if they can static fire in the rain. Yeah, probably. In fact, just the other day when they were Okay, we're good. We're good. In fact, just the other day, they were doing a static fire test in the rain. Ooh, okay, that was hard to do. John, Mr. Coffee, Thanks for the coffee
Explodes.
fund. Yeah, jeez. Dan next to me just explodes for some reason. Shazbert Toddbot, thank you for the support. They say, do you think they're going to go for a booster catch on Flight 10, or are they going to not do any more for the rest of the Block 2s? This is an interesting question. Do we know? Have we heard anything? Any sort of inkling? Catch on Flight 10, yay or nay? Adrian?
On Flight 10, no. Sorry, a booster. Sorry, I was at ship. I don't know why. The question is, do they still need the data? Because they don't need the boosters anymore. They actually have way enough boosters for supplying the rest of the Block 2 flights. So it's more a thing of like, do they want to keep practicing, or do they want to do other experiments? My tendency because of that is no, because I feel like they might use that for more downrange, more cross-range kind of tests, and just don't do it. But we will see.
We will see. Let's see. KSP and So Much Less is asking, why doesn't Starship's frost go on the heat shield? I think for the same reason the heat doesn't go on the steel when they're in re-entry. There's a whole bunch of insulating material there. So you only see the frost on the leeward side, like Ship 38 there. That's the non-heat shield side. That's the leeward side. The heat shield side is the windward side. And yeah, there's thermal blankets. There's, what is that stuff called? KO wool. There's the tiles.
It's the same, you know, when the shuttle flew and they had the external tank that was full of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. That's a very cold cryogenic, and you didn't see that frost because it was covered in foam. And so, you know, that's the same deal with the heat shield. The heat shield sort of acts just like that, sort of like a protection.
Hang on,
Wait.
shuttle. Someone say shuttle.
Did it just summon you by saying shuttle?
I get an alert on my phone anytime anyone in the world posts or mentions shuttle anywhere in the world. I get an alert on my phone, so I have to check it out. And apparently it was you. So there we go.
Welcome, Chris.
You have to be careful. It's like the Bloody Mary horror movie thing. Like you cannot say shuttle 3 times into a mirror. Chris will appear.
Shuttle,
Isn't that Beetlejuice?
Shuttle. Yeah, it's also Beetlejuice. It's also
But it's also Bloody Mary, right?
Yes,
Bloody
yes,
Mary,
yes.
yeah.
All right, well, with Chris here to take things over for a bit, I am going to grab a drink and set some more cameras up. Chris, take the hosting reins, and I will be back later.
Roger that. Yes, sir. STS-38. Shuttle Sunday, we're going to do it instead. So we're going to do STS-38, starting with that mission. We're going to be taking an in-depth look at mission photographs, launch videos, and in-flight videos as well. No, what? I'll tell you what we should do one day. Just completely interrupt the Starbase stream and just start talking about shuttle for 10 minutes. It'll be quite fun. Because there is synergy, isn't there, boys and girls? There's synergy between what Starship is promising and what the shuttle promised back in the day. So I'm excited about this vehicle's capabilities, but first we've got to get through the test flights. And we've got 2 vehicles, haven't we, out there? Ship 37 and Ship 38. Oh, we've got a shuttle video. Bless him for doing that.
Jay.
That caught me out completely. Thank you, Jay. Yes. Wonderful. I can actually tell you that's STS-135, I think. Isn't that bonkers? I know which one's which, just from watching the videos. Jay, is that STS-135? Yes, correct. There we go. See, there we go. Picking them out.
Impressive.
Ironically, we've got the Crew 11 launch tomorrow, haven't we? Where Mike Fink is actually launching on Endeavour, Dragon Endeavour, and his previous flight on the shuttle was STS-134, which was Shuttle Endeavour. So there's a nice little bit of synergy there as well. It all comes together in the end. Anyway, Adrian, where are we standing? Because I'm catching up myself now. People to the tank farm. It involves getting the tank farm working again. Is that where we are?
Yeah, that's about where we are. We had some brief downtime on the Ship 37 side, where it seems the tank farm was not really tank farming. The red team went out, and shortly after that, we are now hearing like tank farm sounds, and there's some stuff moving around again. The red team is still at the pad, but it sounds like they have they're working on or fixing on whatever is right now stopping this test, and after that they might resume testing fairly soon.
We kind of expected this because this is the first time operation with this kind of MacGyvered situation on the orbital launch mount on Pad 1. I'm trying to get used to saying Pad 1. I still want to default to Pad A. I don't think it really hurts if I get the wrong one because we all pretty much mainly know it as Pad A. So even in articles, I'll do 1 in brackets A. Just be careful to cover both bases. But yeah, it's not unexpected this because, I mean, Alex, this is bonkers what they've done, really, if you think about it. They've literally just welded a bunch of pipes onto the booster quick disconnect HUD.
Yeah, they had to do a lot of modifications there to be able to get that piped in, right? And being able to support a ship on the mount and everything and being able to fuel it. I guess one of the questions is this problem that they're having related to that or related to the tank farm? Because we've seen, as we can see here, people approaching the launch mount. We assume they probably went up to the sort of the deck of the launch ring and whatnot. But we also have seen people heading to the tank farm, and the tank farm, in principle, should not have been modified for this, right? Like the modifications were beyond the tank farm. It's on the launch mount, right? Sort of, I don't know. It's like I don't know what kind of analogy to put here, but it's sort of like as if you had a different plug for your USB adapter or something like that. Well, you've got the adapter, but that's after your regular cord, right? If the regular cord is also broken, you've got a bigger problem. So we've seen people going to the tank farm, which seemingly has not had any specific changes. We did see though upgrades and like differences compared to the last test campaign, with Booster 16 being tested here at the pad, for example. So those could be in play, to be fair, to SpaceX. And then there's also the people here at the launch mount. So it could be two different things happening here at the same time. It also seems like the tank farm, I don't know, Adrian, you're hearing the same sounds that I'm hearing.
Yeah.
It's sounding a little bit more active now, but yeah.
It's interesting. Sorry, Adrian. It's interesting because a lot of people in chat, I've been watching the chat during the stream. As soon as the cars went back to the pad, they're all shouting, "Oh, that's it for the day. Scrub for the day. That's it for the day." They have a window that lasts until 7 p.m. So there's 6 hours yet before they do this. And I think this was, as we were saying earlier, kind of expected. They'd have to sort of like really kind of like just get this to a sweet spot where they can feel confident in prop loading this vehicle in such a weird configuration.
Yeah, I would say, like, I think we even predicted it early in the stream. Like, there might be some issues getting this going. There's a lot of reconfiguration. There's probably on the software side a lot of things they have changed around. So there's some experimentation here for going for SpaceX, and I'm not surprised they are having to do some experimentation here and some adjustments. But I'm also sure, like, the fact that the road is still closed shows that they have a very good confidence about proceeding today. And as you said, Chris, they have still 6 more hours in this window. So it's not like they're running out of time right now. They could literally have the road open at this point, and they could still be way on track to do it today.
Yep. All very positive, and there's people leaving potentially back to that car, which definitely needs a wash. I think you mentioned that yourself, Adrian. It definitely needs a wash. It does, but it's a very dirty area. I remember Mary saying back in the early days of taking the photography that it's not just the heat, it's the dust and the sand, and it's a construction site half the time, so you're going to get all this muck in the air. So I'm not surprised their car is in desperate need for a wash. I want to thank some people and ask some questions. So I'm going to mix and match these as well, because we do like to make it as interactive as possible. Shazbert Todd Bot, what a username, great username. Do you think they're going to go for a booster catch on Flight 10? Are they going to not do any more for the rest of the Block 2? So the catching on Flight 10 and 11, shall we say. Let's cover these last 2 Block 2 ships. On the booster side, do we think they're going to go for a catch on Flight 10, Alex?
They might. It's just down to whatever replanning they had to do after the... Ooh. Those were a bunch of people leaving the OLM. But yeah, so it just depends on what's the replanning of the of the flight based on what happened with 36. Maybe because of that, they no longer want to attempt a catch. We'll see. We'll see. I have no idea. I will not be able to say other way, to be fair.
And Adrian, what about Flight 11? I do like my catches, so I'm looking for a glimpse of hope here. Do we think Flight 11 will... I mean, I suppose it depends on how Flight 10 goes, but what's your predictions for Flight 11's profile?
I'm not feeling super confident that we will see that many catches before Block 3, because they just don't need to, right? Like, they are at the point where they have enough boosters, and at what point you're just deciding to test cross-range, test, like, envelope expanding activities, stuff like that, instead of going for a catch. They can basically supply the remaining Block 10 and Flight 10 and Flight 11 without going for anything else, as we see a car leave. And I think that might be the SpaceX thinking, based on how they usually think. Of course, they could surprise me. Maybe they have something else in mind. I wouldn't be surprised, however, Chris, if we don't see a catch until Flight 12.
That's a shame. But again, if we get 2 good flights in the meantime, that'd be good, because we do need to get back into this cycle of achievements being made, because we had I think it was a rather optimistic start to the test flight program. A lot of things went right before I thought they would, I would say. I think that's the best way of phrasing it. And then we got a little bit spoilt by that. And then Block 2 said, hang on a minute. Remember, I'm a rocket. Things can still go wrong. And boy, did it teach us some lessons. But yeah, I'm still very optimistic about the outline, the data they've gained from these failures. I think that's the big thing. And we're talking about rockets that fail like Gilmore last night. They will get so much data, just from those seconds, they'll get so much data that'll help them in the long run.
Absolutely.
Right.
I want to add, Chris, that I think it's totally okay to be disappointed so far with Starship 2025. I think that's a feeling that even SpaceX shares. Like, we have seen them in live streams talk about it as well, right? Like, and that's part of the experience. Of course, they hoped they would be further at this point, but it's rockets, right? Like, hoping and reality sometimes go not really hand in hand. And I always say SpaceX is the best company in the world in fixing problems, and I'm pretty sure they will fix these problems well.
Indeed. John says car wash fund. So we have a super chat for a car wash fund for SpaceX vehicles. I don't know how we could transfer that across, but these cars look like they're ready to stage to remove the workers from the pad area. Oh, they're a bit drastic getting rid of them. Josh Zero says food for thought, shuttle strapped to the side of Starship. No. I mean, Baran, if you think about it, was liquid boosters, but yeah, you start kerbling these things tend to go wrong. I mean, there's a whole rabbit hole we could go down there, which we're probably not doing. John also says Star Wars rocks. Did you have a little bit of a sci-fi conversation earlier about sci-fi versus Star Trek?
No, I just said that I watched the new Star Wars, like the second season of Andor, the new Star Wars series,
yeah.
And I really enjoyed it. That was what I said.
Yeah, I'm more of a Star Trek person myself. Especially like Next Generation, Voyager, things like that, Enterprise, and also Stargate. Star Wars, kind of like the new Star Wars is passed me by a little bit. A lot of them felt forced and kind of like milking the Disney machine. But Andor is very good. Andor's great. So I agree with you. I've not seen anything of the second series yet, but I really enjoyed the first, so I'm looking forward to it.
The first season was like, it's even for people that have not watched Star Wars, I feel like it's a valuable and very cool experience that for once is not depending on lightsabers and the Force. It's just a very cool story in a very cool universe.
Yeah, from the trailers, it looks like we're going to sci-fi rabbit hole here, but on the trailers, it looks like it's leading up to what I think is the best Star Wars movie. I'm going to cause a riot and chat by saying this, but I think the best Star Wars movie I've seen was Rogue One.
I agree.
So, there we go. Thank you, Adrian. I don't feel too bad now. So it looks like it's leading up to the events of that now, and that's why I'm really interested in seeing it.
So, Chris, I will before we finish this rabbit hole, I'm sorry, but we are waiting on the cars anyway. There's one thing I recommend to you. Once you have time to watch season 2, I recommend to watch Rogue One again, because what I can already tell you, it will change your way you watch that movie.
Really? Oh, there's a bit of a teaser. Thank you.
It makes it even better.
I'm intrigued to give Disney my $4.99 to get their subscription service on the TV, because that sounds intriguing. Now, yeah, I'm definitely going to find a time to watch it. Right, Fakalki says, hi from Malaysia. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for the great coverage. Can't wait for Flight 10. What a nice message. Thank you. I very appreciate that. Kirko asks, will the run of the full deluge or just the inner portion of the plate, since it's significantly less thrust compared to the 3300 static fire? Right, let's try and take this. The full deluge system. Right, okay. So we did have this question on Raptorsides, Alex, and people were asking, well, they can't run the deluge for 60 seconds, so they won't fire for 60 seconds, surely. But could they do low pressure and have like a 30-second firing with low pressure deluge running for 30 seconds? What's your thought on this? You think they'll just do like normal deluge and just do 6-7 seconds or something like that?
I think they're going to try and get as much duration out of it as possible. And we're seeing now some of those folks that were at the tank farm coming back here. Those two people there, welcome back. But yeah, that's one of the things that we expect to happen, right? That they're probably going to be trying to fire that deluge system for as long as it's possible, right? And that's probably going to be somewhere between 20 to 30 seconds to get as much of the data as possible. Awesome. I'm really interested to see, Chris, when we see the deluge system activate, and it takes a while until the engines are actually igniting, right? Like we see the deluge go up, and then it's like 6-7 seconds until engine ignition. I wonder if with the ship, in order to get more time, more burn time, if they're gonna do, as soon as the water comes out, light up the engines. We'll see what happens. But there we can see a lot of those cars. Ooh, that's good news. They're living.
Cars leaving the pod. Always
Let's
a good
go.
sign.
And that looks like everything.
Right. Start filling her up. Let's have a static fire test. Hang on, that white car's not leaving. Where's he going?
Yeah, he's sneaking away.
There's always one.
He was definitely sneaking away.
Yeah, I think he might be security. And oh, look, there's like a security jeep there as well. Maybe they're just like they're the ones who just finally check there's no one in the area and then leave. That'd be fine. But that's a good sign. Engineers leaving, going back to the production site behind the roadblock. I believe you must have had a conversation that we've had on Raptorsides as well about ship quick the SQR that's written on the side of the stand. Ship quick release stand is a suggestion from Bill. I don't think we know the actual naming of it, do we?
The problem is we assume the R stands for ring wall. Because that's the short thing. Like when they transported the stand down to the launch site, it says ring wall transport on the documentation. So it's honestly, it's a bit of a question. We don't know for sure.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you what, we should ask Dan Howe, because
I agree.
He's forced us to use the naming of the pads, Pad 1 and Pad 2, via his X post. I think because we are now adhering to his request, given that he's a SpaceX communications official, we should be able to ask him what SQR stands for, because he'll know. He'll be able to find out, and he could tell us all, and we'll all rejoice, finally knowing the answer to that question that's been looming on our minds. I am Cooper. I nearly read that as Ian Cooper. It's I am Cooper. Became a Padre member. Welcome. Jeff Rowe has gifted a Red Team memberships. Jeff always doing that. Jeff is not a stranger to supporting us. Space Exploration, that's the username. The super chat. Now that is pretty much a play on the SpaceX name, because SpaceX's full name is Alex. Describing how we've done this. Hello, what's going on here? There was like a strange restart of the stream almost there. That was weird. But luckily we're back. It's fixed. As we watch the cars pass our own highway site, this is our own land at Starbase, Texas. Starbase City, Texas. It's bonkers to think that we actually made a decision to do, we're going to spend a heck of a lot of money and purchase some land next to Highway 4 and put some technical bot installation there. And they'll be able to watch all these footage we're doing here because this is our original content, because it's our cameras on our land. It's unbelievable, really, if you think about it. But it's thanks to your support. That's why we keep thanking support. People think we just do it because it's like, oh, it's just what YouTubers do. No, this literally allows us to do this. So when you buy something from the store, get a membership or do a super chat, anything like that, it's going towards what you're watching. And it has over the years to achieve what we've got with the cameras and what have you. I can't stress that enough. I really can't. Plotme 332, have we seen any static fire tests down the infrastructure or planning at the Cape yet? Will it even exist, or will they reach a rate of production where they only test individual engines? Okay, Adrian, so Cape flyover time. What have we seen at Roberts Road relating to anything like a static fire test stand or anything like that? I don't think we have we?
I will quickly mention that on the right side there, you can see the so-called grass vent, which means the chill down of the tank farm is starting again. So that's a good sign. And then that's a very good question. So we know that they have some ground testing included in the documentation of Slick 37. So there will probably be some testing there. That's one. And so the expectation is right now that they potentially test on the orbital launch mounts. At least that's assumed, but we'll see. Of course, Raptor engines individually will still be tested at Massey's, at McGregor, my god. Yeah, that's the current expectation we have. But these documentation, these regulatory documentation, sometimes change a lot. So what might be the plan right now might not be the plan in the future. Roberts Road, however, is a bit, I feel like, too close to other installations, and completely shutting down all of that area to test there might be also a bit tough.
Hang on, Adrian. You started that off by saying grass vent. Isn't that like the thing you don't like saying? You've even got a chatbot command. Hang on, I'm going to put it into chat. The chatbot command, Nightbot, informs everybody that to make you happy, you say vertebratum. To make him sad, you say grass vent. So there we go.
The funny thing is, it now means more than it used to mean. Like, used to hate it because it was so pointless. At this point, it's a bit more pointful. Like, it's pointful? I'm not sure. Anyway, like, it's a bit more reasonable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's observation. Oh, hello, what's this? Alex, what's going on?
That's the FireX test.
I guess.
Or DSS.
Detonation suppression system, yeah, but they're testing that. That's good.
I was a little bit disappointed I didn't get an ooh.
No, that's a DSS test, which is a good sign, because you would test the DSS before static fire.
Can you imagine that's the reason why they went to the OLM?
Like that DSS valve was stuck?
I don't know.
But
that was good to capture.
That's a DSS.
Nice. Yeah, excellent. That's good news. Speaking of this test, Alex, Wesley Hale asks, is the adapter just welded on top, or is it actually connected to the hold-down clamps?
It is not connected to the hold-down clamps, and the whole reason for that is because they removed the clamps. We saw that on the flyover that we did right before they put the stand there, and they had removed the clamps. They had put in their place a plate, essentially a metallic plate, that was bolted to the arm. So for those that may not be aware, so there's these arms that come out of the interior of the launch mount, right? And the mount, the arms themselves, they have like a resting point for the booster to sit there, and then over that resting point is the clamp. So the clamp is sort of like goes over it, and then it sort of pinches on the bottom of the booster. Now those clamps can be removed, and you still have the arm and the pedestal, sort of, you know, where the booster rests when it is positioned there. So what they did is they removed the clamps, which are connected by 3 bolts each. So think about 60 bolts that they had to remove. And now they put these plates, these metallic plates, onto the same pedestals. They bolted them down, and what they've done, there's no way of connecting the transport stand itself to those plates other than welding them. So we assume that what they did is weld the transport stand to those metallic plates that they put on the pedestals. And once they want to remove that, they just need to unbolt and they probably will have the transport stand coming out with those plates already installed. And if they want to put it back, they just need to bolt it down again. But they also need to put back again, once they want to put here a booster, they need to put back again all those 20 clamps with the 60 bolts. So it's gonna be fun when that happens. But yeah, it's just welded to those plates, essentially. Yeah.
Two things. One, that's great. And the second thing is, I wish they'd kept that car there when they did that test, because he could have washed his car for free, couldn't they? It'd have been like Stennis. When Stennis does RS-25 tests, there's always a truck right in the range of the exhaust. And of course, RS-25s run on a hydrolox, so it's definitely a water spray for your car. That'd have been quite nice. But yeah, I noticed people in chat saying that as well. I did think of it before. It came up in chat, by the way. I'm not stealing people's jokes, but it was a pretty obvious thing. The other thing is, it kind of relates the whole process of modifying Pad 1 for this. A lot of people have been thinking, well, hang on a minute, it'd make more sense if they test ship 37, take 37 off, get 38 back from masses, take 38 out to the pad, and then static fire that one as well, then undo the modifications. But there's a problem with that. It's not a fast turnaround, because when they get ship 38 back from masses, Adrian, they've got to install the engines on it, because there's no engines on 38. And that's going to take a while. Then you're starting looking at September, maybe a bit later for Flight 10, aren't you? So it's a real balancing act.
Yeah, absolutely. The time between protesting and engine readiness is usually about 4 weeks or so. And, well, do you want to, like, at what point do you not want to wait anymore? Because 4 weeks from now means they would be able to do the static fire test like late August. So that means you have to modify that after that still. You're suddenly in the mid-September for the next flight. Like, that's just the reasonable timeline here. If you do it like that.
Yeah. I'm seeing older questions, but questions that are still coming up now, and I think that's fair, because we've been through a few cycles of this where they've had cars go back to the pad to delay things slightly. But I'm going to round one of these questions up from Ari, and that'll probably cover the basis of a lot of people asking right now. How long until fueling starts? Have we got any pretty indications right now, based on what we've seen in the last 10 minutes, that we're looking at a timeline for potential fueling to start?
We are at least
Sorry,
more than an hour away from fueling at the very least. Right now, you can see some of that venting already from the tank farm. They are starting the chill down process. You know, they have this liquid oxygen, liquid methane in the storage tanks, and you've got pumps, you've got subcoolers, you've got transfer lines. All of that at some point will have that very cold liquid oxygen, liquid methane, and also the liquid nitrogen for the subcoolers, right? So, but the problem is, if you were to load all of that right away, you will have a very big problem. You need to condition all of those systems. You need to fill them up with that liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, liquid methane, etc. Right? Like, move all of that, all of those fluids from the storage tanks to those systems in order to condition them, chilling them down to the right temperatures. The subcoolers, for example, also need to be filled with liquid nitrogen. We don't know how many subcoolers they're going to be using for this one. If they're going to be using all of the booster subcoolers, all of the pumps, and things like that. This is a new operation, right? So we don't know how long that chill down process will take of carrying some of these commodities from the storage tanks out to the respective parts in the tank farm. And when that happens, when those systems are conditioned, then we'll see the conditioning of the line that goes from the tank farm to the launch mount. Well, lines, I guess, plural. So there's the liquid methane, the liquid oxygen line going out to the launch mount. We will see those pipes there on the launch mount getting frosty, the ones that they added to the ship, to the booster quick disconnect and everything. We'll see the OLEM vent probably, because that's before these pipes, and it's part of the process of chilling down and everything. So we'll see all of that probably as we get ready for fueling. But all of that is, again, conditioning. Yeah, the two larger pipes there that we see connected to the ship, those will get frosty when that happens, as they condition that. And even a third one, because there's the methane, when it goes through the pipe, it warms up, right? And it boils off. and so you need a way to recollect that because you don't want to vent the methane, and so there's going to be a third one that is also going to be frosty. But that's essentially what we're going to see. Until that happens, we will not see the vehicle frosty and loading with propellants. So still a bit, but we're gonna get there. Don't worry.
Very good. And that question was for Alex, but as soon as Alex started talking, I thought I'd just leave him to it because he is from the very much appreciated. Cell gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you, Cell. Jake Winler gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Jake. John's back with his coffee references. And for sale, slightly used orbital launch mount with a ship adapter. Well, that's going to be the case eventually, because if you think about it, it might not be with the adapter anymore, but they are going to modify Pad 1 to be like Pad 2, just like they do for 39A and for 37. The new design, the future baseline design for these pads is what you're looking at with Pad 2 right now. That is where they're going, and that will involve Pad 1 being stood down and renovated, if that's the right word for it, revamped is probably a better word, into what will look like Pad 2. They'll look exactly the same, and you'll see that at 39A, you'll see that at 37, you'll see that at future pads that SpaceX may be planning in the future. I'm still hoping out all against hope for LC-49, because that's 6 towers, if that ever happens. 6 towers! Oh, please be true. Ron Smith says, good reason for a Tesla bot fixing the pad valves during fueling. Now, that's not, I mean, it might be meant as a joke, but I think that's quite sensible if you think about it. Are we getting closer to Elon's Tesla bots being capable enough to do hazardous operations at the pad? Like an advanced version of the robo dogs they had back in the day at Starbase, Adrian. Do you ever envision cars not going back to the pad, but bots being released from a bunker?
I would say for inspections, I see it potentially soon. I think the work that the Red Team performs is probably quite sophisticated, and I want to first see bots like this perform simple tasks before they even are able to perform sophisticated tasks. So I don't think this will be like a very, very soon thing where we can see a robotic Red Team.
Well, Elon showed them doing like little dances and serving drinks at a bar. Come on, we're living in the future now.
I mean, also you have to imagine like a rocket launch pad is potentially quite an interesting area. There's all kinds of like gases in the area. There's all kinds of temperature changes. I'm not sure. I don't think this is like an area where I'd see it like early for like sophisticated tasks.
It's going to be fun though, because they are sending Optimus robots to Mars on the first flights. That's the plan. So it'll be fascinating what they can get from that kind of like transportation of robots of the humanoid kind to Mars. I find that personally fascinating. I really do. So I'm looking forward to when that does eventually happen, because it's a clever first step. We're not going to be sending humans on Starship until it's pretty much flown a lot of times to the point they feel confident in it. And then to Mars is another kettle of fish completely. I know that's not an American word, American saying, so they're going to go, what do you mean kettle of fish? It's an English saying. I do believe we've got Jack back, which may allow Alex to go for a little break.
Wait, are you
I can take a break.
Fish in it? Don't you make tea in a kettle? Why would you put fish in there?
Yeah, help me out. Any English in chat, help me out on this. Different kettle of fish is an English saying. It just means it's slightly different to what you normally expect. I don't know where the saying came from. I just automatically said it as a Yorkshireman. So we go. Yeah, people in chat don't understand. Yeah, it's not just me. Thank God for that. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody pointed out in chat that you guys have can of worms as well. So like, just saying.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I also want to now hear Adrian's version of this, because I'm sure it'd be absolutely fascinating.
Thinking about it.
I dread to think what Edge's going to come out with. By the way, chat. I'm going to digress a little bit here, but I'm thinking about a new poll. I do like to do polls. I like going mad with power and creating polls. I'm going to take any suggestions in chat right now for what you think would be a relevant and interesting poll, and I'll pick the best one and create it. How about that? That's probably a deal, isn't it? Because we are waiting for prop loading. Until prop loading happens, we're going to be just chatting and having a little conversation, taking questions. But when it gets into prop load, it might be happening quite fast, where we have to get really kind of like hands-on observational with this as a first-time operation.
Is, when it does happen, we'll have some really good views of it.
Unlike this one.
Well, this one's kind of cool. It's like you're in the desert, you need some water, you look at your friend, you're starving, they kind of look like a ham.
Yeah.
Your friend looks at you, you look like a side of bacon to them. Yeah, you know.
Do you know these kind of stories that feel like a bit too detailed?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, people in chat have been asking what those big things on the left-hand side are, Adrian. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Pumps. That's the pumps.
Yes.
And like pumps and pumps control.
What do they pump?
Yeah, I mean, that's how you move fluids. You pump the fluids.
Funnily enough, they pump whatever they want.
Funnily enough, they are coming from a company that is like 20 minutes away from me.
Really?
Yeah, it's Ruhrpumpen. All the pumps in Starbase are coming from Ruhrpumpen, which is a company in Germany.
Oh, that is now my favourite company.
Ruhrpumpen.
Whoop-bum-bum. It sounds like a song. It's like something from Charlie and Chocolate Factory. Bum 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 bum.
I don't condone this.
Ah dear. Anyway, moving quickly on. Back to questions. Fingers asks, do you think the ship will withstand the booster force deluge? Right, so this is the deluge system they're going to set off. And obviously, it'd be like what we see on a Starship launch and for a booster static fire. Is there any scenario there where you think that could be too much force? I mean, SpaceX would have thought about this. But it's still the same height, isn't it? I don't see how it would be a problem. Adrian, are you seeing any problems here with the deluge system on the aft of the ship during firing up?
No, I don't think they will use the full deluge system. I think they will use they have different manifolds they can use. The deluge plate is supplied by different manifolds, and I think they might just use partial manifolds, and instead of like the full system, because the flow might be a bit different, and also they might just not need it. But I don't think it would be an issue. It's just a more matter of saving water, because the ship static fire could be longer than 6 seconds, right? And maybe they are going for a bit of an extended fire, and with that also saving a bit of the deluge power. So I think that's more my expectations here. I don't think that like the deluge would be any problem.
Yeah, I'm seeing loads of poll suggestions, such as, will we see a flight today? Heck no. We do not want a hop. No. We want this to stay firmly on its star stool, as I call it, on the orbital launch mount. We do not want to see any kind of flight in any guise at all today. Thank you very much. I will look at the polls later and put one on when I come off commentary, because I can't multitask to save my life. Here's one for you, Jack. I know the answer, but I'm going to give it to Jack. Luke asks, could you put a V2 ship on a V3 booster, or vice versa?
I think it would require some sort of adapter. Like, I don't think it's a native thing. I don't think it's necessarily something they're planning on. I think it's theoretically possible with an adapter. What were you going to say, Chris? No?
I was going to say no. No, because we've had Raptorsides where this has come up, and I've had a very angry Ryan Webber saying absolutely no chance whatsoever, no.
You know, Chris, I've learned over the years here to not ever say absolutely no to anything, because look at what you're seeing on the screen right now. It's a frickin' ship on a frickin' orbital launch mount without a frickin' booster. So I think it's safe to say nothing is ever completely impossible. Obviously, some things are less likely than other things, but yeah, there you go.
There's another problem. The height of the second pad, because the height would no longer be fitting for the second pad, and you would also have to adjust the QD connections on the second pad. Also, the second problem is you would the attachments on the second pad are for a V3 booster and probably also for a V3 ship. So you would also need an adapter for the QD, because the adapter will change.
Yeah, it's I like Jack's philosophy on that, where nothing is absolutely impossible. Probably the best answer to that be why would they do that? It'd be causing more problems than just simply saying, even scrapping everything V2 and going, let's just go V3.
Right. It just doesn't track necessarily. I mean, it's an interesting thought experiment, but it doesn't track because we know they want V3 of the vehicle to be all up V3, like Raptor version 3, Booster version 3, Ship version 3. And on top of that, they have plenty of version, whatever the current version of Booster is. They don't have plenty ships, and they're not going to get either of these last two version 2 ships back. Both of them are presumably going to be expended on test flights and land somewhere in like the Indian Ocean, just like all of the other ones that have gotten that far, hopefully. So it's not like they're going to have Ship 38 recovered and like, oh, maybe we fly it on a Block 3. But honestly, it's a similar question, but a much more likely scenario or a much more interesting question to me is like, could they put a Block 3 ship on a Block 1 booster? That I don't think is the answer is yes, because the Block 3 ship's going to be much heavier probably than what a version whatever booster, not 3, can lift. Anyway, there's my long drawn out answer. Sorry.
So I'm going to get a rabbit hole again because we were talking about sci-fi while you're taking a break again, and I'm just catching up with chat. And Helldiving Kerbal was asking, "What about Battlestar Galactica?" Yes, I completely missed that one. I love the Ronald D. Moore version of Battlestar Galactica, which is the revamped version. I thought that was brilliant. It was almost like a space political drama. It was brilliantly done. It did get a bit long-winded in season 3 as they tried to drag it out to season 4, but apart from that, I thought it was an excellent show. We also have Space Exploration saying, what do you think will the first ship SN will be? Also went to KSC, best shuttle Atlantis. Love the shuttles, especially Atlantis. Well, that's a great answer to your comment there. I really acknowledge and appreciate that. What do you think the first ship SN will be? Adrian, maybe the first crewed ship, maybe?
Sorry, I'm not understanding this question right now.
Yeah, let's take the question and make it our own. What ship number, which ship SN number will it be for the first crewed vehicle? Because it could be a long number here, but let's go. Well, no, I'm guessing that's the question, but we're going to go with that. Let's say that. What will be the ship number for the first crew vehicle?
It's got to be in the hundreds.
Yeah.
I also think in like 100, 150.
Yeah. I'm seeing what chat's saying as well.
I would say 100 is probably a pretty good guess. Maybe at like the very earliest.
Very good. Alex in the back room, by the way, saying the subcoolers look active. Ooh.
I agree. Which means
excellent.
We are progressing. Like whatever the red team did well. They fixed something, and now SpaceX seems to be progressing in the chill down of the tank farm. So we might be in for some testing today.
Mr. Soft Banana with a very good point here with the question here, because he says, does the ship lose tiles during a static fire? Now, they do. There's a reason for that, and it's not one to panic too much over either. And that's because it's literally bolted to the stand, if you think about it. It's held down, and that induces more vibrations during the engine startup, and that's why sometimes you see tiles fall off. So if you do see tiles fall off, and you see the clips on X, people going, oh no, the TPS was falling off, because they see some tiles falling off. That actually does happen. And that's one reason why it's not got a fully completed heat shield right now, because they know they're going to be doing some work on it, and they will do after this static fire test. Would you agree with that, Jack?
Would I agree if they... Sorry, losing tile? I don't feel like they've been losing tiles a lot.
They literally lost one on the transport.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yes,
I missed that.
It rained down one right in front of our camera, like we.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's an ongoing thing, right? It was also an ongoing thing with shuttle. Hi, Chris. I do feel like it's been improving, for whatever that's worth. My anecdotal data. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Chris. What was your exact question again?
The exact question was if you agreed with my statement, but you weren't listening, so I'm not going to carry on.
Sorry.
Kevin Hayes asks, do you think there will be a Falcon 9 Block 6 or a Starship Heavy? Adrian.
Starship Heavy, no, because that would be so. They right now plan for Super Heavy to have about 100 meganewton of thrust. That would be 300 meganewton. I'm not sure if a material and an infrastructure exists that would not melt during that power. I don't think so. I think there's better ways to do that than attaching 3 cores together. Falcon 9 Block 6, I mean, we know they're constantly evolving it. It's like, would they ever arbitrarily change the name from 5 to 6? We don't know. The early Block 5s have nothing in common basically with the now Block 5s. We know that as well. Like, they have changed a lot over the course of Block 5. It's not a static design. So, yeah, I don't think they will ever call it Block 6, but it will constantly change.
Very good. John hit the Valve bot fund. John's on a run. You did a car washing fund earlier. Now you're going to hit the Valve bot fund. Thank you. Yes, because that's what we're suggesting with the question. They could use robots to potentially do what the red team does at the pad when they have a Valve problem. If it was a Valve problem, we don't know if it was a Valve problem or not, but that's one fair assumption of the possibilities. Jerry Duke. Yes.
It could have even just been something like, because the setup is so janky, they had some sort of manual lockout that they had to undo before getting all the way into it. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, was it really a problem? Anyway, I'll shut up.
Well, now you're making me skip down the list because I did see a reference to this, and it is related to you. North Antarctica asking for a metal print of the janky stand. So, can you get your fancy lens and fancy camera and get a fancy photograph of the janky stand, Jack, and make a metal print out of it?
Yeah, like with ship or without ship? They should clarify.
I think with ship.
We have some pretty cool shots from the last couple of days, both from myself and Caesar, of the ship on the stand. So we'll work on that with the store team. Hi, Adrian.
Yeah. So if you're a member, like L2 member, for example, because L2 gets everything, and I mean everything, literally everything, fire hose attached to your face. Jack sends all these photographs in a folder for me to upload, and there's about 50 of these amazing ship photographs on the stand. And I go, oh, these are great. Oh, I really like that one. That one's going to go in the lead article as lead image. And Jack goes, you picked the worst one. And I'm like, ah.
Well, I edited them, I don't even know, at 5 a.m. after having not slept, after having pulled in all night or the night before. It was like 2 rollouts in a row, and then it was sitting on the stand, and there was really beautiful light. I don't know. I did not do my best on some of those edits, but we have some good edits of it. We can definitely get more, and we're hoping to get some good imagery today if they do a static fire. So yeah, I would be shocked if anybody actually does buy a print of it. But hey, if you want to prove me wrong, be my guest. We'll like I said, we'll work. We'll get that on the work.
Yeah, we will. And I will say this now. I've said it to you. I've said it in the back rooms and stuff like this to all the photographers. They're so hard on these professional photographers are so hard on themselves. I see a photograph and I go, oh, that's amazing. And you'll go, oh no, it's ruined. There's like 1 pixel I'm not happy with here. I'm like, what? It's like perfectionists. Is that a trade throughout the photographer world, Jack?
No. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't want to generalize, but I think people who are creators, it's not even just like photographers. I think people that make things, whether you're a writer, whether you're a musician, like a lot of people care deeply about what they're making. So there's that, but there's also like, I think we've all met people who are deeply who feel deeply confident about what they are making. That is also a thing. You meet some of those people too. But I do think maybe in the space circle, like in the space media circle, it's a prominent feature, because I certainly feel like a lot of us here at NSF, we're all very you're your own worst critic, as they say. If that's not the case, then you're not constantly looking to do better and outdo yourself. Like complacency breeds stagnation, breeds fail. Like I could go down that rabbit hole, but I'll stop.
Yeah. North Antarctica has clarified absolutely with the ship for the janky stand metal print. So there we go.
Give the store team about half an hour to an hour. In
did
this stream, I'm already in work. In this stream, we will have a shot from Jack on the metal prints.
There we go.
Okay.
Excellent.
I swear, no, there's going to be like 1 or 2 people to buy it. If it's more than that, I will be utterly shocked.
I want you all to prepare to prove Jack wrong.
Yeah. Let's prove Jack wrong. I do
Thank
honestly.
you.
I mean, I wouldn't just say this. I think people know me by now in the Raptors and stuff. I just say what's on my mind, and if I'm not happy, I'm not happy. If I'm happy, I'm happy. I just don't do like happy. I'm not happy. I just don't do that. I can't do it. I come across really obvious if I tried that. I think these photographs are amazing, so I would love to see them in the store, and I would love to see Jack being proved wrong on the 2 people buying them. There we go. Jerry Old Duke. It's a username. YouTube's allowed it, so I'm allowed to say it. Jerry Duke Old Fart 1961 says this is a variant of my more common pretty kettle of fish. Oh, the kettle of fish saying it means a disagreeable situation. Oh, that's a different variant. Oh, very good. Imagine X says crispy red roses are better. That's a Lancashire reference. I saw that one coming. Yorkshire's white roses. I'm definitely thinking I'm talking to a Lancashire person there. Stargeezer's become a Red Team member. Welcome. Michael, BNS 37 static fire and wet dress rehearsal for booster. Where are they putting or storing or transporting the SQR mount point to... Oh, my word. This is a mouthful, Michael. Let me try and put this in the ticker and see if anyone else can take this. Adrian, let's read this together, shall we? Booster, I'm assuming. Oh, maybe.
So,
go for it.
Ship 37 static fire and wet dress rehearsal for booster. Where are they putting or storing transporting SQR mount? Please, to arms could be bent. I assume that it's about what they will do to the stand that is right now installed, the SQR.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that will roll back to the either it will be stored where they usually store the dance floor and everything, or they will even roll it back to the production site. But it will be completely removed. Everything that you see that was installed for this makeshift ship static fire will completely be removed and have to be reinstalled after the static fire for the next one.
It'd be pretty cool if they just left the plumbing and used a booster to remove it on liftoff.
It'd work. Yes.
There's a problem. Sorry. The plumbing literally hooks into the booster line.
Yeah. The hooks
but
open and
cut
close.
it off. Yeah. Just cut it off. And there's no way for the hood.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
That caught me out when I first thought, hang on a minute, maybe they could do that. And then Ryan goes, but they can't open and close the booster quick disconnect hood. I went, uh-oh, okay, that doesn't work then. So there's no way around it.
I have to say, also Ryan taught me this. So I know we sometimes give Ryan a bit of a pessimist approach to everything with SpaceX, but props to him. He was the one that definitely informed us about that. So props to you, Ryan.
That's what happens when you're a realist. Everyone gives you a hard time.
We are probably sometimes the optimists, and Ryan is the realist.
Yeah. Hey, realist, let us run through the fields of unbridled optimism. Don't be real with us right now.
Yeah.
Tyler Whitehead, this is great support, and I really appreciate it. And also the comment as well. Thanks for all you guys do. I started watching NSF when Hoppers to Hoptober back in the early days. Original OG. Great to see how much you guys have grown over the years, and we will continue. Thanks to people like you, Tyler, because you're supporting us. And by the way, I make a point of support. Support is in all different manners and guises. It does not need to be purchases and financially. If you go around liking our videos, when a video comes like Starbase Update or one of our summaries or a live stream, if you hit like, it doesn't pay, but it makes a difference, because you know how it works with the likes. Is YouTube sees how many videos get likes and the ratio of them. and then promotes them accordingly. And you'll find a lot of these AI nonsense videos that are out there on YouTube right now, and a lot of these clickbait ones, the really awful ones. They have got lots of auto likes to do that, to get them higher in the ranking. So when someone goes on YouTube, and maybe especially, and think about it, a youngster who's just getting into rockets types in Starship and gets one of these AI slop videos with Elon crying in the thumbnail. That's because of the likes. So you can help us and help the community and help youngsters get into rockets by liking videos. It's free, takes you a second, and that's why we sometimes say it. It really is the case. So that's a way of helping as well. So when I mention support, it's literally everybody is in here. Doesn't matter if it's your first time here as a guest. Doesn't matter if you've been a member for us since the start of time of our channel. It all helps. So that's why we do go on about likes.
It really does.
But thank you, Tyler. Yes.
It means the world. Like telling your friends about us is huge. Those are the two that I always say. Like hitting the like button, telling your friends about us, so more people know that they can tune in and watch live streams from a beach in South Texas where SpaceX is building the world's largest rocket. More people need to know that.
Yeah, and one more thing. Some people may not be like, I get like, I bet we all got these comments like, why would you watch a steel tube getting frosty in Texas for hours? And not everybody is directly at that point yet. They maybe need to be hooked up with the rocket hype over time. So we also have like shorter consumption socials. We have people that maybe are just interested for now in the highlights of spaceflight. They wanna be up to date what happens in spaceflight. So we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have X, Blue Sky, and yeah, everybody that maybe needs to they need to be introduced to spaceflight. Maybe these socials are the perfect way to introduce them to spaceflight first before sending them a 4-hour Starship test stream.
Yeah, it's true. Well said. Now, I've said it before on Rap Says, and I'll say it again. I think our Facebook page, for example, is better than what I run, which is the X feed. I think it's far better. I think it's actually got a lot more content and a lot more. You can do a lot more, I think, in that kind of format as well. So that's what allows for. I basically steal things from the Facebook side of our site because it's just amazing. The team we've got there, Elisa, Mariton, Matt, Sarah, Chris, the whole lot, the gang over there who do the socials, do amazing work. We've got such a great team now. I'm missing people out, I'm sure I am, but that's just a real good thing to point people towards because it's just nice, good content that you all will like because you're all Rocket fans. I'm assuming you're in here because you're a Rocket fan. I really do assume that. Anyway, Bloodhound, Starstill, I suppose right now it's not a booster seat. Well, no, it's not a booster seat, is it? If you're doing a janky version of the booster, I don't think they'd need to because it's designed for a booster to sit on. We could call it a booster seat, but yes, it's not got an official name. I will say Starstill is something I made up. Don't think some SpaceX has told me that. I literally made that one up. Ninja Decimator, pew pew pew. That's the rules. You got to do that with every time you mention his name. If Ship 37 takes off, would it be fair to call it ground hot staging? Oh, God. Oh, dearie me. Astro Knucklehead, when sci-fi live streams? Ooh, we have thought about that. We've thought about doing like maybe start with the members Discord to start with, just to test the water. But, you know, we are looking at that because we have a lot of sci-fi fans in our team. So it would make sense to have such a stream. I know I enjoy doing it myself as well. Roger S, 5 gifted red team memberships. They've gone bonkers since I just started doing these questions. They've got so many have come in, and I really do appreciate it. North Antarctica's done again, some 5 gifted red team memberships. Phil, what about the here we go. Adrian, what about a patch for the static fire of ships on the pad? It would be just take my money. Adrian, do you want to explain the process of getting a patch from A to B? It's not easy.
No, it takes weeks, usually, because we care about our patches. Das will very much tell you about how much we care about our patches, and it's a design process. We have Jack, our designer, not Jack, and he's designing all of our patches, and it's just a matter of getting a good design idea and getting to that point. I can already tell you and spoiler you that we have a Flight 10 patch, basically in the short to readiness form.
It's so good.
And yeah, it's insanely good. And there will be.
It might be my favorite yet.
It is my favorite. I thought about it long enough, and I am pretty sure Flight 10 is my favorite. It's honestly insane. So yeah, it's a long process. We really care about the quality. We really care about how they look, and we want to make something that we think is amazing. So you hopefully think it's amazing. Like, we want to make collector's patches. We don't want to make these cheap, flimsy patches that nobody wants to have. We want to make a patch that everybody's like, oh, where you got that patch?
Adrian, Kevin Hayes asks, if we can get to 10,000 likes, can you leak Flight 10 patch, please? I don't think... you see, I don't think we can get to 10,000 likes on this stream. I think that's asking too much. So maybe... my temptation is to say yes, but then suddenly we'll get 10,000 likes and like Adrian will be like, Chris, so, why did you promise?
I will... I think I could give you, for if we make... How many likes do we have right now?
3,100.
If we get to 10,000, I will give you the... Or like, let's start with 7,500 for the primary color. I will give you the primary color. I will not leak the patch. I will not leak the patch.
How generous, Adrian.
Hey, that's
actually a great deal. He's getting you a great deal.
It's a great deal.
You go across town to those other guys, it's gonna be 15,000 likes to the least, and you're not even gonna learn the primary color. They're gonna give you like.
I'm gonna give you the primary color.
They'll give you a gist of the color. Yeah. We're giving you the primary color at 7,500. That's a good deal.
Let's get to 10,000 likes, and we'll tell you if it's made of material or not.
I will not leak the patch. It's one. I know. People are like, oh, just leak it. No, I don't. I just want to show it when we are ready to show it.
Yeah, we have a routine, don't we, for revealing our patches, which is usually a full stack.
Yep, exactly.
Correct.
That's where it will be shown.
Okay,
yes,
good.
Yes, that's what will be shown. Like, I can tell you that it will not change.
That pause made me doubt myself for a second. I was like, did I say that right?
Which might be, honestly, like a week or two. I see Kevin joined.
Oh, hang on. I'll be in trouble.
I'm sorry. Isn't this a full stack?
No.
Oh, we are not ready. No. We are. Don't do this to me. We are not ready for what you're about to do. No.
Next up, Kevin's gonna say that SN10 exploded in flight.
No, it didn't.
See, it's a fair point. If you think about it, full stack is where they raise the ship onto the launch mount. Just there's no booster there. Yeah. Oh.
No.
Yeah. We're squashing the booster down to the width of a star stool in that scenario. But yeah, I can see the technical caveats involved with the fact that when full stack occurs, it's when they lift the ship onto the pad. Careful. Anyway,
no,
it is a full stack for Mars.
No. I'm not ready to. I'm not ready to do anything like this.
Jay, can we get the assets ready to leak the patch, please? Thank you. It's been proclaimed. Adrian right now is pulling his hair out. He's going, Chris, stop talking. Take more questions, Chris. So I will do. Okay. Kevin's back. I think Kevin caused that chaos. Kevin deserves the next question. How long will the firing be? Now, I know we've been talking about this through the stream, but a lot of people keep coming in and out. I mean, when you see 7,200 in the stream, that doesn't mean 7,200 to watch the stream. That is right now. There's 7,200 watching the stream right now. But over the course of the stream, it could be like 30, 40,000 people who've come in and out. That's how it works. That's how YouTube works. It's quite baffling when you think about it, and also quite amazing. So for the benefit of people who have just joined us, we're going to get a static fire test, probably the first of two. Like they do at masses, do one firing and do a second firing. How long do you think they will fire the engines up for on this static fire, Adrian? 6 seconds?
6 secons. Yep.
There we go. Shortest Adrian answer ever.
I can make it longer. the most likely what they will test here is the signal engine in flight deorbit burn. And if they test that, it will be usual to the usual duration, so that's like 6 seconds.
Indeed. Oh, I completely forgot about this. James Neal says, was it James Neal? No, it wasn't. It's my thing here. Here we go. It's Space Lover. There we go. The panel is dying on my computer is just overheating. Can we get a Project Hail Mary movie stream reaction? Now, no, I don't think we can because we're playing copyrighted material. You can't do that because it literally it's a Hollywood movie. I'm sure they've got lawyers. But I'm intrigued by that movie. That movie looks amazing on the trailer. I didn't even know it was being made. But it's the Andy Weir book, isn't it? They're made into a movie. Jack, have you heard anything about this?
Yeah, I've been following it. Well, it's a little bit paradoxical. I've been following it because I absolutely love Project Hail Mary. I like it even more than The Martian. I think it's one of my very favorite books in general. So when I found out they were making a movie about it, I found out early, and I've been eagerly awaiting it. I'm also one of those nerds that tries to avoid spoiling the experience of going to the theater and sitting down and seeing the movie for the first time as much as possible, even to go so far as to like not looking at press photos, not looking at set imagery, not looking at the trailer even. So I did look at the trailer. I couldn't resist. But yeah, I'm very excited for it. It's such a good book. We can't do a live reaction, but you better believe there's enough fans of that book at NSF that we're going to be talking about it when the movie comes out.
I dread to ask Adrian, Mr. Movie Buff at NSF Towers. Have you read the book, Adrian? Because the book is fantastic.
Yes. I have started recently, actually, because of the trailer of the movie. So I basically like reading. So that's something I actually do way more than watching movies. So I am not even close to finished yet. I'm like 50 pages in. But I will read it, and then I will decide if I go to the movie. Again, as we all know, I'm not really of a moviegoer.
Yeah, I mean, fair. I'm just glad you're reading it first. I can't recommend enough people out there read Project Hail Mary before they see the movie, because it's like once you see the movie, it kind of like solidifies in your mind. Like I saw The Martian before I read The Martian, and therefore I'm like kind of picturing Matt Damon the whole time. Does that make sense?
I also want to quickly point out regarding movies. I recently saw a movie. I was in the EF1 movie in the cinema alone. Absolutely garbage movie, by the way. But hey.
Oh no! Don't tell me that. I'm looking forward to that movie. It's where Brad Pitt, a 50-year-old racing driver, wins something at F1, which makes no sense.
Yeah, it's like if you really so the one thing I will tell you it's a Hans Zimmer soundtrack. So the soundtrack is amazing. And after that, it quickly goes downhill.
Oh dear, that's a shame. It looked really well done. It's obviously been done in cooperation with F1, so that's a shame. North Antarctica makes a very valid point here. I think it's one of the best points made on the stream so far. Since KMR is here, where's the soundboard? Yes, I'm still checking my purse for my soundboard. I've still not got a soundboard.
Chris, are you checking your screen for large events from Ship 38?
Oh, there we go. Ship 38 at masses, Flight 11's vehicle. Adrian, what does this end up?
Depress. It could be a depress. It could also be another repress. So basically, they would open the valves a bit, let a bit of the gas, the already boiled off gas out, and then basically start to repress this again. We sometimes see that over hours with these, and I don't think the test is yet done with Ship 38. So this might be a beginning of a repress.
Interesting.
No shortage of activity. 2 different ships, 2 different test locations, all Starbase, all the time.
Well, and just for people who are wondering, because we do get a lot of new people coming in who might be just new to rockets full stop, that is Ship 37 on the left. That is for Flight 10. That's Ship 38 on the right-hand side. That's for Flight 11. These are the final 2 Block 2 ships. And then they move on to the new version. After this, correct, Adrian? I'm not making a mess of that. That is the last 2 ships we'll see in this configuration.
correct. The first block free ship will be 39, which is currently still a nose cone in the Star Factory.
Very good. Very good. Elon Mollusk, one of my favorite usernames. Thank you for your support. No message, just Elon Mollusk. Tim has become a Capcom member. If you're a Capcom member, you get access to our member Discord, which is a real fun place that I spend way too much time in. But I do because it's fun. It's a member community, so you don't get a lot of the nonsense you get in one of those open ones with like 500 people all typing at once. So welcome. You'll get it integrated between your Capcom on YouTube with the Discord within an hour. I've seen how long it takes to integrate. Sometimes it's instant, sometimes it takes up to an hour. So patience if you've not got it yet, but you will eventually get welcomed automatically by our Discord, where you'll be able to access all channels. And there's a lot of channels in there, a lot of channels. XD9's gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you for your support. And if you did get one of those memberships, you'll say, gifted by XD9, just say thank you. It's just a nice thing to say because you've got a month of membership for free. And it's not just your name in green in chat. You actually get access to more content as well. You'll even get to see photographs from Jack because I put them in the Red Team area as well. So you get lots of things.
Also,
you get more. Go, Jack, you tell them.
There's also the members multi-view, which is active right now for this stream, which shows multiple camera views all at once. So if you're backseat producing like some of us hosts like to do so often, and you're like, oh, why aren't they showing this camera or that camera? Hey, guess what? There's the members multi-view. Also, the members multi-view has ambient audio, not us talking. So if you're also one of those people that doesn't like to hear my voice, like me, I don't like to hear my voice either. I'm sorry, all of you. Then members multi-view, hey, that's for you. And it's available at all levels. So there you go.
No one likes hearing their own voice. I sometimes, when I do start rhapsodize, I'll press the wrong thing and I'll hear myself and I'm like, oh! It's a weird thing. People always say that. They just don't like hearing themselves. It's like when you're on the phone and someone plays back a conversation like on answer phone and you think, that's me? That's what I sound like. Anyway, store messages.
Chris,
yes?
If you think that's bad, imagine when you can see yourself and hear yourself. It's even worse. It's the worst.
It's
the
worst.
I'm going to go through I'm going to click here. There's so many of them, but Martin has gone absolutely bonkers in the store. And when we're live on a commentary like we are now, and you get something from the store, you can actually type a message into your checkout, and it'll show on screen while I click on it. The panel is still not working for me. Oh, it's working now. There we go. Let's see what Martin got, because I'm going to click on them all. Here we go. The message is, and the chat chants patch. I think, Adrian, that Martin has gone bonkies with the patches here. Because we're a bit low on them now. We've only got a few where they're not sold out.
Yeah, and that's like basically everything that is available here. Like, I'm looking through it right now, and that's quite impressive. I will throw something here quickly in, and I'm not having this prepared with Kevin, so I hope Kevin is okay with me mentioning this right now while I post this link in the back channel.
That sound you hear is Kevin gnashing his teeth.
Yeah, like the sound that you right now hear is Kevin being very angry with me. So what we recently did is we are preparing to change warehouses for our products, especially our, I will say, more pre-produced products, like patches and the plushies. What we did in that process is find a limited amount of stock of some old replacement units. These units are used for example, when things are lost in shipping. We want to make good, right? We want to make people happy, and that's why we had these old units. And now in the process of cleaning up that old warehouse, basically, and preparing the change, we found some of these units that we first made available to the Capcom and above members, and we are now having still some of the full stack plushies and our Flight 5 patch, which was the first catch of a super heavy booster that you can grab if you have them missing in your collection. They are available in the link that I hope is being spammed in the chat as we speak, and that will give you access to these two more products as they are available. And we are definitely very, very much down here. And again, this is more an opportunity because we are changing operations, and we are basically changing warehouses here. So that's
Yeah,
why
like-
we make it available now.
To be clear, when we say for the patches, it's gone, that still applies. All of this is an extremely limited quantity because it's like, again, moving warehouses, found a box kind of thing. So if you're like, oh man, really, Flight 5, you should probably get it like immediately because it's extremely limited quantities.
Yes.
And on that bombshell, I'm going to swap out with Alex. Alex, you're welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back here. How's it going?
Yay!
Did you have fun
Thanks,
on
everyone.
the 30, 40 minutes that I was gone?
That makes you host, Jack. So I'm going to go. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's when you're supposed to say, all right, I'm going to go. Thank you, Chris. Turns
Yeah.
out we had also extremely limited quantities of you, but we loved every moment of it.
That's too
Aw.
nice. I don't like that. No. Bye.
Go on,
Thanks,
get
everyone.
out of here. Go on, get.
That's more like
How about that? Is that better? All right. All right, Chaos Crew, back in control?
Let's go.
Question mark?
I'm not sure if we control. I think still Kevin, but we control the
Back-
commentary.
To be
Back in-
fair, he's part of the Chaos Crew too.
Yeah, very much. Like Kevin is probably as unhinged as we three are.
That's yeah, that's true. Cool. Well, where are we at? I see a venti tank farm. I see a not frosty ship. Alex, thoughts?
Need to still chill down that tank farm. The next thing will be that oil and vent coming here to the pad. You can see there on, like, you can see 3 of the legs of the launch mount. The one that is right in the middle, there's like 2 big pipes going to the left, right? Those 2 are the ones that carry the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane to the booster quick disconnect. And then now they have put these other pipes, right? So those are also gonna get chilled down as well. So you're gonna see a lot of frost on those 2 big pipes, but also on the lines that go to the ship. And we'll see the oil and vent because those are like right before the quick disconnect happens. So yeah. And if it weren't, because I think in this view, if we were to tilt it down, we will have the pad B pumps and whatnot obscuring the view. But there's also another pipe that also connects to the recollection of the methane, because the methane, you cannot vent it out, and as you put it through the pipe, it warms up, it turns into a gas, and you want to recollect that and put it back on the tank farm with a recondenser. That's the whole point of the recondenser, right? And so that's the other pipe that usually gets frosty on the launch mount as well when they start doing these processes. But yeah, that's the very next thing that we should see. Hopefully not too long from now.
Awesome. I am very excited. This is going to be such a wild and unprecedented test. Hopefully they have no issues and get further down into the flow, and we get to see a frosty ship here. 2 frosty ships, because I guess 38's still very frosty. Turning around and looking at it, yes, still very frosty. Let's keep doing some questions. Chat, if you have any questions, don't forget at NASASpaceflight, and we'll see it pop up in some software we have running in the background.
You
Ninja
can
Guide-
sort of see. Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say you can sort of see there on the left-hand side of the booster quick disconnect, that pipe that I was saying. It's like a big thick pipe that comes out from there. It's just one that is the methane collection system, if you will, for when it warms up and recondenses. Like they put it back on the tank farm.
Very nice.
You can continue, Jack.
Thank you, Alex.
Unless
That's
you're
very...
not muted.
Am I muted? No, I'm not muted.
Nope.
No, you're not.
Excellent. I'm good at this.
I was taking advantage that we were actually seeing it, so.
No, good call. Good call. Schroemeyer is asking, do you think SpaceX will call it Flight 10 or Flight 10 with an X, like a Roman numeral? Adrian, what do you think?
I think Flight 10 with an X.
You think so?
Yeah.
Alex?
I mean, SpaceX.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
I mean, X is arguably the coolest letter in the alphabet. Or was.
I will argue
at
it's
one point.
key, but whatever.
It's what?
Key. It's from the Greek alphabet, but whatever.
Oh.
It's
that
also like an
explains
X.
That explains why I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. Let's see. Kevin Hayes is asking, is it possible that Ship 38 will go to orbit? Like, if everything goes right on Flight 10 with 37, do we think they might go full orbital with 38? I don't think they'll do a catch, for sure. I don't think they'll do a catch, but do we think they might go orbital? If they can get a Raptor in-flight relight, that's hard to say, on Flight 10 done? Alex?
I mean, if absolutely everything works on Ship 37, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to at least do that. Did they move the flaps? Or is it just me on Ship 38?
Moved them. They were deployed earlier, right?
I have no idea. I just noticed right now. Sorry. And that's one of the things. Okay, yeah, they were also tucked in. They are in fact chained. Now that I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just the different lighting now. That
The lighting has changed quite dramatically. It's also getting a lot windier, which is not ideal for my camera, but whatever is what it is.
But yeah, one of the things that I wouldn't be surprised about is if they try to, instead of inject it into a suborbital trajectory, they do an orbital trajectory and then they re-enter over the Pacific instead of the Indian Ocean or something like that, just to try like a proper orbit, so to speak, right? I don't think they will try a catch with 38. Some people think they will. I'm on the boat of no, and that it's probably going to be a Block 3 thing, and maybe not even on the first Block 3 flight, maybe a couple of flights down the line. But we'll see. You never know about SpaceX, right? We said the same about the booster catch,
right? Where
it was like booster 4, like booster 11, flight 4, right? And they're gonna attempt a more precise splashdown and whatever. And then we were like, yeah, well, if they do well, I don't think they're gonna be catching on flight 5. Oh yeah, that's too risky or whatever. And they did it, right? And they went for it. They caught the booster. So
I think back before Flight 5 had happened in the Flight 1 to 2 era, if you go back and listen to venting. Nice.
You're back. There's venting.
If you go back and listen, I think my answer to, when will they catch a booster probably was like Flight 12 or 14 or somewhere in there, and they ended up doing it on 5. So yeah, that's fair, Alex.
Yeah.
I think I always said 9. I remember that I a lot of times said 9. Which, well, didn't, like, there were already 3 catches in on 9.
I remember
basically
doing the whole thing of like, it's gonna be like Falcon 9 on Flight 19 or something like that. And it happened in Flight 5.
Yeah, I think we all were wrong. I think we can all admit that we were all wrong.
I mean, part of the speculation questions is speculating, so it's not like we're going into it saying we know what the answer. We're all like, maybe this. OLM vent. Look at that. OLM vent.
Where? I don't see any OLM vent.
That's the Pope vent.
Yeah.
No, is that? Am I hallucinating? No, that's the stairs. That's the stairs. That's the stupid spiral. Is that what that is? The spiral staircase? I fell victim to one of the classic blunders.
Who would win? A well-experienced Starbase commentator or these starry boys?
Inconceivable. Dang it. I don't even want to talk. Somebody else talk. I lost word privileges.
You're our host.
I just want to crawl into a hole. Where's the nearest hole I can crawl into?
I don't know, but I find some very good stairs you could go up to. I'll try.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go swim face down in the Rio.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Dose Addict saying suborbital pad looks kind of different today. Yeah, you went back 5 years in time and you're looking at the suborbital pads and they are crazy looking.
But by the way, Jack, I quickly want to one more thing about the thing you just had. Do you also think it's the worst feeling in NSF when you say something and Alex reacts with "where"?
It's
Because
one
it's
of
like-
those. Yeah, it's like when you get a DOS DM and you're just like, oh, I okay.
I'm not scared about that, but I'm scared about Alex getting something wrong. Alex usually sees something first, like very, very much first. And when Alex is like, "Where?" I'm like, "Oh no."
I can also miss things. Okay, like let's not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
when do you
Centennial
start with
exploding
that?
on the ground?
What?
Like a Centennial exploding on the ground. You missed that.
Yeah, he's still wrong about
No,
that.
but for example, when I thought that, you remember that Starlink from Vandenberg that we covered, that we were
Yes,
like,
the
oh,
fairing,
that's
yes.
the fairing, that's the Falcon 9, and then the rocket was launching off like to the left of the screen.
Yeah. To be fair, we all got that wrong, and suddenly
Yeah.
the rocket was like lifting off a bit late next to it, and I'm like, "Whoops."
It
Hey, at
might,
least
it
it was
might
still in
actually
the
have
frame.
been another. Yeah, it might have actually been another fairing, maybe preparing for another launch or something that we saw, because it did seem like a fairing. But it was funny that it was like, oh, that looks like a fairing, so of course that's the tip of the rocket. Let's track that, and then the rocket lifted off to the left. So yeah, I can be wrong and not look at things properly and be confused and whatnot.
I'm pretty sure that was a radome. I think the only way you see a fairing tip from that location from Slick 4 is if it's on top of a Falcon 9. Otherwise, it's behind the hills. But I could be wrong, as we had just discussed at length. Is there a new command in Nightbot, really?
But Sawyer is proposing stair vent, I think.
Oh.
Air vent to ship.
Well, you know what? We have this question here from Chris. Are we still going to see the orbital launch mount vent? Do we still expect to see that today? I certainly did, clearly.
I do.
Yes. Because they use the same lines that they would use to fuel a booster, so these lines need to still be chilled down because the temperature and everything doesn't change. So, yes.
What iFez in chat says minus 1,000 aura. 1,000? That's a lot. 1,000? Come on, I don't got that much already.
Jack has now minus 900 aura.
What? I think I just got burned so much I'm now crispy. Thank you.
No, that's the managing editor of NSF.
No, oh no. I gotta go. Continuing to wait for prop loading to start. It is 2:26 local. We are looking at ship 37 on the orbital launch mount in a wacky configuration that was never meant to be. Hopefully getting ready to do a static fire here soon at some point today.
I mean, it's progressing. Like, that's good news. We are definitely approaching the point.
We just have to hope
be fair.
we don't.
Fallen vent. Now it is for real. Look at that.
No, it's stairs.
Look how it looks like, Jack.
Thanks. Now I know what it looks like, so I can get it right next time. Thank you, Adrian.
There
It's
we
very
go.
helpful. All right, so
And see,
that.
Nice.
Go ahead, Alex.
I was gonna say the pipes that go into the launch mount and everything are getting frosty as well. As this is happening.
Excellent. So this will be chill down of the various plumbing on the mount itself once it is the right temperature so as to not get thermally shocked by the cryogenic propellants. Then fueling, we'll see that vent stop and then fueling will start. Right, Adrian?
Correct. Basically, that vent will stop, and that is exactly the moment where fueling will start. I always imagine it like some sort of like almost like a T switch, where it just goes the other way then.
So all of our numbers are kind of out the window because this has never been done before. But traditionally, for a booster or a full stack, how long does this OLM vent chill down of the plumbing on the mount process take?
Like 30 to 45 minutes, right, Alex?
Yeah, it takes about that. Yeah.
So sometime around 3 local, we might start to see a Frosty vehicle.
Yes, and then it depends a lot on how much they fuel, which is another question we will have. It's like, okay, how much will he actually put inside here? And once we have the answer to that question, then we are really getting to the where we can understand the static fire. But right now it's probably somewhere between 3:30 and 4 for the static fire ish.
Yeah.
All right. Good deal. Things are progressing here in Starbase. Let me thank some people because I'm seeing red in the panel here, which means
I was gonna
that's
say
bad.
go to the doctor, but yeah.
Wow, Alex.
What? You said I'm seeing red.
Wow. Cornbread Amos 56. Thanks for the support. They say why can't they make SpaceX look like the Chronicles of Riddick? I have not seen that movie, and here's the part where everyone freaks out that I haven't seen that movie. All right, moving on. John.
I don't.
Thank you for becoming a PADREP member. Marcus, thank you for the support there. They said, don't they need to use the deluge system to cool itself down? 6 engines are enough to overheat it, these steel plates. Yeah, we expect that, right, Alex?
Yeah, we are expecting the deluge system. It's just that they probably don't need the full system, like the full plate to be active. We don't think like maybe they need the full pressure either. Like we'll see what they do, of course. This is complete speculation, but 6 engines is not as powerful as 33, right? And so they can probably turn down a little bit you can imagine the engineers with a dial like the old radios, so to speak, right? One has the frequency, the other has the volume. So you've got down in the pressure of the lines, you've got down in the amount of water that you're carrying, whether it's the center plate or the outer plates or whatever. Like you can imagine something like that, right? Maybe them tweaking a little bit how the deluge works, but we still expect that deluge system being active for the static fire. If they do a static fire, again, we were saying before, right? They could do other kinds of testing while the ship is on the mount, trying to test some other things. And it applies always as well when they test at masses. Like this is not just because it is here and it is new and whatnot, but it is also because you never know what other things they might be able to test or may want to test, right? And so we'll see what they do. Of course, based on prior testing, we sort of think that maybe today will be a single engine test, just like they did at masses with 36 before they exploded and whatnot. But that's sort of the thinking here that yes, they'll probably use the deluge system.
Can I quickly chime in here, Jack?
Nope, no chiming allowed. Moving on.
No, I will chime. Earlier today, you all wished for a picture of Ship 37 on the mount, the curse stack, as some people have already called it. And I think we are ready to show you something here, where a picture of a certain... Oh wow, we are using that for that. Okay, cool. A certain picture of a Jack Buyer is now in the store. If you go to the print section, and you can now see this wonderful picture from Jack. I want to remind you 2 things. A, the photographer gets a cut of every print we sell, so it's a way for you to also support Jack in renting cool cameras and doing amazing stuff for the next flight. And also I want to remind you that Jack said he doesn't think that this will sell 2 units. Just saying, chat, please do your thing.
Here's the deal. We can go like a little behind the baseball or whatever, inside baseball, behind the scenes. I'm so brain dead at this point. It's not that I don't think people are going to buy it. I'm sure a couple people will buy it. And I appreciate that so much. As we always say, it is the highest praise, it's the highest honor you could possibly give to me or someone as a photographer. To put our work on your wall is amazing. My prints in the grand scheme of things, like my prints don't sell like Max prints. Like my prints just don't sell like crazy, and that's fine. I make prints that I want to exist, and that's fine. That it's a cursed ship on a cursed setup. No one's gonna buy it.
Then no one is no longer correct.
Functionally no. Anyway.
And we had 2.
Hey, thank you so much, everyone.
And 3.
What?
And 4.
Stop it.
I'm not joking.
No, you're messing with me.
No, I'm joking. I'm not joking.
I would be seeing them pop up in the panel, wouldn't I?
No, only if they notify it. You'd back and tell you we are at 4.
Thank you so much, everyone. I did just buy a new drone, so that is actually extremely helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I want to point Jack deserves it so much.
Aw. All right, I'm uncomfortable with praise, so let's move on. Thank you so much, everybody. It really does mean the world. Okay, so continuing down the thread of the deluge plate and all of that, Zuri is asking, so knowing the 33 Raptor markings on the steel plate, will the ship make a new print on the steel, like the 3 RVACs marking the plate? So I guess they're asking, did the center 3 vacuum engine, or sorry, do the 6
3
engines on the
centers
yeah.
and the
Go
3
ahead.
vacuums, right? That's what you were going to say.
Yeah, I think the 3 centers would line up and the 3 vacuums wouldn't, because the booster doesn't have vacuums. And presumably they would have aligned. Oh my god, someone did buy it. But like presumably the center 3 could be put on the like they could have oriented the star stool so the center 3 of the Starship matched the center 3 on the booster in orientation. But the booster doesn't have RVACs, so those couldn't match. Right? But it'll be fine. It's fine.
I think
It's fine. It's going to be fine.
I think also the plume will look very different, at least on the 6 engine, because the vacuums should have like a wider plume, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's gonna look cursed, I think, because you also will, like on the Massey stand, you don't see this plume expansion really, right? Because it's so small, like so low below the ground. But here you will really see the weird plume interaction, and I think we were gonna see, especially on the 6 engine, we're gonna see a weird configuration and like a weird plume. At least that's my expectation. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but I think we're gonna see that.
I'm really wondering what that's going to look like. Like, normally it's 33 Raptors on a booster fighting against the deluge, pushing upward, and it kind of like equals out or evens out, you know? And the booster plume kind of wins out. Especially if it's a single engine ship static fire versus the deluge plate. This is an Alex question. Alex, back when they were doing weird booster static fires with like subsets or single engine stuff like that, was that pre or post deluge plate? I think it was pre.
Pre, yeah. That was even before Flight 1. That was with Booster 7. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if today they do the single engine static fire test, for example. It's gonna be interesting to see what that looks like with a plate, and it seems like they're also going to be firing the detonation suppression system as well. Do you have any? I have a question for you, Jack. Do you have any assets out there to capture that a little bit more closer? Oh,
hey,
speaking of engine testing, that's a Merlin. That's
a
McGregor.
Merlin?
Yep.
It's a Merlin.
Orange. It's orange.
Would we know if that's a Merlin vac or a sea level? Is there a way to know?
I am not sure
really.
about the test stand. There's like a specific test stand for the vacuum engine.
If
I think
you guys
this
don't
might
know,
be that one though.
we do have a 24/7 live stream, not just of Starbase, not just of the Space Coast, but also of SpaceX's engine testing facility in McGregor, Texas.
Yeah, and back.
All right. So this is one of our cameras located outside the bounds of that engine testing facility, and you're seeing a test stand with a Merlin vacuum engine on it getting fired. We see all kinds of stuff going on at McGregor. We see first stages getting static fired. We see Raptor tests, of course. We see all kinds of stuff. So always got to give a shout out to McGregor and McGregor Live.
Shutdown.
Good test.
That's the ultimate stubby Merlin, because it doesn't have any nozzle extension at all.
Look at this. Beautiful. I got a lot of red here in the panel. I'm going to keep going.
Huh.
What?
No, just, huh.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was like, oh, what?
Huh.
Nope, sorry.
Stop, you can't quit faking me out. Quit faking me. Quit gasp faking me. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you for the $10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. That's awesome. Another way you can support what we do. Regeneratively cooled greater than tiles for heat shields. Stoke for the win. Anyway, I'm seeing more Raptor 3s at McGregor these days, like a lot of them. They're stunning engines, truly. I'd guess we'll see some showing up at Starbase soonish. Also, I emailed you, Chris. This must have been from when Chris was on earlier. I will note to Chris to keep an eye out for that. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. The regeneratively cooled heat shield is definitely super interesting as a concept. I certainly don't love tiles necessarily, and I'm not convinced that they're the solution. But I'm also not convinced the additional complexity of regenerative cooling is this. I mean, I don't know what the solution is. That's why I'm not a rocket scientist. Adrian, what were you saying?
I think the problem is, I think not even SpaceX knows fully, because they have not really get the greatest track record in getting good TPS data since the changes. So I'm not sure if they know. I'm not sure if they are aware what work and what. That's why they test, right? That's why they want to understand it better and get a good feeling for this testing, because well, they need to understand, can they use tiles, because that's still an open question we'll have to answer at some point.
There's also the thing of like the design of Starship as it is right now, the way that it re-enters, the way that it lands, all of those things. If you went with a fully regeneratively cooled heat shield, you will have a large surface area to cool down, right? Which means you need a lot of that cryogenic or whatever you use to cool down the side of the ship. And the problem with that is that you need a lot of mass, probably a lot more than what you need in terms of tiles, for example. So one of the things that I'm thinking about, for example, is maybe a combination of both might be the ideal solution for the Starship design in particular. Now, the way that Stoke solves it is, instead of having the side of the vehicle, they have the bottom. And as you can see, the bottom of the vehicle is actually a lot smaller in terms of surface area, right? So that means you've got less area to cool down during re-entry, which means you don't need as much of the material of that cryogenic or whatever you want to use to cool down the heat shield and whatnot. And so that's one of the advantages of the design of Nova, and that's why they go with that. And changing Starship completely to regeneratively cooled heat shield, I don't think it's impossible. I think it's doable. It's just that it's a lot more complicated, right? It's not as straightforward, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, rockets are a series of trade-offs, like everything in design and engineering.
Yeah, I mean, even when we talk about fuel, I always love the fuel discussion, because there is no there's no perfect answer, right? We have of course, three common fuels. We have RP1, we have hydrogen, and we have methane at this point. And it's not like there's one is better than the other. It's not like methane is better than the others. It just has different applications. And there's no there's no holy grail rocket fuel that is just better than everything else. It's just a series of what you need for your rocket, what you want for your rocket, and what design goals you have. It's such a fascinating thing that all fuels have value.
Let's see. I still have a bunch of red. I swear I'm going to catch up. I have to catch up. Forrest Edwards, thank you for the support. Joseph Zimmerman, becoming a launch director. That's outstanding. Thank you so much, Joseph. You get everything in the membership program, including your name at the end of the Flame Trench and NSF Live episodes. Anonymous is asking, when Shrug Patch? Adrian.
2nd to 3rd week of August is right now. We're expecting type timeline. We had some delays because we had some more revisions because we really wanted it correct, and we wanted to nail the design down in a way that like we are happy. That's why we had some delays there, and yeah, it's getting there. We will soon hopefully send you an update about them shipping.
Sweet.
Well, that's interesting. We have, I guess, breaking news.
Go on.
There's a road closure for Ship 38 to roll back to the production site after its cryoproof testing. It should be the night of Thursday to Friday from midnight to 4 a.m.
So tomorrow night.
Yep.
All right.
I love the new City of Starbase website.
It is really nice.
It says S38 post-proof transport. So yeah, that's the key. When it says that's the clue that it's the rollback of 38.
Post-proof. Nice. Apocalypse Cow, Danger Moo, thank you so much for the support. They say, so if Massey's was still intact, would simultaneous tests like this have been possible there, or are these unique to having separate locations? I think the latter. That would be my gut. I don't think they can cryoproof and static fire two separate ships at Massey's at the same time. I could be completely wrong, but that's my gut. Adrian, would you like to disagree?
No, I think at some point it's more like about also like a risk buy down. Like, would you risk two ships while doing a static fire while parking next to each other, right?
Yeah.
Like that's I think one of the big consideration there. Would you risk that?
I think there's also the fact that, you know, for cryoproof, it is true that they load liquid nitrogen for the methane tank, but for the liquid oxygen tank, they load liquid oxygen because the oxygen itself, it's not dangerous. It's when you have a fuel along with it, right? So that's why the methane tank is loaded with nitrogen, but the oxygen tank is just loaded with oxygen. And so if you load the ship 30, for example, imagine that this was instead at Massey's, right? They had ship 37 at the ship static fire stand, 38 at the cryo stand. Then you have 38 with a full load of liquid oxygen, and then 37 also needs a full load of liquid oxygen for its static fire test. So it's like, do you have enough storage for that much liquid oxygen? Because this is like somewhere around 800, 900 tons of liquid oxygen. So that's a lot of liquid oxygen that you need, right?
Yeah.
It's so absurd, the amounts that they're dealing with.
Yeah, it's like, at what point, like, yes, could you expand the capabilities to make it like, theoretically possible? Yeah, but why? Right? Like, why would you not test on 2 following days? It's not like they're super limited there.
I eagerly await the day that we see 2 full stacks on 2 pads, but even then, I don't think we would see, like, a launch from one pad and a static fire of a booster on the other in the same day. Like, that seems, at least not for a little while, right? That seems too risky, like, not the kind of risk buy-down posture you would normally see.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, I swear I'm going to get through these. Shirks, but that's the only way I can assume to say your name. I'm sorry. But becoming upgrading to a Capcom member, you now have access to the Discord. Pop into the Discord and say, hey, the members' Discord rules, in addition to all the other sweet perks that you now have access to. You also have access to the member Discord. Bunch of different channels in there. There's a food chat. Sometimes I post what I'm cooking in there. There's a gaming channel. There's of course channels for all sorts of different rockets and launch sites and etc. There's a news channel where you can monitor the situation. There's like a maker channel where for like 3D printing, gaming, all kinds of cool stuff. But you also get access to the pre-show and post-show of the Flame Trench every week, which is a really fun. I don't even know how to put it. A really fun time we have in the pre-show and post-show every week. I'll put it that way. Mecha T-Rex becoming a Padrat member. Anonymous gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you and thank you. Chris becoming a Padrat member. Thanos Panda saying, question about the merch store. I love this stuff, by the way. Will there ever be a launch entry landing shirt for Super Heavy? New Glenn and Falcon have them. I would be shocked if that's not something that we ever do. That's a good idea. Tim.
Should be one just for hot staging.
Ooh, that's a good idea. I would love a hot staging
like
shirt,
the
honestly.
shutdown sequence for hot staging.
I think hot staging is really, really bonkers and cool. So hot staging is cool. I can't talk today. I'm sorry. Tim McRae, thank you for the support. They say, is it possible Ship 38 could do a once around flight and land in the Gulf of Mexico? I mean, anything's possible. That would certainly be interesting. I don't expect it, but that would be interesting. Claire Louise Martin becoming a Padrat member. Ooh, what, Alex? Go ahead.
OLM vent seems to have stopped. Or at least it's just a trickle now.
So what next? We see these pipes get frosty? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Right on cue.
They're starting liquid oxygen load. There you can see that liquid oxygen pipe getting frosty. As foretold, I said, we're going to see those frosty once that happens. And there we go. That's indication that indeed liquid oxygen load is underway. I think the methane is still not frosty, but that should be very soon as well. Because when the OLM vent shuts down, that's indication of the liquid oxygen load beginning. But the methane load runs separately because there's no vent for it, right? You cannot vent the methane. And so the indication usually is that we see like the subcoolers getting bunkers and things like that. Or in this case here, we will see the other pipe also getting frosty as well. So that's always nice.
It's always nice when you say, what next? The pipes get frosty, and then the pipes get frosty. What next? Gold bars fall from the sky? I'm going to keep making that joke till it happens.
A donut.
Donuts falling from the sky? Carson in our back channel in disbelief that SpaceX is doing this. And I'm kind of with him. This is a wild test. The ship was never meant to sit on the orbital launch mount directly. The orbital launch mount was never meant to receive a ship directly. It's all sorts of ad hoc plumbing and it's seemingly napkin math. I'm sure it's much more than napkin math, but that's how it feels, at least compared to regular, in air quotes, rocketry. And yet, here we are, about to get into loading on the ship. Really exciting. Like, this is not something I ever thought I would see. You gotta love it.
It's really amazing.
I'm so here for it. I'm also here for all the support. I swear, I am making progress. I'm going to get through a little bit more of these, and then we can get into regular questions and hopefully get into a frosty ship here. Feel free to stop me, Alex, if that in fact does happen. Looks like Zach grabbed a whole bunch of patches. Hopefully all the ones they didn't get before. Hopefully they're all set. They say cleaning out the closet for the win. Also Flight 10, not X. I still disagree about Mac OS 10. Let's not do that with Starship. Would Chi mean Flight 20's logo would be Chi-Chi? Nice. Thank you so much, Zach, for the support. Yeah, that warehouse move, really nifty. Giving everyone a second chance to get some of that stuff.
One other thing. Oh, sorry.
Just north of Antarctica, got the print and said print acquired. I can't
Oh.
believe you. And they did a super chat to say so. Thank you. Thank you so much. That really is wild. It means a lot. Go ahead, Alex.
I was gonna say one other thing that I'm looking forward to. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna give one link to Kevin, so maybe we can show this on screen as we're looking here at this propeller load proceeding, because there's another thing that they needed to sort of jitter rig, I guess, in this whole situation here with this stand, which is how do you do the engine chill here, right? Because engine chill is when they flow the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane into the Raptor engines, right? And they cool down the pumps on the engines so that they are all ready to go and they are in the right conditions and temperatures for the static fire test or any test in general. Like even for a spin prime, they also do that. And the thing is, when you flow that liquid oxygen and that liquid methane, the pump is at ambient temperature, and the methane and oxygen are not. So what happens is those warm up. So the pump cools down, the methane and oxygen warm up, they turn into a gas. You need a way to be able to release to get out all of that gas from the Raptors, and that's what the engine chill lines are for. The engine chill lines on the ship at Massey's, they are connected to the ship static fire stand, and they have these sort of conduits and everything that sort of lead out and vent out the oxygen side, methane side. In that case, they put it out to a flare stack that it's covered, so you don't see the flare, but it is there, and so it's burned off. At the launch site, they do the same with the booster. The booster has these connections to the engines, and they drain the oxygen and sort of collect it and dump it away, because it's okay, it's oxygen, there's plenty of it in the atmosphere, you just put in more there, right, in the air. The methane, you cannot do that, so they do the same. They recollect that, they put it back on the tank farm, they recondense it from gas to liquid and put it on the tank farm. But the ship has never been tested here before, so they needed to do that. And the way that they did that was they plugged in the extra hoses from the ship engine chill to the booster engine. Like they did sort of like a lightning to USB connection as well, just like they did with the propeller lines, and they connected the existing collection for the engine chill for the oxygen from the ship to the booster side. And it's amazing, but we also will see that getting frosty as it is being collected and those engines are chilled down for the test. So we'll see. I'm really interested to see that in action.
So exciting. So exciting. Unprecedented testing taking place in the Starbase here today. So the OLM vent is stopped. We don't see a frosty anything yet. But we did see the lines leading into the ship get frosty. How careful?
Oh,
I mean, right. Like this is what? Oh what?
I think I'm seeing now the methane pipe also getting frosty. The one on the quick
Sweet.
disconnect. Well, quick disconnect. You know what I mean.
Umbilical.
And the subcoolers as well. They are venting for the methane side. Yep, there you
yeah,
go.
look at that.
Both
Frosty
pipes are
methane
frosty.
pipe. Perfect. Exactly what we want to see. But going back to questions from Jack time, I mean, I think it's a fair question to ask, given what happened the last time they tried to do a static fire with a ship, much less on a improvised setup versus a nice dedicated one. How careful do we think they're going to be today with the parameters of whatever it is that they're trying to do, if it is in fact a static fire or some other type of engine testing or otherwise? Do you think they're, I don't know, being a normal amount of careful? They're always super careful? Do you think they're going to be extra careful? Alex, I'll let you go first.
In terms of the testing, whether they're going to be careful or not, you mean?
Yeah, like, I feel like sometimes they might see, they see a limit being approached on a parameter, and it's like, well, how red is that line? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It's not that red.
It's like kind of like pink. It's like more of a salmon, you know. It's fine. Or is it like fire engine red? If it's fire engine red, then we're no good. But I don't know. I don't know. I wonder how much leeway they normally afford themselves in terms of move fast and break things, get it done, sort of attitude, and if today will in any way be perhaps a departure from that.
We'll see. I'm starting to see those chill lines that I just mentioned a bit frosty. So it doesn't fully indicate that they are doing engine chill, but it is indication that at least those are filled.
All right. Yeah, you can see them clearly, bright white right there. Go ahead, Adrian.
I think there's a good chance they might be a bit more careful than usual, as you are doing a first test. Like, I always assume then they are more careful on a first test than on a 20th test. That's just my general assumption about this.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, right? They've never tested a ship like this on here. This is the first time propellant has flown through this plumbing in this way into a ship. A lot of unknowns and firsts happening before our eyes right now. And what a luxury it is that we get to do this.
Like this is
holy
cool
cow.
for us. In a weird way, I know not great the ship 36 exploded, but the one good thing about this is we get to experience something we would have probably never experienced otherwise here. And we totally get a very, very new Starbase experience.
Which seems like really special, given that we're kind of at the beginning of the end of... Sorry, we're at the end of the beginning of the Starship program era, whatever you want to call it, epoch. I mean, I still feel like it's very much Wild West, and it's very much, these are all prototypes, and you never know what's going to happen. That's part of the reason we tune in and tank watch for hours at a time, because we do, in fact, not know what's going to happen. Just look at the ship 36. But it's absolutely changing rapidly. It's been changing rapidly this entire time, and it's going to continue to change rapidly. As an entire program, Starbase as a place will continue to change, and it almost started to seem like Starship launches were becoming, I don't want to say routine, because again, they're still prototypes, but we were getting into sort of a flow with Starship launches, and now it's almost like a return to the early days, a return to the Wild West of Starbase, which is really nice. And perhaps this might be the last of these sorts of things that we see.
Yep, starting to appear.
There's a frost ring. If you look at the logs tank, you see these vertical stingers, and inside of them, you can see frost appearing.
Yeah, that line of stringers above that black camera bump, that is... it's like reinforcement where they weld the aft barrel to the rest of the LOX tank there.
Yep.
But yeah, you can see frost. Excellent. That means liquid oxygen, presumably, is going into the ship.
Yep, and one easy way to buy down risk here would be to load the liquid oxygen tank quite a lot, because you reduce the stress on everything else, because the ship is very heavy. So you're basically you basically make the ship a giant counterweight. So I would expect, if this is a static fire, which we very much expect, to have at least some decent sized LOX load and basically no methane.
Yeah, that would make sense. Astro95 Media, what's up, dude? Said, I called OLM vent in chat for the same reason about 5 minutes before Jack did. We can share in our collective embarrassment over bacon. Thoughts and prayers, brother. Thanks, man.
How nice.
Means a lot. Ninja Decimator. Pew, pew, pew. I hope someone clips Jack's stair vent moment. Thanks, buddy. Space Pope. They say Pope is go for prop load. Excellent. That's good, because it's happening. Joaquin, thank you for the support. They say stair vent is going. Thomas, thank you for the store purchase. They got the Flight 8 patch. Mr. Fluffy02, thank you. I do know what the best coast is. It's the west one. Gort for Mort, thank you for becoming a red team member. Ethereal Swordsman again with a super chat. They say Wyoming coast. I assume they mean the best coast is that one. Sorry, Adrian.
See, I also have brain farts.
It happens. We're only human. Nobody's nerfed. Gort from Lord again, gifting a Red Team membership. Unix upgrading to Capcom membership. Cornbread, AMS56, mentioning Cornbread with a super chat. That diabetic kid saying, can we start a fund to send Jack to Oshkosh for a week next year? I'd pay for some high quality footage around there and of the air shows. That's very sweet of you, that diabetic kid. I would love to go to Oshkosh. If you want to help me explicitly do something like that, I do have a Patreon, but yeah, that's a thing. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you again. They say you could call it a Jack Byer print. Also, my sympathies to your poor panel at this point. Yeah, thanks. Also, I second TDK's idea of sending one of you to Oshkosh. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Maybe Max. Llama, thanks for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Greg Dietz, thank you as well. And Diego, thank you for the support. There, I got all of the red. I've gotten rid of all of the red. I have finally succeeded.
Say that was our red team.
Wow.
Thank you. I'm here all the time.
Let's see. Saad is asking, long term, do you think a booster launched without the ship has enough Delta V to launch from Starbase and be caught at the Cape, assuming no regulatory issues and a nose cone? Alex, go.
A booster, it will have a hard time landing and going through re-entry and whatnot. I will say that.
Why?
It's a long way to go. You have to go really fast. Like, a lot of people think, well, but boosters, Falcon 9 boosters, they go downrange. They go downrange 600 kilometers. You need to go another 1,000 kilometers beyond that. And the difference in velocity between 600 and 1,600 kilometers that you need to achieve, it's quite a lot. Like, even, for example, Falcon Heavy center cores, which usually go well beyond the side boosters, for example, or any other Falcon 9 booster in terms of velocity, the furthest downrange has been 1,500 kilometers downrange, so slightly below the distance between Starbase and the Cape. And they were going over 3,000 meters per second at engine shutdown, essentially.
Right.
Which, that's like a little bit under half of orbital velocity. So then you have to scrub all of that velocity. And the thing is, Super Heavy is not meant to go through re-entry at that speed. It is true that it doesn't do an entry burn, but that is because it does a very slow entry compared to Falcon 9. And Falcon 9 still does a re-entry burn. So it will need an entry burn. You will need quite a lot of reserves for that. And then you will need, of course, the landing burn as well. I've not done the math, but it's a lot of Delta V that you need to scrub that velocity, apart from the one that you need to push the booster in that direction. So,
all right, hear me out.
I'd say it will have a hard time. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it will have a hard time.
We put 2 Falcon 9s on the side.
And you do RTLS to Starbase?
Those are TLS to Starbase and give the booster extra Delta V. Also, can the booster do some kind of orbital mechanic shenanigans and hang out at apogee for a long time or something and let the Earth move below it so it doesn't have to necessarily? I don't know how physics works.
That's not how it works.
The problem is you would push your apogee up to be longer there, and then you would have more energy to scrub off again, and we are back to problem 1. You're coming in at a higher speed.
Physics is a harsh mistress.
Yeah.
Which is why Starship re-enters the way that it does, because the belly, it has a lot more surface area, right? And so it's a lot easier to slow down from orbit that way. You present a large surface area, and that scrubs off the orbital velocity. And it also takes a while. It takes 15 minutes to go from, entry interface to landing burn. So it's a while. If you've seen a capsule, for example, it takes a lot less time. Like, it's maybe 7-8 minutes from, entry interface to parachutes deploying. So, yeah.
Really interesting question. Nominal is saying, Jack, it might come across as napkin math, but at the end of the day, it's adapt and overcome. That mindset is imperative to get to and survive on Mars. Oh, absolutely. And I'm so here for it. I love it. It's my favorite stuff about the Starship program. When I've said it before, I'll say it again. When I'm pointing my camera at something, and I'm like, how is this a thing? How am I a couple hundred feet away from this monstrosity? Also, largest second stage of all time. Also, most futuristic rocket ever. Click, 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 click. That's like my shutter button. I'm so here for it. It's my favorite stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing of like we are in the very privileged position that we are documenting history here, right? Like, there's a good chance, like, if Starship reaches a lot of its goals, which we all hope, that this will be in documentaries. I mean, there's a good... We see documentaries of the Saturn V today. Like, if this thing goes to Mars first, there's a good chance somebody will produce some documentaries about Starship. And we are in the very, very, very fortunate position to be front and center of this documentation process.
Yeah, it really is. Like, there is a reason I have spent the vast majority of the last 5 or 6 years of my life prioritizing documenting this, because I don't think this period of time is going to last. And I think it's a very special and unique period of time. What's up, Alex?
I think they are in engine chill. See, the problem is there's only 6 engines. So the engine chill is not as...
Right.
It's not as substantial, but I'm seeing venting. So you see there on our ticker on the bottom where it says SpaceX. Oh, well, now we... Yeah, the pipes are frosty, that's first. But also here to the left where it says SpaceX, you see some venting from the ground. That is because those pipes go underground, and there's like a pool, like a pit, some few meters away, like 60 meters away from the launch mount, where they dump that liquid oxygen. And so right now, that is the venting where it's coming from. So it kind of indicates that maybe we'll see it firing around 3:30, somewhere between 3:25, 3:30. The problem is, as I said, it's a very tiny vent, so I'm trying to pinpoint when exactly it began. But engine chill usually begins, like in the schedules from SpaceX, it always says like 19 minutes, 40 seconds prior to T0. So roughly 20 minutes before the test happens. So maybe 3:30?
I can tell you, by the way, that I still have the number of the old engine chill time in my head when it was still Generation 1. 12 minutes and 57 seconds. That was on the SN8s and stuff, the engine chill time. That was the most reliable indicator. I love that. It's a number I should tattoo that number to myself. I think it's my favorite number. Anyway, Alex, when will we able, based on the amount of liquids loaded here, when will we understand really, like, will this be a single or a 6-engine static fire? Is there any difference in load we expect?
Yeah, so at least from what we've seen at Massey's, the way that they do it is they load the liquid oxygen tank and just a little bit of the methane tank for a 6-engine static fire test. The whole reason for that is because... sorry, the tank farm or the vehicle is like venting super loud and I cannot even hear myself. So the thing is the load is usually full liquid oxygen and little bit of the methane for a 6-engine static fire test, so that it weighs down on the ship, right? So that there's mass and therefore the ship doesn't fly off or anything like that. But also, we've seen this in the past, that also happens for a spin prime. We don't know why. Is it that they do that for a spin prime as well? But they did that a few times at Massey's as well. More recently with Ship 35, in fact. But right now, if you look at this, now they are already in engine chill, right? Which means we are under 20 minutes. We're probably like 17 or so right now to the test. And one of the things that we can see is that the liquid oxygen is nowhere near full, right? That tank is nowhere near, and it like it takes more than 20 minutes to fully load this liquid oxygen tank. So there's a high possibility that what happens is the other case, where they load just a little bit of liquid oxygen, a little bit of methane, and that is usually during a single engine static fire test. We're not saying that's going to happen, but it's looking like that, right? All things kind of point to that. So we'll see. We'll obviously take any sort of static fire that happens. Single, 6 engines, whatever they do, I'll take it. Because it's going to look really weird.
I mean, there's a lot of signs at this point pointing at a single, right? Like it's the normal pattern. It makes sense from a risk standpoint. The tanking looks like it. Like, yes, we cannot confirm until we see it, but it's like we are approaching territory where it at least feels fairly likely to me. Maybe that's me, but that's at least the point where I'm approaching to.
Yeah.
But we will of course finally see that in a few minutes from now, because we are just 15 minutes away from this static fire. And I just have to quickly mention this here. Bite Forward, very, very regular to this, and once again coming here with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Bite Forward, saying no jinxing here. We are going to have a successful static fire. Yes, yes. That's what I'm gonna say. So Bite Forward, thank you so much for that very, very regular, very generous support, and I hope you will enjoy the show in 15 minutes from now. And with that 15 minutes, Alex, this will fly by.
Hopefully not the ship itself.
Yeah, I hope it's not the ship. I hope it's just the time. But I feel I still have a very high very, very high overall confidence in these clamps and everything. Like, they didn't super experiment with that. That's a very known system. Like, I feel confident in this static fire. And I feel confident everything will go well. That's my overall feeling. If this is a clip for the jinxing of the future, and you have to clip this, and it's like with the explosion in the background, so be it.
Yeah, one of the questions that we've getting more often, and we've been getting them recently, obviously for the reasons that are very obvious right now in front of us, is that, like, how do we know that this is gonna hold up, right? Like the clamps on the transport stand and things like that. Well, one of the things to mention and sort of point out again for maybe the people that have already heard us talking about it multiple times, they know, some people don't, so let's repeat it again. Those clamps on the transport stand are essentially the same design as the ones on the static fire stand. And knock on wood, those have worked on the static fire stand, and they are the same design, same number of them on the ship transport stand. So those work. We know that. The big question will be whether the ship transport stand, which is welded to those plates on the arms, those welds hold, or the 60 bolts holding the plates down sort of work, right? The hold down arms don't have the clamps for holding onto the stand. There's a plate bolted onto those arms, and then the plate has been welded to the transport stand. So that's more or less sort of the other side of the game here. That is the unproven part. The proven part of the pins and the clamps and everything on the transport stand with the ship, that's proven. It's the same design. We know that works pretty much so far, right? It's the other part, and so that's why I was saying, like, hopefully not the ship. I trust that SpaceX welded that thing properly, that those bolts are really bolted down on those arms and things like that. But knock on wood, as you said, Adrian, somebody clip this if it actually happens in the future. I don't know.
Yeah, we just performed a huge jinx. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, that's dangerous. You're playing a dangerous game, Alex. Let's see. More questions. Keep your questions coming as we get closer and closer to a potential static fire test, some sort of engine test, with Ship 37 here, the next ship in line for a full stack Starship flight. That'll be up next on Starship Flight 10, presumably sometime mid-August, should everything go well with this final pre-launch test campaign.
I mean, yeah, it's like two static 5s away from the next launch, right? You have to remember that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, when is the last time SpaceX did a wet dress or a mini wet dress before a launch?
I only know it's quite some time.
Flaps moving.
Ooh.
Look at that.
This is when Ship 36.
This is in fact
the
the
thing.
point. Yes, in the flow.
This is exactly the point where Ship 36 failed.
Yeah.
Well,
when
doing
it
the
was
sixth
testing Yep. It was testing the flaps. It seemed almost like that flap testing almost wrapped up. So yeah.
Yeah, curious that there was that they sort of coincided. Gosh, I'm so enamored with Starship as a vehicle. Like the flaps as control surfaces, they're just beautiful. At liftoff, when you see the metal skin rippling, it's just like what a beautiful machine.
Will they move the bottom flaps?
They did. That while they were moving
I
the top
didn't see
ones,
that.
they also moved the bottom ones. They basically both sets folded all the way up and then extended back out.
That's crazy.
Just beautiful.
It's a beautiful vehicle. Like Starship, I love Block 2. Block 2 is a really, really very good part of the design of Starship.
Yep, I'm so glad we can say that too, because I'm sure you remember, and I'm sure a lot of people out there watching remember us being concerned, shall we say, at how Block 2 was going to look. Turns out, looks good.
And I think we are very, very close here. Just 10 minutes away. You can see some venting from the bottom of the ship. That's also related to all the chill downs and everything.
Ian Mealworm is asking, noticing a crane still standing near the other pad, would you say that this is a sign they may just be a tanking test with this setup before a static fire tomorrow? No, I think that crane being there is fine. It's far enough away. It might look close in some of our camera views, but it's a fair distance away, especially considering this is just a ship. Like, it's not a booster.
Yeah, if we go to the wide views later, you will see that's like, yeah, there you can see it. Like, it's not close. There's no way that 6 Raptor engines will influence that. Like, yes, 6 Raptor engines are powerful, but not that powerful.
Right. Especially when you consider the deluge, the tower in the way, etc., etc. Energy falls off at the square of the
something. Physics.
Inverse square.
Inverse square, thank you. That's the smart thing.
I guess
Isaac Rodman
is called Alex Physics.
It's true. Believe it or not. Alex Rodman also doing the smart thing and becoming a launch director member.
Wow.
Thank you for that so much. Again, you get all of the perks possible, plus you get your name at the end of NSF Live and the Flame Trench. Thank you so much. Really means so much to us, because we all love what we do. And your support means we can do what we do. We can have 2 different ships being tested on the same day at different places in Starbase and have multiple cameras on both because of your support. Ethereal Swordsman again. They say, I wonder how much thrust does the orbital launch mount vent produce, you think? That's a lot of force.
I don't have them. I don't even want to dare. Like, I wouldn't stand in it. A, because it's probably very, very cold.
Right.
So that's the one thing, and B, I think there's a good amount of chance that that's not going to be healthy for you. But yeah.
Right. Yeah, asphyxiation hazards and pure nitrogen atmospheres or pure methane atmospheres generally want to avoid those. Cooper Foster, I don't want to avoid you though, because you just became a Capcom member. Jump into the Discord and say hey. Richard Paisley becoming a Padrat member. Dean Brilhart asking mayonnaise or Miracle Whip. Neither. Ew. ADC TV UK.
Mayonnaise.
Ew. Thank you for the super. They say, do you think they could either use regen cooling or fill the flaps with some form of cooling to stop burn through? What is with the burn through? Like, I'm not super worried about burn through.
In theory, they have fixed that problem. They just didn't get tested yet because their ship keeps blowing up.
I mean, I guess they didn't move the location of the aft flaps, so perhaps maybe still an issue on them. But yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens on this next flight, and if they can get some solid reentry data.
They also changed the tiling still on the aft flaps. Like, the tiling is different.
Yeah, that's true. The tiling on the whole vehicle is different. Like, they've taken a different approach to how they do gap fill. They've taken a different approach to the ablative material. They've taken a different approach to the seams in between major sections, like where the big major welds are and everything. And the heat shield just gets increasingly beautiful to me. Obviously,
Yes.
37s needs a lot of work, but poor 36. Their 36's heat shield looked really good.
Yeah, you know what didn't look good? The COPVs.
Yeah. That's true. XD9, thank you so much. They say, Jack, here's some schmeckles. Get some caffeine. Llama, thank you for the support. They say, hi crew, can you talk about how much prop load we should expect based on usual static fire tests? Here's the thing.
This ain't usual.
This is nothing about this as usual. I don't know if you can tell the way that it looks. Nothing about this as usual. But with that
we are just waiting for the OLM vent and for the like basically the tank farm to die down and the OLM vent come back, which might be any second now. Like, not much more will go into this vehicle, probably, if this is a single engine, like Alex speculated earlier, based on indicators and also based on the log slot we have and the fact that they are already into engine chill. This very much feels like...
Look at the vent on the nose cone. It looks like a big must.
Oh, you're a bit of robotic there, yeah, but there is another vent on the top, so probably some header tank action there. It's absolutely... I still think it's a mustache vent. I agree. So we are continuing to see... And there's the OLM vent. That's also back. And with the OLM vent now back, that means fueling has wrapped up. So this vehicle is primed and ready. And also the fact that the header tank is involved means that there is most likely a single engine, because that's also using the header tank.
I'm excited.
And you sound better now.
Yay. You can see the ticker has gone away. We are in static fire watch.
Yeah, it's the day. It's the time.
I'm really curious what the deluge is going to do and if it's going to look wonky, especially if it's a single engine. Like, who would win, a massive deluge plate or one Rapti boy?
Very good question. But
even if you don't like the way I'm asking it, I still think it's a good question.
I think so. I, however, think also that, like, I hope somebody did the math and there will be a relatively low amount of deluge and low amount of piping through of the deluge. So I think everything will be fine.
If it is a single engine, would it be a sea level or a vacuum?
It would be a sea level.
All right.
So that's this will look relatively standard. If this is a single engine, this will be a relatively standard test versus what we have seen on a booster. The very weird one will be the 6 engine.
Yeah, definitely. How are those artifacts going to behave?
By the way, I say relatively standard as we look at a ship on the orbital launch mount.
Yeah, something I don't think any of us ever thought that we would see or witness or wish to be. Truly remarkable.
And ship 37 is about to say, "Witness me."
Hopefully in a good way.
Hopefully, like not in the
in
evil,
theory.
not in the evil way.
Right. That would be bad.
That would be very bad. Like I would say.
Ninja Gaiden. I'm hesitant to even do questions because we might see a static fire any second, and then someone could be getting asked something like, "Would they static fire in the rain?" and be giving a sort of nonchalant, flippant answer when something crazy happens. But
Yeah, and then it makes it all the way to John Oliver.
well, yeah, I couldn't imagine that possibly happening. Speaking of things I never thought. Ninja Gaiden is asking, do we know if SpaceX has done anything to mitigate the nozzle burn through that occurred on previous Raptor vacuum engines? I don't. I think I would know if I would remember if we had heard anything about that. Alex, am I forgetting or missing anything?
I'm not sure if Alex is back yet, but I think we would hear about it, A, and B, this might be a Raptor 3 thing. Maybe this is part of the, like...
yeah, good point.
I'm wondering. But we'll hopefully get to know at some point. Maybe during that potentially technical presentation Elon has talked about.
Oh, please. I
Yes.
really hope we get details, info, schematics, renders, blueprint. You know, like
Anything.
Just Matrix style jack into our brains and info dump, please. Also, y'all, I see a whole bunch of support coming through. I don't want to make you feel like we're ignoring that. We will definitely thank y'all for the super chats and everything. We can't do this without your support, but we are in sort of go mode right now, waiting to see a static fire, hopefully a static fire, some sort of engine test, potentially momentarily here.
I thought I saw the vent down vent for a moment, but maybe I'm imagining things.
I am going to make sure my camera's recording. Adrian, if you could talk for a moment.
Yeah, totally. So, Alex, I know we're back. There is a vent down sequence vent that we sometimes like to talk about, which is like very visible sometimes and sometimes not. And that's like the big announcement when they might continue past that last hold point, correct?
Yeah, there's also the fact that that is also when they test a booster, right? Because part of that process is also preparing for the engine ignition process. And if you recall, the engine ignition process on the booster uses the quick disconnects for the Raptors on the 20-hour Raptor engines. That is not the case for a ship. And so I'm really wondering what will happen, right, as they cross that T-minus 40-second mark of sorts, if they do something like that here as well. Or if we will just have to look up for the detonation suppression system.
I wouldn't be surprised if we are right now in some sort of like final check hold that fits with the timing we are in. Hard. We'll see.
Do you think that the 36 anomaly happened during the immediate pre-static fire flow on the ship, or do you think it was like minutes before? I mean, based on when we saw the flaps test on 37 just now,
it was about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would be inclined to say minutes. Yeah, Adrian,
it was already.
I just sort of wonder if we're in perhaps some sort of hold. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
It was already like a good 10 minutes away, based just on like the propellant levels and things like that. Like the liquid oxygen tank was almost full. We had seen a little bit of methane on the tank, right? So yeah, Ship 36 was probably about 10 minutes at the time of its explosion. We are definitely well beyond that.
Got it. Okay,
Again,
that's what I was sort of wondering. Go ahead, Adrian.
I'm staring. I'm full in indicator mode, but like again, as Alex said, the vent down might not happen. Like this, the next indicator we might get that they are about to fire is literally the FireX system. Like
Yeah, it would be FireX and then Deluge and then Static Fire
Yeah.
potentially, right?
To be pedantic,
Yeah,
detonation suppression
yeah,
system. but
detonation
yes.
suppression.
Thank you.
I'm.
If anyone on this entire channel is pedantic, it's certainly me. So feel free, Alex. Feel free. I deserve it.
I also deserve it. I know it better, but I always forget. Also,
sometimes you
FireX
slip.
sounds so much cooler.
FireX does sound cool. Also, sometimes you say Vab, and all of your space friends go, "What did you just say?" And you're like, "I'm sorry. Sometimes
Yeah.
you say ESA, and everyone's like, "What?"
Even their style guide says to not say ESA.
Sorry. Continuing to watch.
You also don't say NASA.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be better. Okay, I'm trying. That's the important part.
Staring.
All right.
Come on.
Staring at the ship. Staring at a frosty ship. It's presumably got liquid oxygen and liquid methane in the tanks. It's sitting on this improvised mount. It looks kind of amazing and awesome, and simultaneously like something that should not exist. But here we are, in order to get this testing done, so that they can fly Flight 10.
Yep.
And to be clear, there's no indication right now that this is an abort and drain back. Just to be sure. Right now, there are certain indicators that show to us that they are in that process. And right now, there's none of those right now present. If anything, this looks like a hold, right?
And that hold could very much be planned. Remember, this is the first time they are firing a ship on the OLM. So there could be a moment of, okay, everybody hands off the consoles. Do we really want to do this?
Right, like check your math, check your systems, double check them. It's pencils down time here in a second, so you better make sure you've done all of the doodling in the margins you want to.
Maybe somebody checks the COPVs. Just
yeah,
saying.
probably a good idea. All right. I mean, it's like if I start running support, it'll immediately static fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
100%.
I do want to acknowledge, I do see it all coming in. Thank you so much, everybody.
We will talk about it.
We will talk about it. We can't do this stuff without you, but we don't want to blink right now because we might miss it.
Yeah, we are trying to we're also trying to show you indicators from time to time and like what we are looking at.
Right, what we're looking for.
Yep. But it's not always so this camera, by the way, why it's so dark, this is already probably set for the static fire.
Right. Yeah, it turns out Raptor engines are bright. Rocket engines in general are quite bright, so in order to get that exposure that you're used to of the shock diamonds and whatnot, and of a plume that's not just overexposed, requires you to set the camera in such a way that would otherwise look fairly dark.
There's also another point to be made here that it is not the first and probably not even the last, not even close to last, I will say, that they test anything at all on the launch mount booster and first time here a ship, and they do a hold before the test happens, right? And so just don't be surprised because there's a hold. Like, we've seen that in the past, and it's totally normal.
Yep.
And the OLM vent is back.
Interesting. What's your read on that, Adrian?
I also saw on the other end. I'm not yet at read mode. I'm not giving you anything.
That's okay. Continue to monitor the situation.
I'm monitoring the situation. Yeah.
So you didn't sound happy about it. Sound happy about it.
Yeah. I will hold my final statements here.
Okay, noted. Continuing to watch what's going on with Ship 37. If you're tuning in or wondering what's going on, again...
Alex?
Oh, Alex, go ahead.
Mhm.
You also see some of the vents I'm seeing, right?
Yeah.
Like that horizontal vent on the other side also going, and the...
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the things here. That might not be a good sign. You remember when I said like
I'm not
2 minutes
up.
ago?
Yeah, there are some vents I don't like to see, and they have just started on the other side. I'm again, this could be a different flow. This could be different from what we're expecting. But also the OLM vent going on and off right now is not something I really want to see here.
As always, we will continue to watch and see what happens when we see things that look like that they are progressing further into a testing flow. We'll report that. When we see things that we think, based on our experience, look like they're doing the opposite of that, we will report that. Thing is, the road closure goes until 7 p.m. tonight. It's 3:38:39 now, local, so they have plenty of time in the day. And let me tell you, they got plenty of liquid oxygen and methane in that tank farm. I drive past enough semi-trucks, tanker trucks on Highway 4. They definitely have enough commodities on hand. So in the event that this is something we did not want to see necessarily, plenty of time left in the day. OLM vent now back off.
Yeah, that's part of the process. So just to clarify what Adrian is trying to explain here, like 5 minutes ago I said, oh, right now the signs are of a hold, right? There are specific signs of a detank going on. One of them is the vent all the way to the right there, which is part of the recondenser, the Pope vent and whatnot. And that usually tends to happen when they are draining back the methane from the vehicle to the tank farm. The whole reason why you would see the OLM vent also stopping is because the OLM vent is where the liquid oxygen goes through, and it comes back through the same pipe. If they're draining back, then the OLM vent stopping it will be a sign of that in that case. Because if you let the OLM vent open, you're essentially leaving open that same pipe that they used to load the liquid oxygen, meaning you're dumping it overboard. Exactly, instead of returning it back to the tank farm. Yeah.
If it's one operator, I'm not sure if we are able to do this. I will throw this into the void and we'll see what happens. Are we able to zoom in very closely to the ship makeshift QD? Because I think the methane reclaim line is also like super frosty right now. Yeah. I don't like this. So the reclaim line is the one that goes basically past the other lines down. And that's like very frosty.
That's always frosty for the record, by the way, Adrian. So
really?
that yeah, that was frosty before, yeah.
Is it also I'm trying to not imagine things right now, but is the frost drain going down?
If they are detanking, that will be one of the things that we were seeing, yeah.
You see at the very top, look at the top of the lock string. That almost looks like an area where it's going down.
Well, dang it.
So far it looks like they were trying to go roughly at 3:30, right? We saw indications of a hold, and then about a few minutes later, an indication of potential detanking here. So we'll see what happens.
Now,
you mentioned, Jet, before that they have until 7 p.m., right?
Right, thank you. They have until 7 p.m. local. That's when the closure runs. Typically, these static fire and engine testing type closures are 12 hours. So today's closure was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So plenty of time left in the window should they want to continue ahead here. But there is some chatter in our back channel about a law enforcement boat near the launch site. So perhaps this wasn't even vehicle side or ground side. It could have been range side. I know, I just want to say that out loud just in case. You know, people are like, oh, Block 2's cursed, Block 2's cursed. Like, also, aside from that, pure speculation, which I can't underscore enough, that is pure speculation. Aside from that, I think we even said it multiple times on this stream. This has never been done before. This is a completely new setup that was never intended. And fact of the matter is, for them to have successfully static fired today, for the very first time of loading propellants onto a ship in this configuration, would have been seriously impressive. I certainly didn't think it was impossible for them to do, but I went into today knowing that it was entirely possible that, they would get into the flow, see some funnies, have to figure it out, and we would ultimately see these static fires completed fine, but just on a slightly longer time frame than by the end of this week or today and tomorrow kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think it makes sense. Again, and also, so we are not trying to say it was for sure, like the fact that there's a law enforcement boat very close to the ship right now, of course, could mean, I'm not saying it is, but it could mean that there has been a range violation. And of course, Starbase has like their own, like basically they also, together with local law enforcement, are having to secure a range. And if there's somebody in range, they would also scrap an attempt for that. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying with the indicators we're having, that could also be a possibility that is not related to Block 2.
Right.
You remember back in the suborbital pad era where they had a ship being tested on suborbital, I think it was pad A, and then
Kayaks.
like a car with kayaks came through from the beach, and it's like, where is that coming from?
Yeah, that is absolutely one of those moments. Like, we are in the flow. Like, there's propellant on the vehicle, and all of a sudden, hauling the mail up Highway 4 towards Brownsville from the beach is just like it was like a Subaru something, I feel like, with like 3 or 4 kayaks on it. And it was just like, what
it was also like super foggy that day, I remember. So it came from the fog, it went by our camera at the launch site, and then it left. It was like, where did this come from?
Oh, man. Simon S. in chat says, you've unlocked a memory I forgot I had. Yeah, that's deep. That is deep tank watching lore right there. The rogue kayaker. Somebody needs to clip that. Someone link me if you have it to that particular stream. I want to watch that again. Good stuff. So yeah, continuing to watch what's going on here, potential range violation, potential other unspecified issues. We're just in speculation land because that's how it works when you're doing roadside rocket science and just looking at these rockets from the beach or the side of the road doing science. It's not really science. We're not doing science.
Yeah, we're far away from science. We're just speculating. They are experts on this. We are not experts. Though. Yeah.
When
BYU has come out and put their science, their audio equipment on our property and done scientific papers, or like Dr. Holly, she's had her students do some science fair projects and whatnot on our property for Starship launches. But this is not science. This is pure speculation, to be clear.
Speaking of speculation, let's speculate a little bit further for today, because we always say, there's enough window, right? We just said that they have until 7 p.m. The problem is the time it takes to detank and then reload the propellant. But there's another thing here. Like, imagine for a second it is the range. The ship is okay. The pad in theory is also okay. Wouldn't they at least try to get it done today by all means necessary? Because we've seen in the past them extending the road closures and going into the evening. So there's a non-zero chance that if it's a range, they try to clear the boat or whatever. What was it? Like a boat was what we were speculating about, right? Or something like that. So like maybe they clear that. They say, okay, now the range is clear. Let's try it again. What are the chances they do that? Because I don't think they are 0. They are at least above 0. Small, but not 0.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong at all. I think the main issue with that hypothesis would be propellant temps.
Yeah.
Like either the methane or the oxygen getting out of bounds in terms of what temperature they want it to be at when it gets to the Raptor, because it's just sitting there. Related to that, do we think they're detanking actively right now, or are they holding with propellant in the tanks? Because sometimes that frost sticks around, and it's hard to tell, because the frost can stick around after the tanks are empty, just because the tank walls remain cold. It's hard to say. Like, it almost looks like some of that frost has been sloughing off, but it also does look like those tank walls are condensating fairly heavily still. So
yeah, that was precisely my speculation, that maybe if they extend the window a little bit, then they have enough time to detank properly, get everything again in condition and all that, and then reload the propellant. Like, they started the propellant load, what, like 250 something, and we were looking at a test probably at 330. So that's like, what, 40 minutes, give or take, right? Like, more or less, like that.
Right.
So in theory, say it takes like an hour to detank, because detanking usually takes more time than tanking for multiple reasons we won't go to right now. But it takes longer. So let's say it's like an hour, and they go to 4:30, 4:45, for example. And then it takes that, now they have to condition again. It's like another 20, 30 minutes to condition. Then they go another 40. Like, that could probably put this whole thing like past 5:30, for example, right? Which will be very close to the end of the window if they then have to detank in safety area for the road to be open.
I also wonder how it factors into time on console. I'm sure there are limits to, if you are a test operator, like if you've been sitting at your computer at your station, for 12 hours.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Do you hit a point where it's like, it is no longer safe for you to be sitting at this operating a hazardous test? We have to do a shift change. And then it's like, can you do a shift change in the middle of a test? How does that work? Like, I don't know. I would love, there's so many little questions like that, like operational things that we'll probably just never know the answer to.
So somebody's saying Ship 36 detanking happened rather quickly.
I mean, super quickly, to be fair.
Yeah.
It literally detanked. The tanks came apart.
The quickest.
Yeah.
It's the best. It's so far record break in detank.
I think technically, I'm just going to go back to the pedantic corner. Technically, SN4 was probably faster because it was a detonation.
You're never left the pedantic corner.
I live there.
But you're right.
I built a small lean-to there, and I trap small animals and live off the land. It's a solemn existence. It's quiet. Not a lot of people around, but I make do.
I really think the funniest failure ever was still the bulkheads flying away.
That was a good one. That was a really good one. What was that? SN3 or 2 or 1 or all of the above?
MK1.
MK1, not even SN1.
It was MK1.
Yep.
Good times.
And I see some people like asking, well, why will they need, like, just static fire tomorrow, right? Easy. And like, why would you care? The problem is, the longer they take, the later into the month, I guess, of August, they start these, turning back this stand back to launch configuration. If they don't want to static fire Ship 38, that should be the caveat as well. But the sooner they get these static fires done, then the sooner they can start those mods back.
And SpaceX doesn't think like, oh, whatever, it's another day. SpaceX thinks, okay, what's the fastest we can do this? Okay, let's do it a week faster. That's their approach to things.
I was just about to say that. What's the fastest we can do this? The answer isn't, okay, let's do that. The answer is, okay, how do we do it faster than that?
Yeah, like they are not about like wasting a day. And to be fair, I get this because they want to, for example, make the next Mars window. And if you think about it, if you like waste a day here and there, like, and at that, well, you just wasted, for example, 10 days. That's a significant chunk of your timeline.
I mean, considering the next Mars window opens in what? It's how many days?
Mars window. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will make the next Mars window.
Yeah, now we can see clear signs there of defrost, indicating a detank is properly going. Of course, as I said before, that is not the only thing that we look at. We looked before at the recondenser. I pointed it out. That was one of the many indicators that they were detanking, but now we see the frost visibly going down. So that's an indicator. But as I said, like, there was this time, I think it was a booster test where we were like, you never know. And then they extended the, like, on the road closure page, it was like up until I think 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. and then they extended it to 10 p.m. and the static fire was like at sunset or something like that with a booster. I think it was with booster 13, might have been.
Ooh, yeah.
I think booster
you're right.
13 was the one at sunset or after sunset, and they did the static fire late at that day. And why did they wanted to do that late instead of just waiting for the next day? Well, because the next day then they can just prepare the booster to roll it back to the production site, and that's what they did. I think it was like the next day or day and a half or so they rolled back the booster, and that's what happened. And like, yeah, it was a very quick campaign there. So we'll see what they do with this one. If we see those closures and everything being extended, will know that it is happening. But
all right, well,
yeah.
now that we are more confident about the detanking, I am 51 minutes behind in thanking people for the support.
Good luck.
I'm a bad host. I deserve to be yelled at. Boosith7, thank you for the super chat. They say it's encouraging to observe the renewed testing of the Starship program, particularly following the unexpected outcome of the previous test. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for the support there. Ryan England, thank you. They say, how much of this MacGyver rig will be torn down for full stack and launch, or will it all stay in situ? No, all of it's come down. Massive Deal Closer, thank you for the support. They say, how is Alex so smart? Thank you for your attention to this matter. I am so thankful that I get to work alongside so many people who are so much smarter than me. They always say, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you. And Alex, it definitely fits the bill. Alex, how are you? Why are you the way you are?
I don't consider myself any smarter than anybody. Like, I see people, for example, working with computers, and I just feel like total clumsy, with computers, for example. I just don't know how to use them. And yeah, like coding
cameras.
and all that, or cameras, anything anything that is technology. Like even with my iPad, I'm always fighting with it because it's like, this damn thing.
You're
it's
comically bad at computers.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but you are.
the funny, not to
And
offend
you know
Alex
that.
here, like I kind of want to ground Alex here again after that praise. While Alex is insanely smart and super great about Starship, he handles technology like an 80-year-old grandma.
It's amazing. It really is truly amazing. Like every now and then he'll ask me a question that will just blow my mind.
Remember when I asked you how to do a screenshot on a MacBook?
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm thinking of. I think it gave me a nosebleed.
While we're talking about this, can we just talk about the fact that Alex makes lists in like a notes app, like just like notes on his computer? Like he doesn't even use a word processor or anything. It's just notes.
When I do the
What do you
script
mean
rewrite
notes?
for SBU, I take the script out of Google Docs and I paste it into Apple Notes, and then I do the rewrites on my computer in Apple Notes, and then I open my iPad and it's already there, and then I copy it out of Apple Notes and then I put it in the teleprompter app. Does your skin itch?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. Good to see
Hi.
you.
Good to
Or hear you.
Do you see me?
Well,
X-Files music intensifies.
Yeah, that's kind of comfortable, but hey, you do you. I would
It's
be
the
mightily
best
surprised.
because of anybody on the planet that potentially could. It would be Kevin.
hey guys, there's
like-
a new vent like just above the dot after the Starship in our ticker. What's
Not new.
that from? Well,
That's
I
not
just
new.
saw it.
That's
It just started
that's
now.
The dump. It's the
No, it's not.
It's been going.
It's
Oh.
been going for an hour.
See,
Try
I'm not
almost
as
an
smart
hour.
as Alex. I need to use notes to do my work.
You are incredibly
Hey,
smart.
I don't-
Kevin. I think everybody in NSF is incredibly smart, but I think that's enough of the pat ourselves on the back corner. I will continue to thank people for the support.
How many
But feel free to
corners
hang
do
around,
you
Kevin.
have that you sit around?
It's we don't have to go into it. All right, Booth Sith, you almost derailed me. Booth Sith 7 becoming a launch director. Thank you so much. Josh Zero with a super chat. Thank you. They say, do you think a RUD from ship could cause the tower to collapse? Absolutely not. That thing is built heavy. It's full of concrete on the legs. It's not messing around. Minor downfall. Thank you for the support. They say, will Ariane 7 be a Starship Light rocket? Good thing we have 2 Europeans on the chat. Let's go.
You're asking me about a rocket from a public-private company that barely talks about anything that's beyond their nose? No, other than AI slop on Twitter. So
Hey, it's better than a render of a box in front of the actual box that you can't see
True.
because the TV showing the render of the boxes in front of the box.
To actually answer like some of that question, we have the concept study of Ariane Next, I think, is it called? Which is basically a potential upgrade path to Ariane 6 or like a future vehicle, either way, how you want to view it. And if that plan comes in full motion, we are not talking about a Starship-like vehicle, we are more talking about a Falcon 9-like vehicle. I'm sorry. So, yeah. So the next Ariane, most likely, if they go through with all the concepts, would be an Ariane Falcon 9-like vehicle.
Hey, but you know what? If you're interested in Europe's future in space, we've got the series for you. See what I did there? Yeah, so we're interviewing people from the European space industry. There's a lot of people out there in social media be like, oh, Europe, the bottle cops and all that, right? Like, it's always regulations and blah, blah, blah. But no, there's people actually, bending metal and burning rocket engines and breaking stuff and all that, trying to get rockets up in the air, trying to launch satellites, stream from space. For example, we've had 10 live streaming company from space on our show as well. So Europe's Future in Space, you can look it up on the playlist tab on our channel, and we have like 9 episodes, I think, so far. We're trying to talk to more companies, trying to bring them in. It's Europe, it's summer, so a lot of companies are in vacation right now, is how it goes. But hopefully in August, we may have some of those line up as well. So just keep that in mind.
I will keep it in mind. Cornbread Amos 56, thank you. They say, we are the ones that watched the Hindenburg of starships. That's real. That's a real statement. In fact, I wish I had had the presence of mind to say, oh, the humanity. I really do. I genuinely wish I had had the presence of mind to say that. And I resolve to say something cool the next time the opportunity presents itself, although I surely will forget that in the moment and say something stupid. John, Mr. Coffee, again gifting a Red Team membership. Echo Deal with a $5 super. Thank you. They say the inverse square, the square hole? That's right, it goes in a square hole. Alex Vaughn, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Dave the Wave? I wonder if Dave's a surfer. They say, was there an overpressure letter sent to residents for today's test? Not that I am aware of, but that does not mean that it didn't happen. But I am not aware of it having happened. Earl Hicks Jr. becoming a PadRat member. Thank you. And again, I want to make sure that everybody that I have gotten super behind on the support gets thanked. Because we are not a big company. We're just a bunch of individuals who are extremely passionate about documenting this new era of spaceflight in which we live, because this is a very specific moment in time, and sooner or later, we'll look at this sort of thing, i.e., Starship, as commonplace and not the exception of the rocket world. It'll be the norm of the rocket world in the same way that Falcon 9 has gone from sort of a oddity that no one thought would even work to the workhorse of the entire world.
Yeah, I think in general, what we are tracking basically a super fast industry here, and the one thing that is sometimes really what we all have treasure is the moment that we are right now witnessing and the testing we are right now witnessing, because honestly, 1 year from now, everything we cover here will look different, and that's
Everything.
the beauty of it. But it's also meaning like you never get.
I love looking at old Starbase photos, even just like 6 months ago, but especially like 2-3 years ago. I'm always astonished whenever my phone just decides to show me an old image like that. I'm like, oh my god, it looked so much different. It really, it's. Here, I'll tie this in. RC Horseman with a super chat. RC, you're on the team, man, and you bought a print, and you did a super chat. They said, we thought we would never witness this since I bought Jack's print. Thank you so much, RC. That is one of the aspects of somebody purchasing a print that is a photo that you took that is extra meaningful to me, is when I make an image, when I push that button, I'm feeling something. That those images are made with intention, and you are basically in a. I don't want to sound like too fart smelly here, but like you're kind of, when you get a print like that, you're kind of you have like a little piece of me in your hand. That really means a lot, RC. Thank you. Sir Goosey, become a Red Team member. Thank you, Sir Goosey. Nice name. Marcus Markinson, thank you for the support. They say, why do they always test a single engine separately? If all 6 engines work, wouldn't one engine work too? It's because they have a specific use for a single engine ignition, and it's a different sort of ignition than a 6-engine ignition. Right, Adrian? Like the single engine, they fire those from the header tanks, right?
Yes, that's correct. The header tank, because in space you have the problem of in the main tank there will be a lot of sloshing around, because that's how 0G works. They fire these from the header tank because the header tank is basically a compressed, very encapsulated space where they can run an engine from that will then push the propellant back and then help them use the normal tanks. So yes, they test these from the header tanks. It's basically also verification of that header tank steady fire.
There you go. Excellent question. I mean, it falls into the category of there are no dumb questions. Absolutely. It's like, hey, if they're lighting all 6, why bother with 1? Well, there are specific reasons for it. Drunar, thank you for the support. They say you're going to have a bad day when you can see the COPVs during a static fire. Real. It's like if you pizza when you're supposed to French fry, you're going to have a bad time. Timo Lutzchen? Adrian, check me.
Give me a second.
I'm struggling with the umlaut.
Oh. Lutzken.
Lutzken. Okay, I was messing up the G too. Okay, I'm trying. Sorry if I butcher your guys' names. We appreciate the support so much. They say, you think Starship will carry other payloads than Starlink before Moon and Mars? And what is the light marks on the aft flaps? Looks like speed tape. It's just reflection. Looks like reflection of the frost. I think. Also, there's gaps on the leading edge where there are no tiles. But yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like the first priorities for Starship are going to be strictly Starlink and Artemis and Mars. Anything after that is after that, or in concurrent with Mars after HLS and Starlink. That's my inkling. What do you think, Adrian?
I think Starlink will be like a very, very big majority of the first Starship flights. And if you think about the manifest being 25 missions or so for the first few operational years, Starlink, Moon, and Mars will basically fill all of that. Like, there's nothing left after that, because for an Artemis mission alone, you need, from what we expect right now, and from recent documentation, I think about 7 or so tanker flights. So that means alone Artemis mission is 8 flights. And combine that and all, the manifest is basically full. They will have to scale up, of course, over time that will come. But that's why Falcon is so critical. Starship cannot take over all the commercial value, and probably not even all the Starship demand, Starlink demand, quickly enough. So there will be a long time of needed Falcon support in this manifest.
Absolutely. Jay Frishov, Thank you for the support. They said it would be great to see a surprise 6-engine test.
I mean, right now the tanks are almost empty. It's gonna be hard.
Right. DoD Father, thank you for the support. They say Stubby needs a metal print. That one's kind of hard, though, because how do you get a shot of the stubby nozzle?
Good question. It's like the general problem, like, we have not invented the technology yet where we can float, like, Max in space next to the M-Vacant mission. Would be funny, but not possible for now. I would never count out DAS, like, there might be a project coming, you never know. But as of now, we cannot take pictures of stubby nozzles in space. Jack talking while muted.
Sorry, many messages to respond to. All right, one more super chat. I'm conflicted how to read this name. I've been saying Cornbread Amos 56. I'm imagining somebody named Amos who likes cornbread. But their message said, one more try, Jack. Cornbread is a must. Cornbread is a must. Cornbread a must. Cornbreadamus. There you go. Thank you for the instructional. There's a very helpful instructional on how to say your name. All right, well, that is all the support. Thank you again to everybody. I'm going to now jump into some questions while we wait to see if they're going to do anything fancy here with the ship.
I'm just very excited about questions.
You like questions? All right, well then I'll give you this one. KSP and So Much Less is asking, what do all the vents mean? Good
all
luck.
the vents. Good luck. Okay, where to start even? So the OLM vent you right now see.
I've been saving this like a wild card in Uno or something. Like I have been saving this. That was perfect.
So the OLM vent that you see right now in tanking means that they are chilling down the OLM orbital launch mount infrastructure in preparation of tanking. In this kind of way, it's also used as a part of the detanking process. So right now, that does not mean what it is. A vehicle vent usually means depress. We have not seen that yet, but we will see a final depress at some point. That is the another vent we probably will see today. One vent we talk about a lot is the Pope vent. Pope vent is a specific vent stack in the front of the tank farm, which is part of the chill down of the tank farm. So is the grass vent. Grass vent is more to the bottom of the tank farm, and is also including that they are chilling down the tank farm, because basically the tank farm will chill down area from area to area to not cryoshock anything. That's why they chill down everything over time. Let me think about the vent. Tower vent, we have a tower vent, which would be active if they would prepare for fueling a ship at the top. Right now they are fueling a ship, but imagine the ship on top. Then they would basically prepare the infrastructure that leads to the ship QD arm, and that is then also part of the chill down of the whole infrastructure. That vent will then also stop at some point when they are starting fueling. That's, I think, the necessary big vents.
That was actually a remarkably comprehensive and good answer.
Thank you.
I thought I had bamboozled you, but no, you Uno reversed me.
I Uno reversed you with my venting knowledge. That's the OLM vent, by the way, there.
Nice. Gabbro Plays is asking, how long can propellant stay on board a Starship before a test has to be aborted? Do we have any sort of inkling on timing there,
about
or numbers?
15 minutes. At least from the last few flights, they've always talked about a number of about 15 minutes. They can hold the countdown. We, of course, don't know if that number is the exact same for a ship test like this, but I would assume that's similar to the ship. And that would be then the time limit they have. At some point, the the propellants just go out of window most likely, because the Raptor engines need a certain amount of pressure, a certain amount of temperature, and basically everything needs to be perfect for them to work. Yeah, that's the current situation on that. Sorry, I'm sorry. My brain just started to go away at the end of that question.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you for that. James Neal says, y'all need a playlist showing all launches from Hopper to Flight 9 and keep adding. That's a good idea. Just a strictly launch playlist.
Oh my god, we should make like every single Starship launch we ever captured at Flight 10 or something. And it's really like
cool.
Hopper into SN5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, and then the orbitals.
Yeah, like the Starship era part 1. Star Hopper to Flight 10. That'd be really cool. If you're keeping track of Ship 38 as well, like we are, you can see it on the left-hand side there. 38 looks like it's almost entirely detanked at this point, hanging out over at the Massey Outpost. That view that you're looking at is, of course, once again, from the Rocket Ranch Outpost, where I am right now. So shout out to Rocket Ranch, and check them out if you are looking to come out for a Starship launch. There's really no closer or better place to watch a Starship launch from. They do offer launch viewing at their outpost location and camping at their Rocket Ranch, like, campground main area. But yeah, check them out. Like, they're good people. Also, again, can't really get closer. It's still kind of wild to me that I can look one way and see a ship on the orbital launch mount, which in and of itself should never exist, and then I can turn 180 degrees and see a ship at Massey's. Like, SpaceX? Oh, are cars leaving the...
At least one. Yeah, they're starting to prepare, I think, opening the roadblock. I really think we are getting closer and closer to the point where they just might not have enough time. I'm not there yet, but I think that might be the issue here, like, because they already started a bit late today, because they did some sort of other tanking test, like ambient test or potential tank farm test, and they might be close to running out of time. Maybe I'm too pessimistic, but that is my pessimistic side here.
No, that's fair. It was such a beautiful day, too. I hope the weather's the same tomorrow, that we were getting some really nice views of this beautiful machine.
I'm so looking forward to after this talk through with all of our team about the potential double coverage we have to do tomorrow to do, Jack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because tomorrow is also Crew 11.
Oh, no. Oh, I forgot.
Yes.
Yay! What's the it's buyer's remorse? Is if two spaceflight events can conflict, they will?
Yeah. Of course.
Joy.
Hey Jack, you had mentioned a beautiful machine.
Uh-huh.
I found another beautiful machine.
Go on.
Aw, it's a nice.
Wait, is that between the production site and
I think
the
it's next to the
launch site?
flaps, right?
It's right next to the roadblock. Literally, we were going to move a camera to the roadblock, and we saw it there.
You know what's fun? If y'all are old school tank watchers, this shot previously would have shown part of the solar farm and the two tracking station antennas. Now
I miss those antennas. They used to tell us a lot.
Oh yeah,
they did. There would be a dragon
really
flying over, and we would see one of the antennas slew to track a dragon flying over. Like, it was genuinely really cool. It was one of those indicators where, like, oh look, and one of the tracking antennas is pointed at the launch site. They might be getting into some testing. Like, it was genuinely a neat feature of Starbase that no longer exists.
I agree.
Now they have Starlinks.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you're right.
That give us views throughout the entire flight. How crazy is that?
Right. I mean, I am the kind of nerd that I take pictures of telecom towers and like weird like radar astronomy dishes. Like I love dishes. I love radomes. I love antenna towers. I take photos of them. So I'm sad to see the tracking station go, but I'm certainly happy for views throughout launch and landing and reentry thanks to Starlink. That's definitely a plus.
Do you also like plates as dishes? Like do you also sometimes look at like plates or like cereal bowls and are like, I love dishes?
I don't want to be friends anymore.
Jack doesn't use dishes.
I do too. What does that mean? I just eat out of a trough like some sort of hog?
Yeah. With your
Yes?
Yeah.
With my hands. Thank you. All right, yeah.
I'm going to go back to producing. But
Yeah, goodbye. Kevin says I eat out of a trough with my hands like a hog. Thank you, Kevin. Is that the point of the stream that we're at? They're detaking the ship? Oh, God.
Wonderful.
You are really chaos.
What do you even do with that?
I mean, we have been talking for quite some time today, we three. How long did we talk already?
A lot of hours.
5? 5 hours.
Remember that time I thought the stairs were the OLM vent?
Oh, that was a good moment.
And then
Probably
the
my
OLM
favorite
event happened
moment.
like 5 minutes after.
Yeah, I'm pretty dumb. Almost all the frost gone now. Maybe that isn't a reflection. Is there like some sort of material on the aft flaps there? Interesting.
There is like a patch there on each flap.
Right, but that inside where the ripples are, is that reflection or is that more like material on the metal? I think it's reflection.
No, there's a different material there. We've seen that in the past. Yeah, that's
Interesting.
for I think it's where the flaps. They have like the chain thing inside there, and then they cover it with a plate.
Got it. Looking for some more questions. Andrew Astley, with a really good one, asking, are we still in the we have learned something if it goes wrong phase? Or...
Oh. Ship depress.
Here you go. Depress of the ship.
All the vents.
All the single vents.
All the single vents.
All the single vents. Purge, purge, purge.
Or 20. It's blowing up for 20.
Wow. Good job. Andrew Astley asking, are we still in the have we learned something if it goes wrong phase, or is that still to be the goal for a while longer? I think we're still in that phase, because these are all prototypes. Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Like, they're still prototyping. This is not anything operational. Hello, yes, ship. We are giving you attention.
I turned the server down, so maybe I'm talking and nobody can hear me. But now I can hear you again.
Yeah, this is a very clear sign they are definitely, at least for the moment, wrapping the testing for now. The next step would be the opening of the roadblock.
Does anyone else see a series of faces? There's like a masked face in the very tip with the vent as the nose. And then there's like the expressionless face with the 2 camera bumps and the weld line.
Yeah, it's like a very just almost like Canadians in South Park face.
Yeah, exactly. But it's got like a little gnome guy on top of it, like hanging out on his head. Yeah, droopy ears and everything. All right, anyway, I think I'm starting to hallucinate because I've been staring at Starship for many hours at once. But these vents are sure cool.
They are cool. They are very cool.
Also they're neat.
Yeah.
It's constantly now depressing, so that means basically the ship is empty, and they are running down. Like, the next very interesting thing over this will be the observation of the roadblock, because usually this means they can open the roadblock.
Right, then we'll kind of know if they're opening the roadblock, that's kind of it for the day. If they
Yeah, that's it.
If the roadblock stays closed, then we know they might get into something yet.
Yes, that's very much how I would explain it.
Oh my God, Gordy T in chat says, "Hey, buddy." Now I'm imagining a Starship talking like a Canadian in South Park. That's amazing, and I don't know that I'm ever going to get that out of my head. But thank you for that, Gordy T.
Oh no.
I'm not your guy, friend.
Yeah, that's stuck in my head now. That's definitely...
Can't get it out of there. Hey, look, Frost.
Yeah, the frost... They sometimes will have like... there's a name for that effect, right? That the pressure loss will create cold air.
Oh yeah, Alex
Adiabatic.
probably knows it.
Adiabatic
Adiabatic?
expansion. I
Adiabatic.
know it's something along those lines.
Oh, sorry, I
right?
was looking at the wrong ship.
I might be mispronouncing it. Adiabatic.
This is actually... Yeah, this is actually a Cryon 38. Sorry, I was looking at the cold ring on 37.
Yeah, no, it's not the venting making something colder. It's they're putting more cryogen in 38. Neat. It'd be cool if they filled it all the way up and then actuated the door a whole bunch. Just like, whee! See, we can do it.
It is
No, nobody thinks that's a good idea? All right.
I mean, you do you. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good, all good. We got some more activity at the roadblock. Ship continuing to depress.
We all have been there, ship 37.
Yeah, I mean, real. Just like me, for real, for real.
Oh no. No cap.
Let's just
And
veer
we just
hard.
made
Yeah.
And we just dated that kind of speaking. They will think it's not cool anymore.
That's the one defense is once you adopt it, you've ruined it, and so.
Yep.
And it's like you take its power away.
What a
lot
day.
of people asking, for real, what a day. A lot of people are asking if this could have been a spin prime. Gabriel being one of them. Alex, could this have been a spin prime?
Ironically, when they did spin primes at masses, when that stand was not blown out, right? They did full load on the liquid oxygen, just like I remember did a spin prime test of 35 before its flight, and it was fully loaded on the liquid oxygen tank and just a little bit on the methane. And we got people in the chat being like, "Oh, it's a 6-engine static fire," and we said, "You never know. They just changed the engines. They already did the 6-engine static fire, right? Like at that point, it had already done that. We were not sure it was gonna do it again, and we're sort of banking on the potential that it could have been a spin prime, and it was in fact a spin prime, right? As for this one, you never know. They might have changed because it's a different operation, right? It's the launch mount. However, very key important things, such as the loading of propellant, looked a lot like the way that we see at masses when they do that. For example, delaying the load of methane. We saw that both liquid oxygen and methane were not loaded at the same time. They were loaded at different times, right? So that, for example, is very much like we see at masses. Whereas, for example, for flight, they are usually around the same minute. Like, just the difference is like maybe seconds in between the load of liquid oxygen and fuel. But for testing on the ground, because the fuel, they only load a little bit of it, right? Just to not endanger and blah, blah. So things like that point to, even though it was the launch mount, they seemed like they were running this as if they were at masses. And then we can see that the cryo test that they did on ship 38 at masses. For flight 11, that's the next one in line after ship 37. And now they're doing another one.
Things never stop at Starbase.
I mean, it makes sense. We did get that indication that there was going to be a rollback of a post-cryo vehicle, which would mean 38 tomorrow night. So, and Massey's isn't like the rest of Starbase. They actually can close Massey Way whenever they want. It's a private road. It's not a public road like Highway 4. So they could have Massey Way closed all night if they wanted to and do a bajillion more cryos and use every little bit of time they have before they're going to roll this thing back tomorrow night.
Yeah, and one of the big things why the launch pad is a bit different there is because of beach access. Because it's literally the only way to access the beach. And also they have to close the beach. Like, one of the very important notifications they will always send with this is a general notification of the beach will be closed.
All right.
Yeah.
Levon asking, can they extend the roadblock time? Yes, we've seen them do that many times in the past.
Seems like there are people at the roadblock.
Ooh, interesting.
There's an extra car there that was not, like, well, multiple cars, actually, multiple extra cars that were not there, like, at 4:20 or so when it depressed.
Nice.
They moved up to the roadblock, so yeah.
Continuing to watch the roadblock. JC Davis, thank you for the support. They say someone's going to make a song with Jack singing all the single vents. That's possible, I suppose. And Ryan, thank you for the support. They say this follows similar flows. Fill, abort, detank. Then shortly after, fill, ignite, detank. Interesting.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, I do not either, to be honest.
The only time...
Maybe in separate days, not in the same window.
Yeah, the only time that I remember that in the same day was, again...
SN9.
We're talking... Well, not SN9, like more recently, like certain boosters where they aborted and then they extended the window and they tried again on the same day. It's very rare, though.
Yep.
Let's not talk about SN9, by the way.
Why?
I hate that ship.
Is it because you hate sand in your thrust vector controls?
No, that triple static fire blew up all spreadsheets.
Oh, yeah. It's just like, hey, your trend line? The real nice trend line you got there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
Yeah, basically I had like all the papers on my desk with all the cool, like how the countdown works, and then ship SN9 came in the room, took the papers and threw them in the bin. And then like basically tipped over the chairs and everything, and yeah, that's how I felt.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a sore memory. All right, well, I suppose with that we should wrap things up. Thank you once again to everybody for the tremendous amount of support on this stream. We all have the coolest job ever, and we all love what we do, and the only reason this massive team of people can continue to do this really cool stuff is with all of your support. So thank you for that. Adrian, thank you for being on as well.
Thanks for having me. This was a lot of fun for me.
We also had Chris B on earlier, founder and managing editor of NSF. We also had Alex on as well. Alex, thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure as usual, and a reminder, tomorrow, Crew 11 will be going live for that. Also, if they try another go for the static fire test, we'll also be live. So keep that in mind, and hopefully we get both a static fire and a launch tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Should be great.
That will be a great day. It'll be a fun, action-packed day in spaceflight. Also on the stream, we had Jake Keegan operating earlier and Kevin Michael Reed operating right now. We also had Kevin Michael Reed popping in for a little bit of commentary, so thank you for that, Kevin. If you want to say anything, now's your chance. I thought he was going to say, like, ship 26 best ship or something, but there you go. He had a chance. All right, well, I think with that, we will wrap things up. Go hang out and watch Space Coast Live or Starbase Live or what have you. You can monitor the situation with the roadblock. And if anything happens in Starbase, we will get back to it. And stay tuned, of course, tomorrow for more testing potentially and Crew 11. All right, I'm Jack Byer for NSF. Thanks for watching. We'll see you nerds on the next one.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, planet. Water towers, fly!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting outside SPD off. Say again, SPD off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep red. We don't need any more of these.